Welcome everybody to the Virginia High School League Fall Esports Championships. We are so excited to be here, coming at you live from our Shenandoah University Esports Arena here in Winchester, Virginia. We have schools and students from all over the state here in person and ready to represent their respective schools as they look to compete in our three respective titles for today. We have had a whole semester of competition that has led up to this moment. These students have worked so hard to get to this point, and we couldn't be more excited to bring it all to you. We've got a long day of esports ahead of us, and we certainly hope that you will stick around and join with us, join in the fun, and come support these students that have worked so hard to get to this point. My name is Chris Clayton, and I'm joined on the desk here by Gavin Eldridge. You're going to be seeing a lot of faces throughout the day here on our show. We'll be bringing in all different types of analysts and casters to cover their respective games. We have experts in all different fields. We're going to make sure that you get top-notch information at all times. So there's a lot different about this year here at Shenandoah. Among many things, our building got expanded. We have a whole new section to our arena. We've got students all over the building now spread out, ready to compete in their respective titles. But I would argue the biggest thing that's different about this year, if you've been able to follow previous VHSL championships, is that we now have multiple streams up for you to follow, and we've prepared a graphic to help you follow all of the action. We will be live on this main channel on our Twitch and YouTube on the left side of your screen right now. This will be our main broadcast that will switch between most of our League of Legends and Rocket League action. We also have two more YouTube broadcasts on our Shenandoah Esports YouTube account. The B stream will be following exclusively Smash Bros, as you see in the next column there. That will be mostly Avery and Kyle out in the conservatory, so if you want to follow some of the Smash Bros action, make sure to tune into that stream. We will also have a third broadcast going on simultaneously just to make sure that you don't miss any of the action going on here. So if you've got a kid or a friend or anybody that you really want to watch, be sure to keep an eye on this schedule. We will be sure to keep you up to date on where you need to go and to find whatever match you're looking for. We're also getting a little bit of help from our friends at some other universities, Radford and JMU, coming in clutch to help us out with as much action as we've got going on today. And with all that, I think that does it for housekeeping. Right? That was a lot of information, and we've got a lot to bring you. We're so excited to be here. It's going to be a lot of fun. But with all that behind us now, our first series of the day will be one of the semifinal matches for League of Legends. As you saw on that graphic we just showed you, we will be bringing you Chantilly against Lafayette. And we can take a look at the brackets here. The League of Legends bracket will be first, as this is the first game we're covering. Like we said, Chantilly will be taking on Lafayette, 1 seed on the 5 seed respectively. And then meanwhile, over in the conservatory, or the what is that room? The big glass room. Here we've got over the expansion. Collaboratory. That's the word, not conservatory. We're a conservatory school here at Shenandoah. We've got a lot going on here, but we will have the other match being streamed. So you will be able to follow that, but both semifinal matches will be going on at the same time. Up next, though, we've got 3 titles, 3 different games that will be competing here. And next up is Smash Bros. So we can take a look at that bracket as well. Rocket League, excuse me, is next as we prepare to show you that bracket. Can take a look at this together. Woodson, the 1 seed, certainly a favorite if we had to pick one, right? The clear number 1 seed very deliberately.
They haven't dropped the map yet.
They have not lost a single game. I believe I was told 32-0. So certainly a presence to look out for, but Lafayette, the 2 seed right in the middle of your screen, certainly has a running chance, and really all of these squads have strong chances, and that's why we play the game, right? Anything can happen in this bracket on your screen. So that's how we got here in Rocket League. We have one more bracket remaining as we prepare our Smash Bros. Bracket. We will bring that to you once it is ready. But again, so much action going on here at the Virginia High School League Fall Championships, and we couldn't be more excited to get into it.
Right, and the big one for Smash, we don't have the Smash bracket yet, is there's a 25th seed.
There
that
is.
Had some
bit of
big
a Cinderella.
Upsets. Right, they beat the 9 seed in quarterfinals, and they beat the 8 seed, and now they're playing against the number 1 seed. Once we get the oh, there it is. It's coming up. Yeah, look at that.
Yep, yeah. So here now on your screen is the Smash bracket. This should be up to date. A fun little thing to keep an eye on. We do have Frank Cox playing against themselves right now. The 4 and 5 seed, respectively, students from the same school now cannibalizing each other in the bracket. So that will certainly be something to keep an eye on. Again, that will be on our B stream if you would like to tune into that. But otherwise, Osborne at number 1. Very familiar school in these VHSL championships, and they're going to look to make a run once more. So with that, those are our 3 titles. That's the amount of stuff that we are going to try to bring to you. We will be sure to keep you up to date on as much of it as we can, but be sure to tune into all of our other streams, including the ones from our friends over at GMU in Radford. Big shout out to them for helping us out today. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a long day, but we're going to be here for all of it, and we certainly hope you will too. With that, let's get into some League of Legends. Right, our first game on the slate, like we said, was Chantilly against Lafayette in League of Legends. The 1 seed against the 5 seed, I believe. Yep. Chantilly against Lafayette, respectively. So we know a little bit about these teams. We were able to do some preparations. We feel decently good about where we're going, but the big storyline so far is that Chantilly looks like a wagon right now.
Yep. Again, just like in Rocket League, they have not dropped a single game yet. They've 2-0'd every single team. But in the same way, Lafayette has 2-0'd or been 2-0'd in every single match as well. So whatever team comes off first is going to be the team to win it all, essentially. We have some big names in this. Calvin for Chantilly is kind of their main star. He has a trifecta of 3 champions that we're probably going to see banned out in the first phase with Silas, Yon, and Macaulay. All 3 of these champions this season alone, he averages over 4 KD and 70% win rates in all of them. And these are 60 games each. So he's pretty good. But in the same way with Lafayette, we have Wild Rush, who was a jungle main, but from what the Lafayette coach told me, they had 2 players graduate, and one of them was their AD carry, so he role swapped to AD carry this year. So hopefully his jungle experience kind of shuttles him into the AD carry role, which clearly works considering they made it to state. That's
true. Yeah, I mean, you have to be good enough to get to this point, right? It's not like that's a gimme at all. Role swapping, we're a little familiar with here at Shenandoah. We've had our collegiate team have their fair share of role swaps, but that's a tall ask no matter what role you're going to or from. AD carry, I think, helps because you kind of can get sort of babied by the rest of your team if you need to. Right. Obviously, the top percentages won't need that, but that's something to keep an eye out for. That's exciting.
Yeah, when you put yourself in that mindset of okay, as a jungler, my job is to get the AD carry ahead. Now he knows, okay, this is what my jungler should do for me, so he can kind of put himself in that position to get it. Which is exciting. Yeah,
we've been seeing a couple of the drafts that both of these schools have shown, at least publicly, leading up to now. And slight trends we're noticing are sort of the top lane, I don't want to say hyper carry, but the Fioras of the world.
Yeah, and the split push champs.
Yeah.
Right? So he played Fiora and Gwen, and they were both really good matchups. He played into Mundo on the Gwen, which is pretty free, and then he also played Fiora into Aatrox, which is more of a skill-based matchup, but you feel more confident as the Fiora in that. You have the Q capability to dodge things and such like that. The big one I want to look at is support. The support for Chantilly is kind of he plays some characters that are really good. He plays all the hook champs. In his game, they got the Blitzcrank banned out, and they got the Thresh banned out, but he also played Pyke, and in Game 2, they banned the Pyke, so he got Thresh. He has a huge preference towards these hook champs. He plays it with the hyper carries like Jinx, or he plays with the Draven. Anything to get them ahead in the bot lane, so that's definitely a lane to look out for when we start, early game, maybe for some invades, things like that. Additionally, for Lafayette, they play a lot of more traditional comps. They prioritize the AP junglers. They prioritize things like the Lilia, the Zac, things that are really good at the fast clears into early ganks, things like that. And then additionally, their support, very traditional. They played Rel, they play Alistar, they play all of these supports that are really big and beefy and just kind of sit in front of the AD carry. So kind of differing playstyles, but we'll see.
Yeah.
The big one's top lane for sure, I think.
Yeah, that will definitely be a lane to keep an eye on. I mean, they all certainly look like they can be interesting, but a big theme that we were noticing with Chantilly in particular, I mean, kind of both of these squads, but Chantilly in particular, just looking at their account stats, their OP.GGs, for those of you that know League well enough, they don't seem to really follow their role identities outside of this team.
Yeah, I'm looking at the OP.GG right now, and I have, for Chantilly, 3 players that play top lane primarily, 1 player that plays mid, and 1 player that plays jungle. And the mid laner does not play mid. The mid laner plays, I assume, AD carry is what we're kind of basing it off of, but he plays exclusively Yasuo and Aurelia mid. So I'm curious to see what he plays AD carry. Maybe he'll play some kind of spicy picks. Maybe we'll see Yasuo Thresh bot lane, maybe to take the Thresh away from Lafayette. Maybe something like that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, we might get some wacky stats or comps and strategies. I mean, it's tough to say, right? Because we have not been able to watch these teams up to this point, right? And so, we can only go off of draft comps and on paper statistics, but when you go into the game, a lot can change.
Right.
And when it comes to not being able to prepare for your opponent, in the same way that, I guess we struggled to prepare for these teams, right? Opponents have to go through the same amount of information that we do. Yeah. And I guess that does kind of give you advantage if you think about it.
Right, yeah, for sure. And additionally with this, you talked about different champs and unique champs. You have to, if you're Lafayette against Chantilly, who hasn't lost a single game, you have to find a way to throw them off their foot. Maybe we'll see some lane swaps bot to top. Maybe we'll see some unique champs in the jungle. Maybe we'll see a Zyra or something kind of spicy, just to throw them off their game. Chantilly is what Lafayette's coach determined as the mountain to overcome. And when that's the case, you have to do something unique. You can't go into okay, we're going to play very traditional, we're going to play a Philios Thresh, we're going to play AP carry mid. You can't do that if this is a mountain that you have to overcome.
Yeah, and just speaking to the I guess state of the game, right? I think that it has become a lot more standard for teams to prioritize grubs early, and that could mean a lot more, grubs inherently create early game chaos.
Yep.
And if you can thrive in that, that is a great way to throw off a really standard and I guess formulaic team. Mm-hmm. If Chantilly is really comfortable in their own strategies, getting off early, getting a strong head start is certainly the ideal way to go.
And if you're Chantilly, I assume that they are going to prioritize grubs just because they have this Fiora and split push heavy character. So I'm really curious to see how these early fights happen. Surely Chantilly has practiced them and has it laid out methodically, or they pull the support up or whatever, because Bijung, as his name is for top lane, he heavily likes these Nasus, this Fiora, this Gwen, things like that really want to impact the map while he's away from the team. So grubs, 6 minutes in, that's going to be the first big fight. I imagine Dragon won't have much impact until we see the draft.
Yeah, and okay, so a couple more just facts coming into today. We do know that Mbessa is legal for this tournament. She was released before playoffs, so she is allowed to be played today. That is something we could see. You and I have differing opinions on Mbessa, and that'll be interesting if we see that come out today or not. And then the other question mark, I guess I'll refer to him as, is Victor. Mm-hmm. Victor did just receive a slight update.
Yeah, VGU.
Yeah, visual update, as well as a slight tweak to his ultimate. We don't know if that's enough to warrant a competitive ban, because fundamentally he is still the same champion he was before, just with some serious number boosts to go with the release of an incredible show that they just pumped out. Just by the way, shout out Arcane. But point is, Mbessa is legal, and we're not 100% sure on Victor, but we assume he is legal as well. So these are champions that could be pretty volatile, right? Being relatively new, you don't know how much experience either of these squads would have against a champion like that. So again, just feeding this idea that maybe just throwing them off is enough to get something really going.
And going back to Victor, nothing has really fundamentally changed about the champ. He still has everything. The only difference is that all of his numbers got buffed. Across the entire thing, all of his numbers just went up or they went down for mana. That's about the only change besides his ultimate. Now his ultimate grows in size when he gets eliminations after it's fully upgraded, which is really cool to watch happen in game, but it's kind of a big game changer. If he gets two kills with his ultimate, it's the size of the lane. It just covers the entire lane, which is absurd. And it increases duration, so it resets the duration, it gives you 3 extra seconds, like everything. So in team fights, he's really strong. Obviously, how he scales now is different. He gets more stacks from cannon minions and less from kills. So he's more of a play safe early, focus on like don't mess up the cannon minion, you know, rather than go for the kills, roam a lot. So that's a big one. And then Warwick. You were telling me about Warwick before the stream. I didn't really know about this, but he got an buff where it went from 0.75 seconds to 2 seconds on his W. What does that do for him?
So yeah, on his W, he gets that attack speed buff when your target is under a certain health threshold, depending on, I think, the level of the ability. And in the past, it was, 0.75 seconds. It has now been bumped up to 2 seconds. And a couple of the mechanics around the ability have now changed, where, like, in the past, his first auto attack against somebody under that threshold was still his normal attack speed, and then everything after that was increased. Now they have changed that, which makes sense to me, and is something that Warwick players have been asking for a while now. But the fact that that buff is now 2 whole seconds after attacking something that is under that threshold, that gives you time to then attack something that is not under that threshold. So you have to think about Warwick top lane now. If you were to hit a minion that is low enough on health, you get a massive, and I mean massive, attack speed buff for 2 seconds that in a lane state could give you 3 or 4 auto attacks before your opponent really realizes what's going on. So Warwick's numbers right now are overwhelming. His win rate is through the roof. His bans have skyrocketed in the last 24 hours. Warwick is very volatile right now, and I don't know if that's something we'll see. It's not something that we have seen from any of these players leading up to now, but I mean, let's be real. It's not like Warwick's very difficult. like if
fundamentally you just hit.
Right, yeah. You just attack a low health minion and then go click on your opponent and they're going to lose half their health.
Right.
So it might warrant a ban. I mean, I'm not sure. It's going to be up to the teams to decide what is warranted and what is not, but that's certainly something to keep an eye on top of Mbessa and Victor.
Yeah, and again, to remind you, we keep talking about this patch. This patch came out 2 days ago. So teams have not had much time to play Warwick. They have not had much time to play the new Victor, even though it's not that much different. But right now, Warwick is sitting at a 38% ban rate in Diamond Plus, which is absolutely absurd. Additionally, he's sitting at a 22% presence. I've been told that League is having matchmaking issues, classic League client, so we're just going to be here talking still. But yeah, so Warwick, not League, is very, very high in presence right now.
Right, yeah, it's going to be weird. It's hard to speculate on, right? Anything could happen, and we really won't know until we get into it. But like you said, it does sound like League is having some matchmaking issues. Client might be struggling to keep up with the amount of action going on here because the amount of excitement in this building, right, can't keep up. So it does sound like we are going to take a quick break here while we try to resolve whatever's going on, try to find a solution. So don't go anywhere. Be sure to tune into any of our other streams as well if you want to see some other action. We will be right back on our main stream as soon as we can get back to you. All right. We appreciate you bearing with us through our technical issues. It does sound like League, as a client, was having some issues. They sent out a message on the client saying that they were having matchmaking issues.
Always happens.
But we, as far as we know, are in draft, which means that we should be good, theoretically, for the rest of at least this series. But don't let me jinx it. I don't have a piece of wood to knock on nearby. But on your screen, right below us here, the draft for Game 1 has started. So Chantilly, the 1 seed, taking on Lafayette, the 5 seed. We are underway officially with one ban in the books. It will be Yon out first.
Yeah, that makes total sense. That is actually for Chantilly, I believe, which is kind of odd considering that Calvin is their Yon player, but maybe they don't want to feel pressured to first pick it and then maybe get put into a bad counter pick. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, Yon, obviously a very, very good champion, just has a lot of initiative, can be played in 3 different roles, kind of bot lane, but mostly top and mid. And he just has a lot of like go potential. He can use the ult, he can use the Q3, just a lot of flexibility there. Yeah,
we've got a couple Yon players.
For both teams,
I think,
right.
Across both these teams.
Yeah, it looks like Yasuo, Aurelia, Yon is all played for Lafayette. We have Yon, and Yon played in both lanes for Chantilly, so maybe just don't want to deal with flex picks, don't want to deal with anything like that.
Yeah, so we will let you know when we get more bans in. I hope that this isn't a matchmaking issue that is taking us a minute to get the bans in, but
I mean, if we're Lafayette, let's do Gavin's predictions of what the bans will be, right?
Okay,
sure. We don't see them. I'm assuming that we're gonna see a Pyke ban for B1 for Lafayette. In their previous game, they banned a bunch of hook champs. They banned Blitzcrank, Thresh, and Pyke. So clearly, their bot lane does not have a preference against hook champs, which is kind of a problem when you're playing against Curb, who has a high preference for them. So maybe a Pyke. Oh, it looks like our bans have been updated. I believe that looks like Vigar.
Vigar and Caitlyn
which
is the response.
Very, very odd. I guess Vigar is kind of good for locking down the lane, and maybe Lafayette doesn't want to deal with that potential. And then obviously for Chantilly, we see an Aurelia ban as well and a Yasuo ban. So I'm starting to think that we have the sides mixed up on the overlay. At least that's what I'm assuming, just because all 3 of those champs are the trifecta of champs that I wrote down for Calvin. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe they're just like, okay, let's just ban it all. Apparently it is correct, so I'm going to go off that.
All right, yeah, we are receiving word that this is gospel.
This is gospel, yeah.
Fair enough. Chantilly opting to take out 3 of their most pivotal champions, but maybe showing off some of that depth that we know that these players have. Lilia, Caitlyn, Vigar are the response from Lafayette. So, with first pick going to Chantilly, I don't know if you...
So, they banned Caitlyn, and if you are thinking about the ranges in bot lane, the next... Okay, I have been told that slides are swapped, so this totally makes way more sense now. Okay, so yes, Lafayette banned the 3 big champs from Calvin. That leaves up his Sylas as the only champ left. If Lafayette wants to take first pick and take the Sylas, which is a little scary because then you can draft 5 champs that don't really have impactful ults, but you could take away the Sylas. Picks are coming out, and we have Mbessa.
Okay.
All right.
So... Mbessa is something. She is something to behold. She's extremely mobile. She's pretty strong. She's got some build variations, depending on where she's needed. You know, if you go for the Eclipse Black Cleaver, or if you just go straight into the Cyclosword and just rip through people. There's a lot, and Mbessa can also go a couple different places. I mean, specifically top and mid usually. You're not really going to see her go anywhere else, but there are some options there. We're getting picks in fast here, so I can't focus too long on any one champion. Draven and Sylas are the response for Chantilly, and so, okay, yeah, the Sylas is in, and Lux and Vex double AP for Lafayette to respond.
Vex makes total sense with Mbessa. Mbessa, her whole kit is like going in with the ult and singling out one person, and you can follow that up with a Vex ult and really burst down someone. I am shocked Chantilly did not take the Pike here. They played Draven Pike a lot in the regular season and in playoffs, but maybe they're just more comfortable getting the Lee Sin for the jungler and then like leaving it up. They still have 3 hook champs left. They have Blitzcrank, Thresh, and Pike. So maybe there's whatever one that Lafayette leaves up.
Yeah,
and picks are coming in real quick now.
Yeah, Pike is such a volatile champion too. Like he fits such a niche role on a team. Because beyond that hook, he's very strange with the execute, with the money. Like there are legitimate arguments that I've seen over the last like 2 years that Pike is like the worst champion in the game.
Right.
I don't know that I agree with that. Yeah, exactly. He is until he isn't. So something to keep an eye out for. We don't see it banned, so it is still on the table if Chantilly wants it to go with the Draven. Gwen and Nami, the 2 bans coming out in Phase 2 for Lafayette. Jinx and Hecarim will be the 2 bans on Chantilly's side, and the decision is in. The Pike does not seem to be coming out in favor of a Karma to match with this Draven.
So Karma makes sense because Lux really wants to push the lane in as a support. She's very common. Oh, okay, hold on.
Okay.
Everything's going to get paused now because we have a Warwick in the game. So everything we just talked about, Warwick appears to be going top lane here. Or jungle, excuse me, because Mbessa is going top lane. And that just changes everything. Again, this champ has a 58% win rate in the jungle right now. A really good meta read from Lafayette if they can actually perform on it. Again, like we said, Warwick ain't that hard to play, though.
Right,
so, like,
on
paper. On paper, he shouldn't struggle too much, but that is a huge meta-shifting pick.
Yeah, and the counter pick, the final pick for Chantilly will be the patented Fiora. So I would think a decently solid pick against or into Warwick. I don't know top lane matchups super well, but I would think with a
it's Mbessa top lane.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay.
It's
yeah,
Warwick
that throws
jungle
things
against
off.
Lee Sin.
Right. Okay. So the Fiora is the final pick to match the Mbessa. That works out. Mbessa with only 1 CC move in her ultimate.
Right.
So not much riposte value, but with that, we have our draft in. We have organized them into neat little orders here. So starting from the middle and working your way out will be top to the support in order. How do you feel?
So, okay. Everything with this is kind of a hype because we got Mbessa and Warwick, which are 2 champs that we were like very...
And on the same team.
Yeah, they were very good. Like, very good picks from Lafayette. We have Ezreal Lux versus Draven Karma bot lane. These 2 play the exact same way. Both sides really want level 1 and 2 prio. I assume that neither team, or that we're going to see a 10-man play bot lane, or maybe 8 people bot lane, just to get control of that second push. Because whatever team gets the push is going to have way better time compared to the other side. So with that, I think we're done here, and we're going to throw it to the casters.
Yeah, we do have Xander and Kevin standing out in the thick of it, out in the arena, right with the players. They are preparing to take us into game here. So we'll go ahead and throw it to them. We are all done here. Guys, take it away.
Awesome, awesome. Well, thank you so much for that, Chris. Welcome to VHSL, the League of Legends quarterfinal. My name is Kevin Clayton, and I am joined by Xander Alexander Merle-Smith. How you doing?
Oh, I'm amazing. Look at this. We're here in the Shenandoah University Esports Arena. The players are here. Everybody came in so early this morning. Cups of coffee in hand, ready to warm up and get ready for the day. And what a state championships it's going to be today. We've got 2 great teams ahead of us, Chantilly and Lafayette. And I'm so excited to see what these teams have to offer.
Oh, yeah. I mean, getting into this already, we saw a little bit of the draft highlights just with the analyst desk back there, and Gavin breaking down how that bot lane is going to go, where both players are going to want that level 1, level 2 advantage. I mean, that's going to be critical to watch because we're talking about snowball-y kind of champions. I feel like a good Ezreal can run away with any game, but you want to talk Draven? Draven's scary no matter where he is, so that's going to be super exciting on its own. But also, Warwick's in the game. That character's popping off all over the place and is sitting at some of the highest win rates that champion has ever seen before.
Yeah.
And Mbessa's in this game as well. Like, we're talking the hard hitters of this season all showing up for this match. I'm super excited.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these two teams, obviously you're going to have the Luxinez trying to poke down the enemies here. Lafayette going to go for a little bit of that poke down before they engage with the Mbessa and the Warwick. I mean, looking at these two teams, it feels like obviously Chantilly is an absolute juggernaut, undefeated throughout the regular season, 7-0 in their series, is 14-0 throughout the entire season, never dropped a single game. And against obviously Lafayette earlier in the season, no exception. And this is one of those teams that you have to play out of your mind. You've got to utilize your draft to its fullest potential. Navigate something like Warwick on that high win rate with this recent changes, that's going to be huge for Lafayette to try and get any sort of advantage they can.
Oh yeah. You've got such a great tool in your arsenal with this character who's able to not only offer that suppression in his ultimate, but is also just very strong in the side lanes. And Chantilly, a lot of their drafts are based around doing this sort of 1-3-1 style comp. Their top laners and their mid laners pick characters like Garen and Gwen and sort of interchange them. Like, you can send those wherever you want to be on their own and win like 90% of the 1v1 matchups. But when it comes to Warwick, I'd argue there's frankly no better 1v1er.
Oh, yeah.
So going into this, that's something you got to keep in mind. Suddenly this strategy may need to change. Maybe you do send them in for that team fight. There's so much that could go into it.
Yeah, and I think what a win condition for Lafayette here is going to be surviving that early laning phase. Creating the pressure with that Warwick through the jungle, potentially getting some ganks, some successful ganks off. I mean, a lot of his kill pressure comes from that level 6, so it's going to be a little bit towards the later end of that laning phase. But I think if they're able to get a good start and off on the right foot here, then they have a chance against this strong squad. But we're going to be hopping into game here pretty soon, and we're going to see exactly which team is going to be coming out on top. This is going to be a great one for here.
I'm super excited because I got the chance to talk with Lafayette's coach just a little bit before hopping into the draft and getting the lobby set up and stuff like that. And Lafayette's journey up till this point is kind of a heartwarmer. They had a very real chance of being knocked out due to scheduling conflicts, but thanks to South Lakes, they were able to get that sorted out and were able to play out their match, get into this. And so I was super excited for all of that. But we got to talk about the game here for a moment because we are getting into things now. As we do see, Lee is at 200% or 200 health.
Yeah, we already had an early engagement there. That was something we just barely missed here on screen. Not expecting the invade, but coming out early. No damage. Some damage done. No lasting damage done in the form of any early first bloods.
Yeah, I'm noticing something else here that I wasn't super ready for. This Mbessa is in the jungle. The Warwick is going to be solo laning in the top side up against the Fiora.
Oh.
Which means that we're going to have a very nice 1v1 sort of balance out that super strong solo lane Fiora. But Mbessa jungle against Lee Sin feels like it could be very dangerous depending on this Lee Sin's game plan of invading Mbessa's jungle, stuff like that. I don't know who wins that 1v1, so I'm hoping we get to see that in a little bit.
Yeah, you have to wonder if that was a late call once the Fiora came out. They said, all right, do we want to challenge the Fiora or do we want to try and win out on lane? And it looks like they want to challenge that top laner and see if they can't do a little bit of damage in the jungle with that Mbessa roaming.
Yeah, so as we see a little bit of the bot side here, notice how Lafayette immediately gets their level 2, forcing the Draven Flash, but Warwick is also having to fight back against Fiora in the top side. Both sides fighting on very low health. Fiora flashes in for the Q on the Vital, and that is first blood into the hands of Chantilly with that super strong Fiora player.
And you see a little bit of that sustain from the Warwick. Oftentimes, your best bet is facing your enemy and fighting with that Warwick. The sustain you get, the health bar you can recoup just based on auto-attacking in that Q, that's when you're going to be at your strongest. So a little bit of that early pressure. We see a fight going off here in the mid lane, and Vex able to get out. Both players severely damaged. We'll see if they hang around a little bit longer. It looks like they will. So we might be seeing early kills come here in the middle lane as well.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see now as we get a little bit more of these skirmishes. I love lanes where it's just back and forth fighting throughout the entire lane. I get you want your CS and stuff like that, but there is sort of this skill matchup where you're able to force your opponent to try and go up against you. But look at the Mbessa gank up on top side. We do see Warwick able to get the Q. Is it going to be enough? It is! Niflheim on Mbessa in the jungle is proving my skepticism wrong and gets a early KO.
Huge return gank there from Mbessa. They did have to expend the flash though, so that's something to watch out for later ganks. You got another scuffle here in the river, and it looks like Mbessa is just going to have to walk out here. A little bit of support from Warwick, and Silas coming up too. So if Vex is going to rotate, it might be a little bit too late, and all folks from Lafayette will return to their lanes.
Okay, when we talk about League of Legends at this sort of level, one thing you want to keep an eye on is the CS of this matchup. That's where a lot of gold tends to either be getting your advantage or losing out. And the bot lanes on both sides are doing a really good job of staying even with each other, but so is the top lane in the other way. Because they've been skirmishing so much, the gold for both of them is already starting to go down. And so I'm worried that if you want these strong solo laners, you may need to stop your boxing. You need to stop that fighting and really focus on that money, focus on that wave management going into the rest of this lane.
Now, something I'm probably going to want to see from this Lafayette bottom lane is when they return, look at their mana bars. They need a tier or some mana crystals or something, because this is a bot lane that heavily relies on their abilities to create opportunities for themselves, and they've not been missing any opportunities to use some of that, use some of their spells here. So finally returning, we'll see what they come back with, and look at that, tears on both of them. I love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here, because now you have the ability to really poke out the Draven and the Karma, but also Karma, yes, has all those great shields. Draven has his Vamp Scepter, which may be able to help that sustain when you're dealing with so much poke. I'll be curious to see if the momentum favors more into Lafayette's favor for sort of getting that momentum going. But for now, a good push down bot side means that we see the Dragon started for Chantilly and should be falling into their hands shortly.
Yeah, Chemtech Dragon going over to Chantilly. No surprises there. They're able to secure that. Nobody of Lafayette in the region. Bot lane happy to farm out a little bit. And CS pretty close across the board. Top lane, the battle of 22 apiece. The bot laners, we've got 44 and 47. Everything is super even. The only really disparity here is the 50 on Silas and 22 for Vex.
Oh man, team fight breaks out, and we do see Mbessa in the thick of it is going to get hit by multiple abilities, but the Vex burst is going to be enough to back them away as we cut to a fight on the bot side, and Ezreal is chunked down to half health. And I mean, Draven damage is going to be high in all states of this game, but look at the return value. A good Ezreal E with the enhanced damage on the W is putting in so much value. I am loving what I'm seeing.
Yeah, and that's really just comes down to once you're done damaging Ezreal, if you're not able to secure the kill, the return damage as you're retreating can be so immense. And we saw Draven, looks like he won that battle for the most part. Then he starts walking away. He's got only one lane to go through there through that tri-bush. And all of a sudden, he's at less health than Ezreal.
Yeah, we do see on the minimap a bit of a sight of Mbessa looking at that Fiora, and Warwick is now level 6. Someone may get ulted. There it is. We do see the initial hit, but there are 3 people on the side of Chantilly in the river, with Vex following up on the split, and Silas immediately getting that pick, trying to get a little bit of damage going and get Vex back into the mid lane and seeing if a fight breaks out elsewhere as the bot lane skirmish starts and gets a little bit more damage going. Mbessa damage is going crazy. Fiora may have to back out of this fight, which means it turns into a 3v2.
Oh, and the flash over the wall. Warwick able to secure the Fiora. Can Warwick now get out? Both players from Lafayette trying to support Warwick will go down, but then the damage coming out here. Mbessa almost dead, and almost Silas as well. Oh my!
Oh, it was so close to working out into Lafayette's favor. We saw just how valuable it was to get that Fiora out early, but the Lee Sin doing a really good job of landing that Q, getting that early reset, getting a little bit of health back, and getting a triple kill. Now with a 1,100 gold lead on the Lee Sin, one of the biggest playmaker champions in all of League of Legends. You gotta be worried going in on this, as we also start to see that now Fiora is trying to hold that lane up towards her tower, and Warwick struggling in this 1v1 right now means that it's going to be awkward getting this little bit of a fight back, as we see the riposte on the Fear just offers so much value.
Yeah, trying to protect that weak spot on the left side, and this is quite the scrap we have. Fiora going to be able to press that advantage. A nice binding from Lux prevents Draven coming in a little bit closer. Both those axes spinning means big damage there in the bottom lane, and no kills going either way.
I love that the, oh my goodness!
The stun! The ult underneath the tower was perfectly timed!
An amazing call out from the Sir Mole, getting that Fiora under tower in just the right spot. That Fiora is playing so aggressive, and understandably so, really showing their knowledge on the champion, but you gotta be careful when you're dealing with Warwick. As we see a bit of a fight break out bot lane, we do see the Lux eating a Lee Sin Q means that she will go down quickly, and Ezreal is going to have to walk away here with a little bit of damage, but will still be able to farm up this wave when it inevitably crashes.
All right, so let's take stock of where we're at real quick before any more engagements are bound to happen, and it looks like a dive might be going bot, but the Q misses from Lee Sin, and so Ezreal, the Dragon Kick coming out, trying to feed the bottom lane, and they aren't able to get him.
And the shield goes up. We do see Lee Sin eat another tower shot. 700 gold shutdown on the Ezreal, and he is now another powerful force in this game.
That is huge. That gold went to the exact right person for this game to start taking control with this bottom lane. They were already dealing tons of damage to Karma and Draven, and now it's only going to be more impactful. I was about to say this Lee Sin was starting to become a huge issue, and is going to continue being a huge issue, being 5-1 and roaming around the map and taking huge opportunities in these ganks. But boy, what great shutdown gold to the Lafayette ADC.
Yeah, and that will definitely start to even things out, but it's worth acknowledging that Draven and Lee Sin are the first champions to complete their items, and if a fight breaks out now, it still means it's going to be falling into Chantilly's favor for the time being. I do think once Ezreal gets his Trinity online, it could bring a lot of value, as we do see Fiora go for an early riposte, but is able to dash out. I'm a little worried about how this could play out, because now these 1v1s are starting to stack back and forth, but the Lee Sin is now here topside, as we see an early use of the Warwick ulti. He's able to 1v1. Look how fast he's auto-attacking for that entire duration.
1v2!
He's going. Oh my goodness! He's able to get the 1v2 and is able to capitalize, which means that Lafayette not only is starting to even out the gold difference, but gets a dragon to boot. It is all falling back into Lafayette's hands as Lux is going for the bind, and Mbessa goes for the ulti and gets another shutdown, gets a knockout onto the Karma. It's all falling into place for Lafayette to bring this game back into their hands.
Hello, mid-game. Warwick is online now. Just 1v2 to the two strongest people on the team of Chantilly. Unbelievable, and they're able to get another kill here in the bottom lane. This is this gold differential is starting to look probably, basically almost even now at this point, moving into this mid-game here. Still have some plates on the tower. Draven doing a really good job holding off this this bot lane from Lafayette.
Wow, I mean, we are seeing just how valuable all of this is, taking your time, getting your little bit of damage, and the CS, as Draven, while out of mana, is choking this Ezreal. The shield barely saving this Ezreal, preventing any sort of potential KO. He will have to back, will lose out on the wave, as we do see Lee Sin is also bot side.
That binding was so well timed. If that doesn't land, there's a good opportunity for that Lee Sin binding or Q to come in. And there's just another easy tower dive for this 3-man down in the bot lane.
Oh man, frankly, if you're gonna go down, at the very least, you do get the one save for that Ezreal, who now has his Trinity Force online. I'm also liking what I'm seeing from Lafayette, getting the anti-heal early on to counteract that Bloodthirster. If you're gonna be playing that poke lane, you don't want them restoring that back. You want to make sure that that's getting as much value as possible. I'm wondering if we should see some anti-heal from Chantilly on the top side as well to deal with this Warwick. There's an argument for both sides of that. Frankly, anti-heal is such a weird stat in this game. It feels like it doesn't always get all the value you want. So I'm curious to see if we will see that later on, but for now, it just means that these 1v1s and 2v2s down on the bot side are going to be a little bit more either poke-based for the bot side or really all out in the top side, as we do see Mbessa going all in, but she misses the ultimate and can't get the follow-up because of it.
You know what's crazy to me, and as we see a scuffle here in the top lane, both people are going to just back off as Lee Sin's also rotating top, but it's almost like Sylas is the AP version of Warwick in the sustain that he has in fights, and Warwick almost able to get the flash out from Fiora, and the speed up, the parry, and there it is. Warwick going to take another kill, and look out. Lee Sin's in a little bit of trouble here because Warwick, with that sustain, is going to be huge. And now a huge Mbessa has stolen ultimate, going to pop Warwick up, and the kill is secured. And now a bit of a weird positioning for this bottom lane in the gank. Mbessa in Niflheim is a little bit low, but they're eyeing this Karma, and look out, the Karma solo kill could happen out, but the shield comes out.
Oh, very well played by the Mbessa, using that W to bait out the ability for her to just gain that shield. And I loved what I saw from that Karma. She really did a good job of making sure that if you're going to tower dive, I'm going to get as much value as I can. Health is a resource, and Mbessa is going to have to back off of the jungle on the bot side, which means that now Chantilly's jungler is going to be able to secure the Rift Herald on the top side. And we'll get crazy value for this mid game, as yes, the gold is starting to even out, but Rift Herald can get you so much, and Lee Sin seems to be eyeing Mbessa's jungle for now. 6-2 currently on the Lee Sin, and building Eclipse. I have a feeling that this Lee Sin may be able to burst just about anyone on the middle and bottom side of the map for Lafayette. You gotta be wary of that sort of play style going into this match.
And we do have a cloth armor here on the Warwick. Oh, just barely dodging the Luxalt. Here's my own, says Taco Cat Tico. And that's going to be the Sylas going down there in mid lane. Calvin running into a little bit of trouble, but look out. Help comes from Chantilly here from the bot lane. The Draven ult goes a little bit wide, but lots of damage coming out from the Karma, but return damage from Mbessa, and that's going to be a huge takedown. The burst on a Karma like that is not very easy to do, but I think the surprise coming through before the shields could go up, and that is going to be a nice, not even return kill, that's just going to be an extra little snack on the tail end of that great gank.
I'm loving what I'm seeing from Lafayette so far. It plays into what the coach was saying earlier on. This team seems to synergize really well. They seem to play around each other, understanding where to throw their shields and stuff like that to really get the most value. But for the side of Chantilly, when you're on the top for so long, you think you can 1v1 anyone, as we may see here. This Sylas is a force to be reckoned with on its own, barely taking any damage throughout all of that, and is able to walk away with a kill. But I will say, you gotta keep a level head during this. The gold is still in Lafayette's favor. You gotta make sure if you're going for anything crazy, it's not going to cost you too much, because it's so dangerous to be going for plays like that. This time around, it does work. The Sylas doing a great job of fighting that Vex, but please do keep in mind how it can sway from one side to the other. And just a moment, I am so... I just want the best for both teams.
And that's just the support that we're trying to give here at the high school level, right? These are still developing players, and They're here at the state championships performing their hearts out to try and come out on top, just making it through round one, trying to get to the grand finals of the state championships. And this is really a spectacular game one that we're getting to witness with Lafayette. Their draft outright is performing incredibly well and keeping them with this juggernaut that is Chantilly here in the #1 seed. And this Warwick 5-4 down or up here in the top lane.
Yeah, I'm also loving what I'm seeing from this Ezreal. His Muramana is almost fully stacked. That's a lot of value we could be seeing as Lee Sin goes down quickly to this Ezreal, and the Sylas is forced to dash out after burning the TP, which means that now we have a 4v3 in the mid lane. Mid lane tower for the side of Chantilly is already gone, so I'm curious if they will take the reset or if they're going to try to push for the pressure.
Well, if you've got the Ezreal, why not try and poke down and keep that pressure up? You've got the wave clear easily with some of these champions, and Lux obviously going to be able to help take out and clear the way for some of these great Ezreal Qs. But it looks like they're going to opt for some other things, taking a little bit of this topside jungle and try and just take away a little bit of what's going to continue to grow that Lee Sin.
Yeah, we do see the Fiora riposte able to get a good stun off on the top side, as the rotate top side means that this Fiora, who burned TP to get back into lane, is going to be feeling a lot of pressure. The riposte is gone, which means that a couple good hits will get a lot of value, but Lux is isolated from the team. Lee Sin opts not to push that advantage, taking in mind what we were saying earlier, not going for anything too crazy, not trying to push that advantage too much, but it may have worked against them this time around. Same deal with the Sylas. Understanding where to back off. Vex was at 200 health. He could have made the aggressive call out, but this time around opts for backing away, trying to get as much value as he can.
And we're just barely... Yeah, it looks like Sylas is going to be able to back out. I don't think... Yeah, Warwick does not have that ultimate just yet. So it's going to be a nice walk in the park here, back up the bottom lane. I think this is a smart rotation, leaving Ezreal to get all the farm and put a little pressure there in the top lane, taking the solo tower. Lux announcing themselves there in the mid lane. And I also like that as Lux was very far out of the engagement, moving into that gank top lane for the Fiora. And was like, hey, we're on our way. Here's a laser. And it works out just fine. Information not a big factor there as 4 members were streaming up.
We do see the Rift Herald on the bot side of the map sitting with Fiora. Probably your best bet. Fiora takes towers so incredibly quickly, and if you got your little Scuttlebug with you to really make sure you get as much value as you can, I mean, that's a lot of value, but you gotta be careful. 3 people in the bot side means that Fiora is going to be caught out just a little too far up, gets the KO, and Warwick on the other side is going to get a little bit of pressure of his own. Sylas using the Warwick ulti. Warwick doing it back, but immediately gets chunked by that Lee Sin. I'm telling you, Eclipse in the Sundered Sky, that's a lot of damage.
I mean, Warwick and Sylas, I feel like, could just hammer on each other all day. They're just sustaining the damage they're dishing back out. And man, what a 2 Titans going to be. It's really all about that burst and how much you're able to get through before they're able to get their health bars back up. But something I want to note is this Lux has been throwing out some of the best bindings I've seen. Really securing some of these ganks, some of these kills, or even staving off a little bit of the pressure of other ganks. Been absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, and we do get a bit of a look on the gold here. The Lee Sin sitting pretty compared to Mbessa, but also that Ezreal money is beautiful.
Wow. First one to hit over 10K on a solo character, 5-1. And everybody else kind of around that middle area. Karma the most starved here. Lux about 1,000 gold lead on the other support.
Oh boy. We do see the Lee Sin dash in, the Lux barely able to survive, but the binding misses. Mbessa going in with the ultimate does get a good amount of damage, but is exhausted as 4 people from the side of Chantilly are looking to collapse onto the Lafayette team. Gets the Lee Sin Q, but opts once again to play it safe. Not going for anything too crazy, walking back to the dragon and trying to secure that objective.
Something that I was quite surprised by is when I watched those 2 members from Lafayette going into 4 members in the river of Chantilly, the fact that they were able to walk out with their lives.
Yeah, dangerous stuff here, but we do see Mbessa going for the dragon, is able to secure it for Lafayette, but goes down in the process. Ezreal also caught in an awkward spot, having to burn flash. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it out as Silith uses his W to secure that kill and even things out. You do lose out on the dragon, but you do secure a lot of gold in your pocket, and that means that Chantilly now has the gold advantage back in their hands.
Yeah, Lafayette able to get to Soul Point here, but now, because of those kills, Chantilly with the gold lead overall, even if a narrow margin, that sort of return kill opportunity, you can't let that get in your heads. And wow, the gold immediately going to use on the Silas, just blowing up Vex here. Extra Sensi wondering what in the heck just happened there in the bot lane.
If I'm the side of Lafayette, I'm getting a little worried. Not only have we seen this Lee Sin get a ton of value off of what his build has been going for, just a lot of damage, but the Draven now has his Infinity Edge built, which is going to spike his damage a ton, and that Silas, with that magic item, is able to critically strike low health opponents with magic. On a ability that already scales on missing health. That is gross.
Yeah.
That is like, Vex was at least 700 health or so when that W connected and got chunked. That is wild.
Yeah, that's a scary Silas right now, and that's kind of one of the characters, one of the players on this Chantilly team that you're trying to shut down early to prevent this sort of thing from happening. And a great opportunity, a good binding, but Warwick missing the ultimate. Now a 2v2 scuffle. Support coming in from Lafayette, and Warwick able to sustain a little bit, but it's not quite enough. And I believe that Draven ultimate would have helped out in securing the Warwick. And now Lafayette potentially looking to go back in, and that's exactly what's happening. Are they able to secure it? Does the red buff tick? It does! Down onto Lee Sin. And that's going to be a nice opportunity for pressure. But look out, there's a teleport coming here in the bush behind them. And look out, it is Silas.
Oh, the Lux is going to opt and get out. The ultimate comes through. Vex going in, able to TP, and all of Chantilly is sitting at very low health. Means that now we may see Lafayette get a little bit of tower damage. Will they stay for this tower? It looks like they are opting to back away. Understandable. Karma is back up. Lee Sin will be back up shortly, and I don't know if I want to give that sweep. Oh, I might be wrong. Teleport burn topside means that Warwick is back in the skirmish of things as the Baron is started. We have a 5-person Baron for Lafayette. Chantilly having to make their way back towards it. Will Lafayette be able to secure it before the vision is there? Sure enough, they do. And Baron secured for Lafayette.
Oh, they got to watch out, though. The rest of Chantilly is streaming in. They're going to be able to stop these backs. And Silas able to get damage down onto Extra Sensi. And there it is. Flying members of Chantilly coming in to destroy this Lafayette squad. The efforts of Baron quickly dwindling on the squad of Lafayette, and then the trickle here from the Warwick going down. What a disaster for Lafayette!
Oh no, that is the worst possible outcome for this. You had the biggest gold maker in this game. Oh, Draven's caught an awkward spot. He didn't realize the tower was still there, and it's almost his entire health bar. Going back to the point I was talking about, I want to acknowledge Baron is such a valuable resource, and it goes to all 5 teammates. When you die, you lose that buff, which means that now the only person on Lafayette with that objective is the Lux, and she is caught in a 1v1 with the Lee Sin, who is immediately chunked, and the Baron is gone.
The Baron is effectively gone on Lafayette. You do get gold from it, but also Chantilly gets gold from killing you. So this is a complete wash here for Lafayette. A brilliant play to make that call, but the Brazen backs there in the river lead to absolute disaster for Chantilly to regain what they lost in positioning off of that Baron play and now have the gold lead.
I want to speak again about Lafayette's ability to play around each other. They've done such a great job of when someone is in trouble responding. but there comes a point in time where you need to just let that person go down. I understand the Vex was caught in an awkward spot. We saw Mbessa sort of dash around or sit close to the Vex, wanting to help out, but 4 people on the enemy team and you just have secured a super big objective. You gotta be careful.
And look at this, because of the pressure lost here, not having any Baron, there's a lot of members of Chantilly streaming in here to try and get some of these kills. And lots of damage down, nobody going down just yet. Mbessa getting super low, trapped underneath the tower. Again, the Lux binding's absolutely critical. Fiora here from the left side, going to dive under the tower and not secure it. Unbelievable survivability here from Lafayette. And I was just about to comment the fact that they lost so much Baron pressure, they might lose positioning on this Dragon Soul, but all of a sudden, all they lose for that is a tower, and they return 2 kills as a result, and now they've got pressure on positioning for this to try and take down Dragon.
Yeah, you got to be careful here. It does look like Chantilly was hoping to make their way towards this dragon and potentially get that start up. While it would have been a 3v3, ordinarily 2 champions for the side of Lafayette would need to back. Warwick's sustain is a beautiful thing, which means that he is able to get back there, making it a 4v3, and Chantilly has nothing with it. And Mbessa is able to walk in with the team and secure the Ocean Soul. A very big advantage for Lafayette. The Vex does so much damage and gets crazy value. The Lux ulti, the Vex ulti, it all just bursted down that Karma, and now we have a 4v3 in the mid lane. Fiora walking in a little bit behind, but we may see an all-out skirmish. And Mbessa using the ulti gets the knock up onto the Lee Sin, means that they will not get any crazy value off of that high damage build, instead being bursted with that build.
Kevin, talk us through a little bit about what the Ocean Soul means for Lafayette.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Dragon Soul across the board, your win rate skyrockets no matter which soul it is, but this one in particular is so incredibly valuable because whenever you deal or take damage, if you are in combat for a little bit of time, you will start regenning a ton of health on top of the buffs it already gives. 1 Mountain Drake is increasing your resistances, and 3 Oceans means that your ability to sustain has increased even more. And so we see Mbessa dashing in, using that sustain, saying, yeah, you may be playing Draven, but do you have enough damage? You do, are able to knock me down, as Ezreal is going to go for a little bit more damage, but shutdown for shutdown, and Ezreal is taken full advantage of. And the gold, again, Alexander, falling back into Chantilly's hands. It's going back and forth.
Wow. Now Warwick feeling a little bit safer knowing that there was just 4 members of Chantilly in the top lane. Vex going to help clear this lane out a little bit, but Karma coming down to support the Fiora, going to make that a very tanky top laner to kill with all the shields and heals coming out from the support. No pressure from either side here. And finally, Kevin, I think we get a moment to breathe as this game crests 31 minutes, 25 kills to 25 kills.
Oh my goodness, I need that moment to breathe, Alex.
It's been absolute slaughter back and forth.
Xander, there's so much that has been going on. It's crazy to think about. Because on the one hand, you have all of this money funneling in to your carries. Draven, the longer this game goes, is going to be able to practically 2-shot this Lux. This Ezreal opting for a tankier build, doing a good job of understanding that if Lee Sin is going to be going for a high damage build, Sylas and Draven are trying to get me to lose my health fast, I'm willing to sacrifice a bit of my damage to really make sure I'm surviving these fights. He also has that Bloodthirster. He's going to be sustaining, but he needs that peel. So going into this, I will be curious. Fiora has been playing in the side lanes as we expected, a very strong side laner, but Baron is up. Can either side walk away with their potential setup? I mean, the Ezreal already chunking, and he's frontline, and he is standing in front of his teammates, not a care in the world because he's so tanky.
Man, and this scuffle down the bot lane, Fiora trying to keep that pressure up and does have teleport up, so if able to get back and teleport into this Baron scuffle, could be a good opportunity. But the longer these engagements go on, the better Lafayette is in a position to be because of that dragon soul that they have. They're able to sustain, their health bars are regenerating constantly. And we've got here, not quite underneath the tower, a teleport here coming.
Oh, dangerous spot. The teleport is online, and Silas is going to use the Zonias, get a little bit of survivability, does flash out, but Warwick following suit is going to start sustaining, and the Lee Sin going for a little bit of damage, but nothing too crazy. Fiora able to teleport in, but doesn't go for
just
anything
runs
more.
away.
Starts trying to walk away from this Warwick, but Warwick says, you cannot run from me. This is my job as a champion. I'm here to run you down. And that means Lafayette secures 3 kills, going immediately for the Baron.
All right, so I think Lafayette's going to be able to hang on to this Baron. It looks like a positive opportunity for them. It looks like the Draven ult was trying to come through and take that away. A very safe option for trying to steal it, but not going to go through. Lafayette gets the Baron, gets 3 kills, and now pushing down mid lane.
Yeah, and I do think if there's any duo of champion that could potentially even things out, stall out this game even longer, Karma and Draven are the champions to do it. You just got to make sure you're keeping this Draven alive. And Bessa ulti is down, Vex ulti is up. If anything is engaged, I'm expecting it to be on the Vex. Oh, Silas is also up. We are seeing respawns from Chantilly, which means we may not see anything too crazy. Lux taking the reset and Bessa taking the reset, but that means that Ezreal's left in an awkward spot. It's able to dodge the Vex ulti from the Silas and is able to walk away. 1 inhibitor is down. Now the Elder Dragon is up in 25 seconds, and that means we may see Lafayette start making their way towards the bot side, and Chantilly feeling the pressure in the mid lane.
This is my favorite part of League of Legends matches, when there's so many huge objectives up and there's so many critical decisions to make at any given moment on a macro level. Who do you send to clear those super minions out of the mid lane? How much vision do you try and get here in the Elder Dragon pit to risking your health and lives to try and secure a little bit of information? And once again, talking about that Ocean Soul, this is going to be huge for the longer these can go.
Yeah, we do see Warwick in the mid lane starting to get a bit of that Baron push, trying to force out Chantilly from this objective. We did see Silas burn that ulti, but now they're turning the fight. Vex caught in an awkward spot, and Bessa trying to go in for the counter engage, does get good value, knocking out both Silas and Lee Sin.
Oh my god!
Warwick is taking the base, gets 1 tower, which means Fiora is now back on the other side of things. Does go for the riposte, but nothing more, as we do see Chantilly going in, but Warwick steals, gets a lot of health back, is trying to sustain for as long as possible as his team sits on the Elder Dragon. Warwick may go down, but he goes down a hero as the Elder Dragon is secured.
What insane value for Lafayette there. What a decision. And that's what I'm talking about, the split-second big macro decision, sending Warwick down to try and get a little bit of this dance here in the river out of the way, forcing Chantilly to make a decision and retreat. And then as they think that Lafayette's overextending, they think they might be able to get a kill. No, they dive in. 2 of their members die. Warwick gets value, yes, loses their life, but takes a Nexus turret in the process. So huge, huge value for Lafayette, Baron, and Elder Dragon to boot.
It's so much value, Xander. It's so much. And on top of that, we are still in this situation where the Nexus towers this season still do not regenerate. Next season, we are getting that. Right now, that means that if you take this one, the base is open. You got so many champions on the side of Lafayette who can really just open up the base and take that Nexus down so incredibly quickly. So, as we see a bit of pressure on the top side, trying to get at least 1 more inhib. Oh. Silas is forced to burn the Zonias and walk away at half health.
Honestly, great use of it, though, because if that doesn't go, the perfect timing could be elimination there, as pressure here from Lafayette here in the top lane, and they've got a super minion wave coming in the middle. It's not a huge stretch. It's not like it's coming in from the bottom lane, so they are going to be able to bounce this one back out as a team as Lafayette rotates into the middle lane to try and create a little bit of pressure here. They are looking to finish this match out. Anytime the Chantilly isn't challenging them, they're able to get huge damage onto the Nexus tower, and the Nexus is open.
Yeah, and the Elder Dragon buff is still online, at least for a couple more seconds. We do see the Lux ultimate practically chunk that Draven. As they're forced to walk back, they gotta engage on something. Chantilly opts for it, but immediately the counter engage from Mbessa gets good value. Fiora in the fight as Draven is caught out by the Warwick. We do see Lee Sin out of energy, getting exhausted, immediately gets bursted, has to go back into the base, and the Nexus falls. Xander, the 5 seed Lafayette, walks away with the win.
Chantilly, the 14-0 during the regular season team, has just taken their first loss on the season here in the state championship land. What a performance from Lafayette!
It was beautiful, Xander. There were so many moments where you thought that it was all falling into Chantilly's hands. They had such a great start to this game, but Lafayette doing a really good job of understanding where they needed to get these sort of counter ganks and try and take back these advantages. You can play aggressive, you can play like you own the world, but if your opponent starts picking up on these habits and can punish them, then it is going to backfire. You can't get complacent, especially here at these VHSL state finals.
Wow. I mean, what a job. And I think if we're talking, we're kind of looking a little bit to the future, and obviously we'll throw it to our analyst desk here in a little bit to kind of digest this. But you think that they're going to maybe ban that Warwick going into the second game? As that was pretty impactful there in the top lane. The sustain was pretty crazy. They even did their best to try and ban out Calvin in that mid lane. And the fallback was Silas, who was just blowing people up left and right.
Yeah, I feel like Fiora is that kind of champion who truly can run away with a game in that side lane, but they didn't have the opportunity to let Fiora do exactly that because either Warwick was there and was able to keep up momentum the later that game went on, or vice versa, would be in that team fight and create pressure from just jumping in. If they tried to engage onto Lafayette, they would get Mbessa ulted and stuck in place. It's so much, there's so much that could go into it, and I have a feeling that the analyst desk is going to want to cover a bit of it as well, so I am curious to see what they have to say. Feel free to take it away. Chris, Gavin, how you feeling?
I don't even know how we're feeling. Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah.
Great job out there. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, we have chaos on our hands. Chantilly, the team that has not dropped a game up to this point through our entire regular season and a couple rounds of playoffs, getting them here as the 1 seed, has dropped their first. Lafayette pulling out all stops, pulling out all the tricks, everything that we thought might be necessary to come out on top, they employed, and sure enough, find themselves 1-0 up to start against Chantilly.
Right, like absolutely crazy. I mean, we mentioned how much impact the Warwick would have, and like the Warwick was absolutely went berserk. And honestly, we have replays up, I believe, so we can throw it to that. But this Warwick had so much impact in so many different ways. And Chris, take us through it.
Yeah, I mean, we can relive the story of this game, and a lot of it will involve this Warwick in some way. These picks that we mentioned before the game, it might take just a little bit of chaos, a little bit of uncomfortable to get Chantilly off their game, and sure enough, the Warwick top into the Fiora, who even we in draft did not see coming. We thought it was going to be the Mbessa top. Gavin next to me thought that maybe it was going to be Mbessa jungle, but we didn't even really get to talk about it because we didn't think that was realistic. So we get into game. We have Warwick at 4-3 into the Fiora that we know has caused problems all season long for every team that Chantilly has had to match up against. And I mean, just wreaking havoc, right? We know that Warwick is such a strong champion right now, and Xander said it might warrant a ban going forward. We'll get more into that in a bit, but again, I mean, reliving all of these moments, the dives going both directions, Chantilly messing up a couple of their dives, right? Slight miscues here and there that we're not used to seeing from the undefeated 1 seed, and it did come back to bite them more than a couple times.
Yeah, I mean, it was a chaotic game. There was a bunch of lead changes in this game, a bunch of really close fights, especially this one with the invested Dragon Steel. Absolutely crazy, and that really set them up because then they get that Dragon Soul on Drag 5, and everything from then on was kind of Lafayette's like domain, you know?
Yeah, and we do want to point out a trend that we noticed in all of these replays. You may notice a lack of a certain thing on Chantilly's tab menu, and it's heel cut. Gavin and I are sitting back here watching the whole game wondering when it's going to come and who's going to build it, but we see fight after fight, healing, overwhelming. The Warwick with a completed Spirit Visage, and the Ezreal with a Bloodthirster as his 4th item. So much healing, going both directions, to be fair. But Warwick with a Thornmail, and Lux, you see, has the Oblivion Orb in this replay here. Like, the heal cut was only one-sided, and with an Ocean Soul to boot, the amount of healing became so overwhelming for Chantilly to keep up with.
Yeah, and tell me about Mbessa, because right there, Mbessa didn't look to do too much, but I know you have different opinions.
Well, yeah, so we do see that Mbessa went for the Cyclosword build here, which is a lot better into the squishier champions, right? We see that Chantilly didn't really have a big tank that you would build a Black Cleaver into. So it's tough, right? I mean, I feel like I'm used to seeing Mbessa deal a lot of damage. I believe she did just get nerfed in this most recent patch, but as far as I know, I mean, she can still hang. We did see Mbessa starting a lot of these fights with her ultimate, finding pivotal picks in big moments, and I mean, like, we'll keep an eye here, right, all the way in the back of the fight, and boom, all of a sudden you are the front line. This champion's very volatile.
Right, yeah, the champion has so much initiative too, and again, with the Vex and the Mbessa going in together, they absolutely blew up the Sylas, which was kind of doing a lot of damage. Sylas was, as Xander said on the desk, Sylas was very scary with the Shadow Flame into that immediate burst, but just too much burst from Lafayette to really contest.
Yeah, we saw that triple kill earlier in these replays and earlier in the game when Sylas was able to get the Vex ultimate and find like 3 or 4 players on Lafayette. I mean, Calvin did a great job of keeping Chantilly in the game for as long as they did, but unfortunately just not enough. The front a little too overwhelming from Lafayette, and they get the payoff. So, exciting start here for our Virginia High School League championships here at our esports arena here in Winchester, Virginia. We'll reintroduce ourselves. I'm Chris Clayton, joined by Gavin Eldridge. We are back between games right now as we just witnessed quite possibly the biggest upset so far in this season in League of Legends.
Yeah, and just to reiterate what happened that game, I want to shout out Calvin. Even though Chantilly lost, Calvin was moving on the Sylas. Like, he had the 1v3 triple kill with the Vex ults, like using them on repeat. That was really, really clean. And he had a lot of jungle presence in his lane. He couldn't really impact the map as much. If I'm Chantilly, I would put our support and our jungle around there, make sure you get vision around them just to help him out, because he was playing really, really well. Just wasn't able to have the movement to do it, frankly.
Yeah, he looked great, and we do need to shout out the Lafayette coaching staff and players, whoever put that draft together, because we back here made a lot of predictions, right? Some of them were right, some of them weren't. But the big theme to all of them was it's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot to take Chantilly down. And what does that look like? Well, the biggest thing I think we were pushing for was the unexpected. And to say that Lafayette went for the unexpected would be an understatement, right? We see the Mbessa first pick. Warwick picked late, and then for them to not go where we were traditionally expecting them to go, Lafayette came out swinging, caught Chantilly off guard. I really think caught them in matchups they weren't expecting, and more than reaped the benefit.
Yeah, I don't think Chantilly would have willingly picked Fiora into the Warwick. I feel like with Jung, he has a Nasus in his capability, so I feel like he would have picked that into the work if he expected it. But again, with how jungle is now, with the jungle pets and like how much healing you get from the jungle, A, you don't need a leash, and B, basically any champion can jungle now. You don't have to have this uber fast clear speed. You don't have to have innate healing. Nothing like it used to be in the past. Now you can just put anyone in there and they can kind of survive. And the best of, like, I was really worried about the jungle clear, like the first wave, or like the first 6 camps. But she was doing really well. She kept up pace with Lee Sin. She was able to gank early. She got the first kill top lane, which kind of snowballed the Warwick. Everything about it really worked out just from that the B5 flex, which was absolutely insane.
Yeah, and I do wonder, I don't know if we would be able to find it easily, but something I've noticed about Mbessa is that there are a lot of people that max her E instead of her Q first, for generally wave clear, being in a lane, not in the jungle. But I wouldn't be surprised if, being a jungler, maybe you do max the E to help with your jungle clear. I don't know the numbers. I don't know if that makes your clear faster or not, but that could be an interesting choice. And if that is what the Lafayette jungler did, good on them for coming in prepared and knowing what it would take to be able to hang with the Lee Sin from Chantilly. Just great stuff all around, and we should be preparing to get into Game 2, and we'll take you through that draft whenever it starts. But on that note, preparing for Game 2, what needs to change? Do you ban this Warwick?
Right, so there's a lot of options here. I don't remember initially the bans, but I'm sure there's like high priority bans. But I feel like Warwick, you have to ban it out, or you first pick it on B1. That is the other option if Chantilly opts to take blue side. Granted, they don't get the R5 counter pick top, which they heavily prioritize, or even the mid lane counter pick. You can first pick Warwick, trade it away for some other high priority pick, maybe the Ezreal, maybe something along those lines, maybe Lilia jungle, anything like that, and you can kind of keep that going. But if your team doesn't play Warwick, if they haven't practiced the Warwick top or the Warwick jungle, then there's really no reason to do it. So I think you have to ban both champs or take one of them away and ban the other on blue side. I don't see a world where Chantilly goes red side again unless does not go blue side, excuse me. And then for Lafayette, you now have to find, okay, it worked once. What is your next bit? What's your next big show? You're basically a magician now doing all these acts. Like, what are you going to pull out of your sleeve now? What's your next ace? Is it the Victor? Do you have some niche bot lane? Maybe you go like Aurelia bot. I know that's played a lot with Thresh. Do you do something like that, or do you now go, okay, we have the advantage. Now we've kind of rattled them a bit mentally. Do we now just go traditional and just beat them straight up? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's hard for us to say back here because really only their coach, only their drafter can really know what they're comfortable with. But that's tough. And you raise a good point about Mbessa too. In that game, Mbessa didn't exactly like take control or anything.
Right.
Mbessa didn't exactly look overwhelming. It looked strong. They served their purpose for sure. But is that worth a ban? Not particularly, at least in my opinion. But again, maybe you take that away too. Maybe you send that down a solo lane. Maybe that is the answer to the Warwick. Who knows? I doubt that. But but I mean, who's to say? You've got a lot of options if you're Chantilly, and I think you're right. A lot of it starts with picking your side.
Yeah, I'm curious if they picked their side yet, because that changes everything about this draft. Is okay, what side did they take? A funny thing I was thinking about while that game was going on is teams, we're at a LAN. Like, teams can realistically, like, you can see other people's screens, like, before the game or during the game. We like to say no. But I'm curious if they saw the Lafayette jungle practicing Mbessa clears. If they even saw that, if they saw that he was practicing Warwick clears. I'm wondering if there was some, like, mental gameplay there where it's like, all right, I'm practicing my Warwick jungle clear, and then boom, it goes top lane. Or maybe the top lane is practicing Mbessa, and then boom, it goes jungle. I'm really curious because, like, lanes are a lot of fun because of that. When I competed in lanes, it was always like, oh, I'm going to practice this champ even though I'm not going to play it at all. Like, I have no plans to, but maybe now they think, oh, it's going to be me.
Do I need to be ready for this?
Right, yeah, I used to practice Orange support because my top laner would play Orange, but, like, I would never play it. But, man, the other team, it could have happened anytime.
That's interesting. I mean, I don't know. I guess we did talk a lot about the mental games of picking unexpected characters, but the mental game of practicing unexpected characters is something I didn't expect us to go down, but it's real. I mean, that's true. We are all in the same room right now as the competitors. We're all under the same roof. You get to line up against the people that you're playing against. That person you just laned against, that person that you just solo killed like 4 times, and be like, hey, let's go do it again.
Yeah.
Who am I going to pick this time? Who knows? Because now you have to think, now Chantilly not only has dropped their first game of the season, but is now facing elimination for the first time in their season. This is not a situation that they are familiar with, and certainly not something that I expect them to be comfortable in. So maybe that does affect the way they play. Maybe that does affect the decisions they make in draft. Who's to say? But we might see some desperation moves come out of Chantilly that we weren't expecting to see this early.
Right. And I don't want to jinx it or anything, but neither of these teams have seen a Game 3. In all of their regular season and playoffs, they've all been 2-0s or 0-2s for Lafayette as well. Like, they have lost series, obviously. But nobody's seen a Game 3. So if you're going on that trajectory, on that line, Chantilly, like, sorry, you're already, like, you're in the water already. Like, you can't get out now. Yeah. So they have to somehow find a way to get to that Game 3, get to the, get through this game, obviously, once the draft starts. Additionally, some other champs that have been changed a lot lately is Swain. Swain and Smolder are two big ones, and I'm curious if Lafayette's going to play them. Obviously, Swain has been out for, or After's Rework has been out for 2 patches now, but Smolder's only been out for 1. What are your thoughts on Smolder? Do you think he's good now? Like, is this worth playing? Like, or is it scary to like play a late game scaler like this?
Okay, so you do raise a good point, and it does look like we are into a draft now, so we'll keep this brief. But that game was super bloody and went pretty long. So the late game hyperscalers like Smolder, like, I don't know, like a Kale, are all of a sudden a lot more realistic than they might have been earlier in the season, right? If this is how this series is going to go, very bloody, very contested, we got Drag Soul, we had, I think, at least one Elder taken, and a couple Baron fights. Like, that was a long game, and if that's the trajectory we're headed down, Smolder is a real possibility, so we'll keep an eye out for it, but we are underway. We're a little behind the draft on your screen. So, Warwick, banned. Great call from Chantilly. That was too much to contain. Yon and Aurelia being the response from Lafayette with a Nunu to cap it off. Lilia and Vex coming away from the Lafayette once again. So 2 bans from game number 1 as Ambessa once again is the first pick. And also worth mentioning that Chantilly is back on red side.
Yes, Chantilly is back on red side. So something that's big that I don't think is not as obvious is that Nunu got banned. And what Nunu ban does is that it says that, okay, we might play a slower clear jungler that cannot keep up with a Nunu. We won't play Elisa and something like that. So then when you first pick Ambessa, the only thought I have in my mind is that is going jungle. So then Chantilly, I'm sure, thinks the same thing, so they pick Zac. And equally, like, I'm going to gank a lot, like, I'm going to live in your lanes. So now I'm wondering if we swap off of the Ambessa, and here comes the Pike, which is electric. Pike is a way that you can snowball this game out of control. If you're going to sit mid and really harass this Yasuo, not let him farm, not let him step up to the wave, if you're there just exerting pressure for your mid laner, keep Calvin down, like, this is the best way to do it.
Yeah, and this is an interesting route, too, because the Pike was what we were expecting last game from Chantilly.
Right.
So not only is that an aggressive pick from Lafayette, it's a steal for Lafayette to keep it off of Chantilly's roster, as we haven't seen either of the bot laners, at least we assume, so far. Fiora rounding out phase number 1, that patented top lane pick will be coming back. Not against a Warwick this time. I mean, that's what's important, but we assume it's still blind if Ambessa is going back into the jungle.
Right. Picking Fiora on R3 is kind of scary because, again, you don't know their top laner. Like, now you've picked your presumably mid laner. I mean, Yasuo could go AD carry, but I wouldn't imagine that's the case if it's against a Pike. And then you pick your top laner as well. What is your last pick? Is it going to be bot lane? When maybe you're scared of a Veigar AD carry potentially, so you're like, okay, we have to wait for Veigar to see what lane he goes into. But surely the Veigar stays mid against the Yasuo. Like, that seems pretty fair. Like, I guess maybe you have better champs into the Yasuo, but overall, I think the draft is pretty standard right now besides the Ambessa, so I don't know why you picked Fiora so early.
Yeah, maybe they do value it so much that they were afraid of it getting banned. They didn't want to send it to phase 2 bans and risk that being taken off the board. Kaisa will be the answer for Chantilly.
Yeah, take it away from the Pike. Kaisa Pike is very strong. We see 4 AD carry bans, so now we're getting into it. Now we might see, we could see a Kog'Maw, Draven is up if they opt to take it. Instead, they're going to opt for the Xayah, which is great into Zac.
Yeah.
Like, we have the Zac Yasuo combo, which we haven't even mentioned yet, but that is a guaranteed Yasuo ult every time. Now we can just Xayah ult it, and the Xayah is completely fine.
Yeah, and we still don't really have a tank, like a true and proper tank out of Lafayette, which is interesting because, like, a lot of the value on top of just catching a 80 carry or just getting a pick, whatever, a lot of the value from the Yasuo ultimate is that armor penetration that he gets for presumably the rest of the fight, right? It's, if you can start with that, that's a massive, but it's like 50% armor penetration for the presumably rest of that team fight that then would ensue. So we do see Malphite come out as the last pick from Lafayette, so that armor penetration will find its value. I was not expecting to see a tank that beefy, but sure enough, Lafayette says, whatever, we'll take the Malphite, we'll take the knockups, and send that, again, presumably top, assuming Mbessa finds her way into the jungle.
Yeah, so right now, we're seeing the drafts kind of round out. Again, it was the Mbessa jungle. It seemed, at least to me, it seemed a little more telegraphed because of the Nunu ban, but I still like it a lot. Obviously, Chantilly did not really have a solution to it. I'm hoping this game they invade maybe more, maybe try and fight around her like early on, especially when you pick a Yasuo mid that has a lot of agency on the Viger. Obviously, Viger is going to be fine in that lane, but he cannot push out the lane nearly as fast as Yasuo. So we're going to see a lot of plays around the mid lane or around Calvin for Chantilly, which is exactly what like needs to happen. Like, Calvin was playing amazing last game, so now you get him in these fights early, you get him some couple of eliminations, get him a lot of gold, like, it should work out pretty well.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning too, if we think invading is the answer, there was a skirmish at the start of game number 1. Nothing came of it, or no kills came out of it, so it was easy to forget, and especially with the amount of kills we ended that game with, it kind of got drowned out by the rest of the action. But there was action. There was level 1 action in game number 1. So clearly these teams are not afraid to go in and duke it out level 1 and try to get that advantage to start, whether it be vision or damage, whatever. But if we think that's the answer, clearly neither of these teams are going to shy away from that.
Right. Now, one thing to look out for before I believe we're about to send it to the casters. One thing to look out for is bot lane. We have 2 hook champs in the supports. Both of them are going to look to impact mid lane, look to impact top lane, maybe even start some fights bot lane early on. Obviously, you can't kill Kai'Sa or Xayah with, like, once they hit level 6 with their ults. But those 2 players, the supports for each team, is going to be kind of the catalyst for how this game starts off.
Yeah, and I want to point out, too, you have to keep in mind that there's not much that a Thresh can play off of his carries in this game, right?
More so Flame for the Yasuo.
Exactly. Yeah, it's going to be a lot more aggressive as we prepare to get into game. That will be something to keep an eye out for, but we won't have to speculate any longer. Our guys are back out in the arena, ready to take it away. So Xander and Kevin, show us some exciting stuff.
Yes, exciting stuff will be coming up. For those of you who may be just joining, welcome to the VHSL quarterfinal for semifinal for League of Legends. My name is Kevin Clayton, and I'm joined by Xander. Xander, how you doing right now?
Doing amazing. I mean, we just watched game number 1 with Lafayette taking the win. All roads, all statistics pointed to Chantilly being the team to beat here, and Lafayette stood up to the challenge and took down Chantilly in game number 1, serving them their first loss in a 14-win streak throughout the regular season. So incredible stuff from them, and I believe it all stemmed from the early draft. They had a great draft, picking champions that fit their game plan well. Something interesting that I want to talk about with the Warwick, I think a lot of the value that came from that Warwick was the willingness from that player to just always be ready to fight, always be willing to go in. And served them well in the early game. There were certain instances in the mid game where I was like, I don't know if that was like when they ran in after their entire team had died after the first Baron that they got. But then the willingness to go in and start attacking the Nexus when there was a little bit of a scuffle for that Elder Dragon really turned out to turn the tide and crack open the base. So you know what? If you've got somebody that's willing to just stick to their game plan, and not sway from it very much. As long as they're making the right decisions, more or less, it turned out really, really well for Lafayette. And of course, not the only player on Lafayette that turned it up here in game number 1. Looking forward to game number 2 with this draft. What do you think?
I am super curious once again because we had that Warwick player who was such a big playmaker throughout all of this is now on a tank. That's not a bad thing. It's a playmaking tank. You're playing
it's
a
a go-in tank, much like Warwick was. So perfect.
Yeah, exactly. Like you have a behemoth who, while not going to be 1v1ing necessarily as well as last time, is here to cause problems. He's here to disrupt whatever fight happens. And for the sake of Chantilly, you got to be a little worried because you have a very combo-based team fight. You got Zach, you got Thresh, who are going to set up for a Yasuo, and Kaisa can be as far away as she wants to be in another lane, farming it up, only to ult in for this team fight and get a lot of value off of it. It's going to be worrying, but I do think Lafayette, the last time around, did a really good job of playing around where the opposing jungler was. They were doing a really good job of the counter engages and getting a lot of value off of bad situations, getting that back into their hands. So going into this, you got to be aware of that, but also it's a lot more. The longer the game goes, the more people will be able to help their teammates out for the side of Chantilly. So it may come down to, okay, that guy got picked. Not my problem. We're going to go take the tower on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and speaking of picks, I mean, there's huge pick potential on the side of Lafayette, right? We've got both Pike and Vigar who can set up opportunities. Obviously, Malphite being able to just dive right in. But just so many opportunities to either pull in or stun or pop up. And deal a ton of damage. And as you said, the longer the game goes on, talking about the Vigar, that phenomenal evil could become an issue.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you have one really solid tank on the side of Chantilly. You have the Zac, and MR on Zac tends to work well. You get a Spirit Visage, suddenly you're healing your entire health bar. It's great. But when it comes to Vigar, you get that one Void Staff, and you are that infinitely scaling behemoth that just keeps on going one after another, and will become that scary factor. The last game went long, and while part of that was thanks to that Warwick providing so much value, I do think we've kind of been shying away from another character that did a really good job. Mbessa got first blood that last game.
Yeah.
And had multiple opportunities where she may not have been the playmaker. She may not have been the one engaging the fight, but the counter engage where she, like Lee Sin, would dash in trying to hit someone only to get suppressed by Mbessa in the middle of 4 teammates. That player did phenomenal. And so I'm hoping to see a bit more of that going into this game. Keep an eye on that player because I don't think they were... I do think they may have been slightly underestimated and may have earned a ban this time around. We will have to see.
Yeah, huge plays coming out. And we're going to jump into game number 2, folks. We are ready to hop in, and we're here early enough just in case there are any engagements here in the Middle River. Both teams cuddled up tight in their respective bushes on either side of the river. So there could be something going on around this Dragon Pit, potential engages, but maybe here just for the safety potential and preventing any invades, as you see red in Chantilly, blue in Lafayette, and no invades to speak of. They're all going to wander back, and a pretty standard start here is we've got blue side in Lafayette starting over at the red buff, and vice versa, Chantilly at their blue.
It does look like that the jungler for Chantilly has been swapped out for another player. The other account was in another language. This time around we have player 456, which means that we may see a bit of a different game plan.
Interesting.
I agree, because you got the, like, Lee Sin is such a playmaker champion, and Zac can be too. But tank versus, like, hard damage engage. it'll be a different play style. I'm curious now. Lafayette will need to be very aware of that. They did a good job of dealing with the laning. Now you have to deal with a blob jumping over walls.
And they weren't short of damage last game, but I do like this a little bit safer play on the Zac. And now you've got Yasuo pairing up with that Fiora. That's a lot of attack damage on the side of Chantilly. You're going to be able to favor armor a little bit more on Lafayette. But with that Zac, there's a lot less play-making needed to be made, a lot less micro-mechanics. And if they've got a stronger tank player in player 4-5-6, then swap them out, even though that Lee Sin was incredibly impactful.
Oh, absolutely.
5-0 at one point.
Yeah, a crazy factor. While we're going through this laning, playing it a little slower this time than the last go-around, this Fiora still finding the aggressive callouts, trying to go for these vitals. I love the Fiora pick when Malphite is your option for it. You're talking about a tank who is probably not going to be able to 1v1 you into the later factors of this game, but when you're dealing with this true damage that Fiora has, it may be on Mbessa to be the one answering in the side lane and force the 4v4 with the rest of the team. And between a Zac, Yasuo, Kai'Sa, Thresh versus Malphite, Veigar, Xayah, Pyke, I don't know, there's something about the side of Lafayette that may just be enough of a denial of dive with the Veigar cage and Malphite potentially using the ult appeal. I mean, there's a ton that you can do, so keep an eye on that.
Yeah, and I wasn't surprised to see Fiora pushing that wave into Malphite. Malphite, unless very disciplined, going to have a lot of trouble CSing under tower, but here's Mbessa gonna have to flash away, getting the dashes, and survives. That is huge, regardless of whether having to spend a lot of the sums to try and get out. Stays alive in that engagement, and now, just as game one gave us lots of action, game two not going to give us a moment to breathe here in early phases. Malphite out of mana and is gonna have to flash away, and so 2 flashes on the side of Lafayette already down.
We do see 2 ignites burned on the bottom
Oh
side
boy.
as well. Fiora going all in, trying to get a little bit more damage as Zac gets the follow. He missed the Q. Xander, does
the
he live?
riposte!
Oh,
The passive. Oh no, it was an execute!
oh, the Zac, the minions are going to take out the blocks.
The minions!
It was
Also an execute! What is happening? Chantilly getting away with so much there as both players on the top side go down, but none of that gold goes over to Malphite. Unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
That has to hurt. If you had just a little bit of mana, you can hit your E and then you get both of those KOs, but Malphite was out of all the resources. And so both of them got executed.
It's so sad.
It hurts. It hurts me, Alex. It hurts me, Xander. God, it hurts.
Oh,
as we
the
go
ultimate
into
from
game.
Yasuo already up paired with the Zac. And that's going to be an easy kill down on Mbessa. And Malphite in trouble again already. Not enough sustainable damage like he had on Warwick. And that's going to be another kill onto the Fiora. And this is turning into a bit of a snowball because not only did he get the kill, but that's denying all of that CS. And Malphite is forced to wander back to lane here.
Yeah.
No teleport up.
I mean, it's crazy to think about just how much value they're getting from these plays where just Fiora walked in the middle of the wave, was able to knock out this Malphite off of just that alone, but also the bot side, like one good hook from that Thresh and Pyke is chunked out as well. This is playing very differently from what we saw the last game, where, yes, Lafayette was able to hold on to the game, get it going along, and then get the value to sort of bring it back. But this time around, it feels like the game plan is slower than it was before, and because of that, they're not able to get that value back in this early game.
They don't look like they feel nearly as comfortable. And look at the distance potential from Zac. Crazy, able to jump over the wall so far and then follow up immediately with the Yasuo ulti. and that's going to be an easy elimination there in the mid lane. Now Malphite forced to run away once again, narrowly escaping Fiora pressure. So strong in the moment with that Tiamat.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much that is working against Lafayette this time around. We do see that the mid lane and jungle for Chantilly are opting for the grubs, which means that you trade value. Lafayette going for the dragon, trying to get that secured right now, but they did start it a little late. We don't see the rotations towards the dragon. Instead,
and he's level 5.
Top side may be going down.
Yeah, he's level 5, nothing doing there. There's potential if he was able to prevent that a little bit longer by being able to Unstoppable Force potentially hitting Zach, and they're not even going to be able to get the dragon here. Disaster once again for Lafayette as a neutral objective. Wait a second. Xayah steals it away. Well, steals it away from the steal that was Chantilly. So secures it.
Yeah, we're good. Take a breath because we can see Lafayette was able to secure one of the best opportunities that they can have to really bring this game back. Stalling out these dragons will be your best friend, as we see Vygar in the mid lane trying to do a bit of that himself, trying to stall out the Yasuo engage, get a little bit of poke damage, get those stacks online, and taking things slow. But this Zach has been such a menace in the mid lane. I am worried that you need to start playing even more careful about that, as Pyke goes for a very good hook and is forcing Thresh to flash out, and I mean, that's a lot of value.
Yeah, Taco Katiko perfectly sidestepping the death sentence and then returning the hook in favor and able to deal a ton of damage to that Thresh. Relieving a little bit of the pressure there in the bot lane, but then does take a turret hit. They've got to watch out because here comes Zach. And yeah, just gonna be able to walk away. Not much support there. The additional CC does not land from the Zach, and so Pyke able to just walk away from that one. I think there's potential that finally Malphite might start to be able to level out here with that Bramble Vest. But 0-3, 22 CS to 48, so huge deficit there. And this is certainly troublesome for Sir Mole.
Yeah, 2 level difference on top of it. I don't know. There's so much that could go into that matchup, but you want mana to be sure on this Malphite to really get that value of being able to poke out the Fiora. It looks like we are having a little bit of technical difficulties. We will get back into the game shortly. There it is, as we see a bit of a skirmish in the mid lane. Vygar having to back away, is going to back onto the tower, but like his teammates, is not fully aware that there's a blob in the jungle.
No chance. Even if that Vygar was full health, I would have said there's danger there, but only at about 200 to 300 health. The Unstoppable Force with return damage, but no extra tower hits. But Malphite able to flash in, get the Q off, and that's going to be a secured hit. The Fiora trying to taunt just a little bit with the thumbs up, but losing their life for it.
We've all been there. We think that we're okay, we're safe, and then you just you eat a lot of damage quickly from sources you weren't expecting. The riposte on the Q have been such a big factor throughout all of this lane, but it was gone this time around. And so you're not taking into account that now it's Malphite at level 7, level 8. He's going to start chunking you. So I agree with you, Xander. Going into the rest of this lane, it might start to even out, and now Malphite might want just a little bit more mana or more armor, just trying to really brute force the Fiora to go for the vitals.
You know, it's interesting. We actually saw that exact same play with Warwick on Fiora under the tower before, and now the ultimate comes out. Here comes Zach. Here comes trouble. Malphite, no Unstoppable Force to escape, no flash to escape, and no sustained damage and healing to be able to take on 2v1. And once again, Malphite going to fall. The gold resetting with that one elimination onto Fiora, so full value back to the side of Chantilly.
I mean, we have a 1 KO to 10 up on the top of the screen. We see Zach going for the grubs, which means that now Chantilly's going to have 6 scrubs online, and when you have that Fiora split push, who already does crazy tower damage, now with true damage, summoning the little minions to help, that's going to be crazy value. And again, I think your best bet to 1v1 a Fiora is your Mbessa, who was such a big factor in the fights last game. I don't know. This game just feels very awkward this time around.
Oh boy, Death Sentence coming out. A nice play, but not enough escapability. And now Xayah going to have to walk away from this. There's still low enough health bars on the side of Chantilly's bot lane that Xayah is interested in stepping up, but going to have to be very wary of that Thresh and additional crowd control. And I don't know. Oh, nice sidestep, but I don't know if there's enough to get out here. Oh, wow. All right. Just going to waltz away.
Yeah, Thresh out of mana means that Yasuo is not going to get any crazy ulti setup, which works out very nice for the Xayah. Malphite going immediately in for the ultimate, but I don't know if he has the damage. It's going to rely on Mbessa to really close things out.
Oh, no!
Oh, but the ulti misses. Fiora is going to regen health off the plant and has the Ravenous Hydra online. Her healing is going to be immense while Mbessa does good damage. The Vitals are going to do more, and Vigar caught out as well. The Mastery thrown out. I mean, this is a completely different game than what we saw from game one.
Wow. I mean, I loved the idea of the early engagement off of Malphite, throwing out that ultimate to try and just start it off, give time for Mbessa to get in there, but then not really able to follow up much damage from there, and tower top lane falling, dragon falling, everything is going in favor of Chantilly right now, and with those 3 eliminations, they're able to get quite a bit off of it.
I'm thinking we may need to see a Zac ban going into the next round, because not only has this champion been getting ganks off in every single lane, they've also have more CS than the Mbessa. They've been able to out-farm and keep up that momentum. That's crazy value. So you're losing money not only on that Mbessa, but also the top side Malphite is half of the CS of that Fiora. Fiora at a completed item, Malphite sitting at a Bramble and Boots and is still getting chunked by vital damage. It's so incredibly awkward to deal with at this point, but you gotta find your way to get back into it. What is it? It's going to be through the objectives. So while Chantilly may start looking for plays on one side of the map, you got to be ready to start trading, looking for the Rift Heralds, potentially getting some of the camps on the other side of the map. Yasuo stuck in the cage, does get a KO, but Mbessa at level 8 is just not going to be able to do that much damage.
Yeah, just not even caring that he was underneath the tower for the duration of his ult, stuck inside the cage. And the fight happening here underneath the mid lane tower. Zac tanking out, and the tower is going to fall with the additional pressure from the Void Grubblings. This is absolutely Chantilly's game to lose at this point. 16-1, a 9, nearly 10,000 gold lead, and they are looking for more.
Yeah, the elimination difference is crazy right now because we're seeing just how much value this snowball has. And I think we saw that a bit last game. Chantilly does a really good job of when they're ahead snowballing it, but when they were evening things out, they were going for plays that felt like they thought they were ahead, and then it ended up working against them. It ended up snowing back into Lafayette's favor. This time around, because they have such a late scaling comp, the pressure, again, Yasuo is able to get these solo eliminations in the mid lane on top of Fiora being able to solo. Now these 2v2s, Thresh landing a good hit, Kaisa using the ulti to get really good damage. I mean, it's going to be on your Xayah to get good value, but a teleport coming in bot lane. She's going all in, tries to get good damage. Will the Thresh go down? It will only do to the red buff.
Wow. And I just want to point something out here in the bottom lane. Obviously, you've got the CS, which is pretty close within the 280 carries, but what an impactful game this Thresh has had until just before now. 0-0-6, granting that Kaisa the 6 kills and plenty of room to CS and take that that creep score above the Xayah. So just doing an incredible job. Let's take a look at the gold. 7,200 to the 5,600. So a huge lead with those 6 kills. And then, wow, Yasuo and Fiora taking the lead here on the side of Chantilly. And now we've got a little bit of action trying to take down this Fiora in the bottom lane, but there isn't enough damage to make it happen. And now look at the vital points here going down, and the damage onto this Pyke is, Pyke, it's just too much.
Oh,
and finally, Fiora falling.
Yeah, it took a lot of effort to take out that Fiora, and now the other 2 menaces are in this fight. The Yasuo, level 13, with the Zac, is going to get a ton of value. On top of, the Zac has been building full armor. The Xayah's damage, the one who's probably still the biggest factor in this game, is going to be nullified by all of that armor. And as another fight breaks out, using the Rift Herald for the knockup means that Zac will take a good amount of damage, but again, look at the armor value. He walks away probably taking less than 50 health.
I think he healed through that engagement.
Yeah, crazy stuff. As we do see Pyke going for the hook, immediately hit with the wind wall as the disengage happens, and Dragon should be up in about 30 seconds, so we should see some resets.
Smart wind wall there. I mean, this is going to be a really tough hill to climb if you're Lafayette. And I kind of like how that whole thing started with Fiora, right? You're in the top lane. You're basically pushed down your entire first tower. You've got a lot of pressure. You've got great CS through this mid game. 5 kills. You just kind of want to test what you're worth across the map, right? So you go into a 1v3, 1v4 just to see if you can, right? You've got a huge lead. You're really powerful. Fiora almost got a kill in that engagement, but goes down. And it, as you said, I mean, Kevin, you mentioned it. It took a while. There's not a lot of damage on the side of Lafayette, or at least not enough to get through what Fiora is bringing to the table at this moment. Cage could come out, but the flash. Very smart flash. Oh, unstoppable force for the riposte.
Oh, the riposte value is so good, but the Fiora is now slowed.
Oh,
Doesn't have it.
Oh!
Okay, Vigar ulti is enough. Malphite does walk away on a sliver of health, but at the cost of a dragon. That is the play that you need to make. You are giving up that objective. You know Chantilly is strong this game. You have to give him that respect. That's fine. But where does that money lie? It lies on the other half of the map. No one else should be with that Fiora, so you are able to secure a little bit of gold for yourself and try to even out that difference. Problem is, it is a 10K gold difference right now.
And look what just finished on the Fiora. The Triforce coming out. Big power spike for that character. So this is going to be a big jump here for that. Already 5-4, but the last 2 engagements went down, even if it was a 2v1, nearly taking down Malphite. And we got another engagement here in the bot lane. The cage comes out, nobody quite trapped. Is Zac going to go down? Nope, basically healing to full health once again, picking up a couple blobs. Loads of members of Lafayette going down, the tower going down. Zac is full health again.
I thought Warwick healing was bad.
Doesn't even have Spirit Visage.
Like, that was wild. He hit 200, like at least 200 health, and managed to go back to about 1,000 off of just blobs alone. They get an inhib off of that. It was a beautiful engagement.
That's unbelievable. 2 towers and an inhib for their troubles. The base of Lafayette in shambles, and look what is coming up here, folks. Baron Nashor. You've just taken out the best possible inhibitor to get that Baron to close out this game. 23-4, catching out the Fiora, but look at that not going down. That's going to be decent damage, decent extra health, extra gold from that Pyke ultimate. But the shutdown does go down onto Pyke. I don't actually think there was shutdown on Fiora, actually, so no damage done.
And that's the big thing. You can get your picks on the other side of the map when going for Fiora, but now that value has decreased. You're not getting that shutdown value, so it's going to have a less of a return. Still what you want. You want that 300 gold. You want to stop that gold income, but it doesn't feel as good, especially when you're in a deficit like this. Chantilly doing an amazing job of, once they have this pressure, they're keeping it. They're snowballing it. getting so much value. Fiora is on the bottom half of the map and is going to isolate the Vigar and just keep that damage going, forcing the flash, getting good value. I mean, look at that. Shocked instantly. Thresh able to get the hook. The Baron goes into Chantilly's hands, and Malphite is going to go down. It's a slow burn, but a burn nonetheless. Oh, using the Malphite ulti, might be able to get away, but the Thresh Lantern, oh, it's on the wrong side of the wall. Thresh using the flash to get a little bit more value, trying to close out the Malphite as Fiora is in the enemy base at the moment. We do see Mbessa trying to close things out, but Fiora is a great tower taker, and Fiora also has crazy healing. Look at this value. One vital knocks out a quarter of Mbessa's health as well, and only Xayah remains for Lafayette, and when you're dealing between an 80 carry and Fiora, you would want to put money on that Fiora. So the Nexus opens up. 5 teammates for Chantilly are hitting the Nexus. This time around, a 22-minute game. Xander, a truly, practically like a shutout.
That was the team I expected to see in game 1.
Yeah.
Lafayette caught them sleeping in game number 1 and able to pull out the first win of the series. Chantilly arriving here in game number 2 and showing us exactly why they went 14-0 in the regular season. That was from front to back, basically one of the most dominant games that we've seen here and probably going to see here today. That was, what you said, a 25-minute game?
Yeah, 22.
22-minute game, so Baron just barely spawning, and they're able to close out this match. Boy, I cannot wait to see what our analyst has to say about this one.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many factors that could go into that, but it feels like they did just sort of wake up with, it was a wake-up call of, we're at a LAN, it's a different environment, and we need to be ready. We saw it through the Yasuo really getting into that flow state, really showing their stuff, getting fancy with it. They knew what they wanted, and they knew how to walk away with that win. So passing it over to the analysts, I'm curious what you guys think on what all could have happened in that matchup and what may need to happen differently going into the next game.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We will be sure to give our opinions because that was far from what we expected. What felt like a dream for Lafayette after game number 1 quickly turning into a nightmare as Chantilly finds their way back to form, right? A return to form for Chantilly, showing us, like Xander said, why they went undefeated in the regular season, why they did not even drop a game until about an hour ago. And sure enough, finding their way back into the series, tying it up, and taking literally all the momentum that they can take going into game number 3.
Yeah, Lafayette kind of woke up from the dream that was game 1. You know, like, it seemed like Chantilly, obviously they had like 2 roster changes between the 2 games. They swapped out their jungler, they moved Calvin to 80 carry, which we did not catch, and then they moved supports as well. So some different movements happened, which obviously kind of changed the flow of it, which I think was a good call from Chantilly. Like, you know, morale's kind of down, like you dropped your first game like of the entire season, and then it's like, all right, time to put some new people and get fresh blood, get re-motivated, re-energized, and it clearly worked. I mean, the Fiora went absolutely crazy that game. Obviously, she had 5 deaths, but also she was the one pulling everybody to her lane. Like, it was a party in the top lane the entire game. And, you know, if you're Fiora, you kind of take that as long as your team can do something on the other side of the map, which comes with the Yasuo, obviously.
Exactly, yeah. And when you're up that many kills, right, you know that your team will be able to find success in any circumstance as long as you are pulling eyeballs to a side lane. We do have replays once again. We can relive the story of game number 2, and it will be a lot of bloodshed, just like game 1, except the big difference is that this was way more one-sided.
Right, and something I want to point out this game was that there was a lot of dives happening from Chantilly. And granted, some of them didn't work, like, you know, Zach dying to minions because minions are OP or whatever. But, like, the idea of Chantilly really punishing this Mbessa jungle. She doesn't have much agency early on. So Zach has free reign to do all these dives, all these creative plays, things like that. And I think that was really, really, really well done from them. Obviously, we see that the Kai'Sa, Calvin's good on the Kai'Sa too, clearly. He can play mid laners, but man, can he play 80 carries as well.
Yeah, very mechanically talented player from what we're seeing on our screen, what we saw from game number 1 as well. And I mean, just the fact that it took 10 kills for Lafayette to find their first really is the only story that needs to be told about this game. This game got away from them quick, and they were just never able to find their way back in. And sure, we'll see a couple of these replays go their way, right? Finding the picks on this Fiora, like we said, taking all the attention. There are 4 blue health bars on your screen. That's what it took for Lafayette to even find kills on the map. And God forbid they go up against more than one Chantilly player, and it was falling apart quickly. Like you said, I think it was good to see Chantilly have an answer for the Mbessa that they couldn't really find in the first game. While we said, Mbessa didn't exactly take over in game number 1, it was enough to warrant being picked again, and now you have to question whether it will be picked again. It certainly felt like Chantilly was not worried about that pick in the slightest, and the Zach finding its value all around the map. Such a commanding presence from start to finish, and I don't know. I mean, clearly a lot needs to change now, but I mean that is a statement.
Yeah, they definitely set a precedent of, okay, that first game was kind of a fluke. Like, now we're here to play. We're locked in. Like, first game land, whatever, maybe slept bad, whatever it is. Now they're here and ready to play. But shout out to Thresh. Like, again, I put a big point on both of these supports in this game, and the Thresh really performed. I mean, he got the Kaisa 6 kills early on. He got the hooks, he got the early pressure mid. Everything kind of worked out for the Thresh, and that's great if they can do that game 2 or game 3. Now, looking at changes for Lafayette, looking for the changes for the jungle, I think instead of the Mbessa, you kind of steer towards maybe different champs that fit the same archetype. Maybe a Kayn. Like, Kayn is also the same avenue of, I'm going to get into the backline, I'm going to cause chaos, I'm going to do a bunch of damage, maybe I have some healing, or maybe even a Viego. Like, champs like that fit the same identity, but they have higher agency in early game jungle. They can clear their camps faster, they can get to lanes faster, they just have overall more mobility, and they have better dueling power. The Zac in that game had a bunch of 1v1 potential, which is not normal for a Zac. So maybe that's where you start to think about this champ. Yeah, it worked game 1, but maybe now, like, it's just a niche. Like, now you have to drop it.
Yeah, and it really might be time to sort of dig deep, into those champ pools, right? Looking at these teams, I'm not seeing many characters that really call out to me in terms of jungling of what can match that Mbessa presence. And you're right, Kayn would be a good example, but I don't see that anywhere on there here. That's not to say it couldn't happen, but it means we're gonna have to get uncomfortable, right? The strategy for game number 1 was to make Chantilly uncomfortable, but now they're back in their rhythm. And what's it gonna take to get out of that? We're gonna have to get uncomfortable if you're Lafayette, right? It's gonna take some serious strategy mix-ups, just like it did in game 1. Maybe it is a drastic champion change like that. I would expect that we won't see Warwick again.
Probably not.
I think Chantilly learned their lesson about letting that champion slide. So, I mean, we don't need to speculate any longer, right? We are officially in draft for game number 3 of our opening series here for League of Legends at VHSL Fall Esports Championships. I do want to point out that our other semifinal match is also going to a game 3. So a lot of excitement in the League of Legends bracket here in Winchester, and we will be sure to take you through it. And you can tune into our other streams like we showed you at the start of the show to stay up to date on any matchup you want to follow. With that out of the way, game 3 draft is on our hands, on our screens.
Banned.
Yasuo did get banned.
Yasuo, he had a great game on it, and now you take it away. Obviously, Warwick got banned as well from Chantilly. That was no question out. The thing is, Mbessa's up. But we're going to go Hecarim. Again, a same kind of archetype for that jungler of you have high agency, you have a lot of damage, you can get into the backline, everything kind of stays the same. Just a champ that's more comfortable in the jungle, which is great. Zac got picked again, obviously. Different matchup, though, because Zac into Hecarim. Hecarim has a lot more power over the jungle. He wins the 1v1s. He has higher gank pressure. He has everything about Hecarim is better than Zac, except Zac is tankier. Kaisa, again, for Calvin. He played great on it. No questions there. But Caitlyn Caitlyn into Kaisa. If you're going to bully this bot lane, Caitlyn's the champion to do it. She's gotten banned the last 2 games, and now it's left up. Malzahar, not much to talk about the champ other than if you have one person who's like really strong, you just kind of you press your ult on them. Not much you can do to that. So
They don't get to be strong anymore.
we have a Diana, which is kind of interesting for mid lane. Against a Malzahar, I'm not entirely sure how the matchup works, but Diana can roam a lot better than, you know, a Yasuo can. She has a lot more agency to perform plays by herself, so kind of interesting. We got support bans now. We got the Nautilus and the Lux. Lux did very well game 1 for a lot of for them, and then for the other side, Fiora got banned. What do you play now?
Yeah, that's the question, right? And that's what we saw Chantilly seemingly scared of in game number 2, right? We were kind of surprised to see them take Fiora R3, preventing it from even getting to phase 2 bans.
Right.
And so this time they opt a different direction, right? With Yasuo off the board, our priorities change, and Fiora, unfortunately, bites the dust in the collateral damage there. We are now well into our phase 2 picks. Thresh, Morgana, and Illaoi are the answers.
So Illaoi's a little scary here because we don't see the top laner, but you did ban out the Fiora, so the next best champ, I'm not even sure who would be. Maybe you have like an Ornn that does pretty well into it. Maybe if you play Vayne top, that could do really well into it. But the big thing is the bot lane yet again. Gwen is the answer to Illaoi, which makes sense. Kind of a skill-based matchup. Depending on if Illaoi can stay even. Late game, she has a better time dealing with it, but early game, it's going to be kind of hard. Bot lane, we have Caitlyn Morgana versus Kaisa Thresh. The dream for Caitlyn Morgana. This is everything you want out of it.
Yeah.
You have the Morgana spell shield for the Thresh. You have the range advantage on Morgana and Caitlyn in general. The only problem is you have a green monster glob in your lane probably with the Zac, which you're going to rely on the Hecarim a lot for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, we expect just as valuable as it was in game number 2, right? There's no reason to think that Zac cannot be just as omnipresent as he was just 20 minutes ago, 23 minutes ago, or whatever Kevin said.
Yep.
So, yeah, I do think that's going to be one heck of a catalyst in that bot lane, because you're right. That's if you're Lafayette, that's your win con. That's where you're going to be funneling all that money into. Illaoi is a beast unto herself, right? She can command a side lane and, I mean, truly demand a massive response. But ultimately, it's going to be hard to like take control of a game in that playstyle. You really need it on your Caitlyn, and if Zac's getting up in your business, it's going to be hard to keep up.
Yeah, this whole game is built around the Caitlyn for you have the Malzahar who just peels off the Diana. When Diana jumps in, you just immediately ult her. She has to pay the QSS tax of 1,300 gold. But Caitlyn has range advantage on every single member of Chantilly. Every single person. She can just free hit. There's no answer to it as long as she has the Morgana spell shit and she has the Malzahar ult. Just keep your eyes on Wild Rush, who is their best player by far in terms of ranks, if you look at it that way.
Yeah, and the mobility, the backline access from Chantilly is going to be overwhelming, undeniably. Yes. Zac, Gwen, Diana, Kaisa can all appear on top of your Caitlyn in half a second, right? It can be pretty darn intimidating, but can Lafayette keep up? I mean, we shall see. It's going to be tough. It will not be easy, but I do believe we are getting ready to throw it out to the boys. You're getting comfortable with them. They're out in the action once more. Guys, one more game on our hands to send us to grand finals. Take it away.
Game number 3 this time around, and with probably the biggest shakeup of team comp that we have seen so far. We saw very formulaic game 1, lots of very popular picks right now. Chantilly taking the opportunity to ban those champions in game 2 and walk away with the win. This time around, both sides knocking out very important bans means that the puzzle that was in front of them has been smashed into pieces. With all that being said, hi, if you're here and new, welcome to the stream. My name is Kevin Clayton, and I'm joined by Xander. And Xander, how are you feeling going into Game 3?
Oh, boy. I mean, there's so much to think about going into this game. We saw a absolutely deadlocked game number 1 with Lafayette barely eking out the victory. I mean, everything was kind of pointing that they were going to be winning that game based on how the early game was going. There was a couple blunders there at the mid game, taking neutral objectives, trading a little bit too much in return for those. But overall, they seemed in command of the game, seemingly. Game number 2, Chantilly just straight up wiped the floor. There was at no point did they feel like they were trailing that game whatsoever. They started off with first blood, and from there never looked back. Malphite going early 0-3. There was an opportunity for him to get 2 kills, but he was out of mana, couldn't E the ground and get any damage onto the Zac and Fiora. Goes down to the tower and the minions. No damage, both executions. So huge momentum going in favor of Chantilly there, where they got away with 1. And really interesting here looking at these new teams, right? Because we've got Lafayette, who has just thrown everything out the window, and they've gone for a brand new team comp, something that Chantilly hasn't seen yet today. Chantilly, except for the 2 bans that got banned out, Yasuo and Fiora, they've kept their exact same squad. So that bot lane is going to be very safe down low. Thresh was doing an incredible job landing death sentences and punishing that bot lane, especially the Pyke, who was getting into a lot of trouble, trying to secure a couple of hooks. And now we've got this mid lane. And remind me who's in the mid lane, sorry.
It was the Malzahar versus Diana.
That's right. And so the Diana is going to be really interesting. I think, as Gavin put it, a little bit more agency in the ability to roam. And with the ganks and that ultimate, being able to dash in and create plays along with the Zac, it's going to be huge.
Oh, absolutely. Going into that lane specifically, it's going to be on that Malzahar to very deliberately go put his little like space buff thing on the enemy minions and then walk away.
Yeah.
Because yes, you have that spell shield, and you can spell shield the Diana dash or the Q or whatever you got going, but Zac is still in this game, and we saw how commanding he was in the mid lane. So even if that spell shield goes away, it is not easy for Malzahar to walk away, even if he has his ultimate or that spell shield, when you have 2 champions that just click on you and then they are in your face. You can ult one of them, but the other one's going to be smacking you silly. So that matchup alone is going to be very weird. I also want to look on the top side for a moment. Alawi, a great split pusher, and has really come into the spotlight over the last year or so. Gwen is the exact opposite, where she has been in the spotlight since release. She's been just this very strong factor, but has slowly been falling off in popularity due to her damage numbers getting decreased to a pretty low level, but still enough to be in that side lane and perform a strong 1v1. It is basically the AP Fiora. And that's fine.
Traded out the epee for a pair of scissors.
Exactly. But the big thing is that yes, Alawi is so strong in the 1v1s on the across the board, and frankly, if anyone else tries to show up past level 6, Alawi's going to walk away with it. But on the other side of that,
and they've got the sustain right with the ultimate, so it's going to be huge.
Yeah, but you also have the Gwen mist, the hollowed mist, where she is immune to anything outside of her stuff.
Yeah.
Alawi can try to grab the spirit during the lane, and Gwen can just say no. That's intimidating.
Yeah.
So going into this, on top of Alawi tentacles now being longer range, they're kind of set a little further out. You got to be very determined. If you're going to all in the Gwen, you got to be in the mist.
Yeah.
You got to be very active-minded on that. And we're 3 games in. It's not easy to stay in that active mindset. People tend to autopilot at this point in the game. So it's going to be on both teams. Who can keep that active mindset and who can walk out on top? Game number 3, Xander. Ooh. Crazy stuff with great team comps all around. So many different team members to play around. That Caitlyn that Gavin was talking about can be such an intimidating force, but also that Kai'Sa did an amazing job last game. I believe they were either 6-0 or 9-0 by the end of that game. Oof. Static Shiv, Ginsu's Rage Blade, doing everything that they need. And this game around, we are being told that they have cleanse, which means that Malzahar ulti is not going to matter.
Oh, wow. Oh, man. I mean, you're talking about a lane to look out for. Obviously, they were talking, Gavin and Chris were talking a little bit about that Caitlyn Morgana, and I think they're going to be trying to play around Wild Rush. We might be looking at an invade, which is going to be very explosive here to start game number 3. This is the semifinals, and both teams deadlocked at 1. Health bars dropping, no eliminations to speak of, and both teams are going to walk away unscathed.
Yeah.
That's surprising considering they were basically face-checking that bush. I do not think they were expecting Chantilly to be waiting there, but I like that Lafayette is playing fearlessly. They were looking for an invade, trying to get an early pick, and if they were able to land a Morgana binding, be able to pile on some damage, then there was potential for Lafayette to lead or start this game with that lead, with that first blood.
Yeah, the only thing you're burning right now is that flash, which is an incredible resource this game, but one that may not see as much value in the early game as long as the Morgana gets the black shield early on. So while that is burned, that's pretty good value for what you got out of that fight. Both sides walking away relatively unscathed.
I can't believe that was the only summoner spell exhausted. That's crazy to me.
So as we get into this, we do see Gwen opting to start pushing the lane, trying to get that pressure on the Alawi before the abilities are online, and Kaylin and Morgana getting a little bit of momentum down on the bot side as well. I think that this could work really well for the side of Lafayette if they can keep this sort of momentum going throughout the game. But Gwen hits level 2, you get that level up timer value, and Alawi
with the fadeaway ignite, is it enough? The pot is burning, ticking away for the Alawi. I think he stays alive. She stays alive. Unbelievable.
Ooh.
I mean, You want to talk about who I was praising in game number 1? Taco Katiko on the Lux. Guess what Lux has? A bind. Guess what Morgana has? A bind. So I'm looking for an impact player in that support role. But first blood goes to Diana. Malzahar stepping up just a little too far, and the dash in takes him down.
Yeah, we do see Alawi opting not to teleport back up to the tower, which means that they're going to be losing a lot of value early on from these minions and these level ups. If you're aggressive with that decision, that is okay, but that's a lot of resources to be giving early on top of Diana getting so many resources through that first KO. I mean, you gotta be scared of any assassin in League of Legends, but this one in particular can be a menace. Oh, speaking of menace, holy cow. That's a lot of damage from the Caitlyn Morgana combo.
No kidding. It looked like that was for sure going to be an opportunity for Thresh to get an early kill here in this bot lane. Lands a death sentence. The black shield comes out onto the Caitlyn. They burn through the black shield, so then the spell shielding is completely negated, but Caitlyn's still able to walk out and get plenty of return damage. Hecarim looking to get a little bit of value here in the top river, but the Scuttle Crab going to go over to Zach, and they're going to walk their separate ways.
Kudos to the Zach player. I feel like we've seen them play so aggressive throughout this series, but we heard from the analyst desk that between Hecarim and Zach in a 1v1, the Hecarim will tend to win. Zach, realizing that, gets the Scuttle and leaves. Says, I don't want to deal with any of that.
Yeah.
So as we see more of this game develop, Zach with the Bomby Cinder online, Alawi pushing in the top side, Hecarim looking for something in the mid lane potentially, instead opting for the back because Diana is taking the time. Oh my goodness, look at the value again. 1 headshot, 2 headshots. Oh! It's barely not enough, and Zach is jumping in, but the spell shield offers pretty good value. Will the Kaylin be able to make it out? She will not, as the flash hook gets immense value, and Alawi is forced to flash topside.
I mean, Taco Katiko able to get that black shield, perfectly timed. Now kind of in an awkward position. The ward does go down, so vision is granted. And now another scuffle here in the top lane. Alawi in danger, just an auto attack away. Oh, not going to go down, but just enough damage. And also Gwen able to take that tower shot and walk away. Now 1-0 in the top lane with a 21 CS lead. This Alawi pick still creating a little bit of trouble for Lafayette. Unfortunately, not able to get much going against this Gwen.
Yeah, we do see the Zach jumping into the mid lane, able to get that KO as well, is getting immense value out of all of this. And now we're expecting this sort of aggressive play calling from the Gwen and the Zach, Diana, where yes, Zach can engage all of these. The Malzahar caught just a little bit far up on these engages. The Diana getting a lot of trade value and not much in return by nature of Malzahar trying to use his abilities on the wave. You can't really change up that game plan when it comes to Malzahar. You can try throwing your little like space minion things at the Diana, but it's not going to do much damage. You just want to try and get yourself to that mid game where it will start to add a lot of value and getting your ultimate online so that maybe you can make your plays with your Hecarim.
Yeah, and something to note about the Hecarim versus the Zac play, right? A lot of your kill potential, your gank potential comes from your ultimate on that Hecarim, your gap closing ability. Zac gets that as soon as he levels up his E, right? So he's able to close these gaps and have really meaningful ganks early game, and it's already showing here.
Speaking of, we do see Hecarim trying to do a little bit of a fight in the enemy jungle, does get hit by the Thresh hook, will eat a good amount of damage, and does not have the ultimate to get out of this fight. Means that Diana, or actually the Kai'Sa, is going to be able to secure it. Malzahar, sitting at level 5, does get a good amount of chip damage as Zac goes in topside, but Alawi is level 6. Is she going to be able to get the ult off? She does not, as Alawi goes down from a Zac gank and Gwen ignite. It's so much value as now plates are falling into Gwen's pockets.
I mean, the confidence from this Chantilly squad going off of the back of game number 2 where they were so dominant, they're playing fearlessly, courageously in this game number 3 with everything on the line, a spot in the grand finals at stake, and they are stepping up to the plate here with losing game number 1 against Lafayette. If you're just tuning in, Lafayette was able to win out on that one in a really great high time game, close to 40 minutes. And Chantilly returns favor with 23-minute game and everything going in favor of Chantilly since then, as game number 3, maybe a return kill here for the Hecarim. Plenty of damage going out, but Zac has arrived, and so the little bit of CC, and it is going to be enough. Finally, Hecarim getting on the board, having an impact here in the mid lane. So a little bit of breathing room potentially for Malzahar as they just getting back to lane teleporting.
Yeah, we did see Hecarim able to level up during that fight, which did secure them that execution. But I will say, it's a crazy thing to see that the Caitlyn is keeping relative tempo. Almost a 24 CS lead down in the bot lane, and it's because of that Morgana Caitlyn pressure. Oh, 2 tower shots means that this might shift back the other side. A little bit of red buff damage means that the Caitlyn will be taking more damage than they would have liked from that interaction, which means that pressure may start falling back into the Kai'Sa's favor. But we do see Alawi topside does get a very good spirit grab. Hecarim opting for the jump in. Very good engage, but Gwen healing is crazy. Does Alawi get it? Sure enough, they do. And that is great value, but a return gank on the bottom side means that both Morgana and Caitlyn are caught in an awkward spot. 4 people down in the bot side as Diana is looking to potentially finish off that Morgana. Morgana using the ultimate, but does not get it off in time, means that the Diana is able to walk away without the stun connecting, and a lot of plating could be going down topside in exchange for Malzahar getting a little bit of his own.
And what a gank there, bottom lane. Obviously, there was already a big threat on Morgana and Caitlyn retreating there in the bottom lane, and they're able to dodge that Zac dive in for just a moment, but just too much damage and CC coming out of the Thresh and Zac combined, and then Kai'Sa just able to finish off a couple of these here in the bottom lane. So 1 for 2 around the map in recent engagements is enough for Chantilly to come out on top.
We do see Thresh canceling the back to try and get a hook, but that does mean that Caitlyn's going to get a good amount of chip damage, but the minion wave will prevent Morgana from going for a bind. I also want to draw attention to the top side for a second. Alawi is going for a Frozen Gauntlet, which is a perfectly fine item on Alawi. It's very strong. It gives the slow for the E setup, but it's an armor item. So Gwen is going to be snowballing this lead like crazy as Hecarim is looking to run away and get away with his life. He does, and Gromp resets, not getting too much value off of it, but at the very least, you're keeping yourself in this game. Gwen trying to solo the grubs while all of these skirmishes are happening bot side. Very good presence of mind from Penguin to walk up top side and prevent the Gwen from going for any more grubs than just the one.
Yeah, you definitely want to try and deny these if possible if you're Lafayette. But it's just really tough for Lafayette to try and find opportunities right now. Obviously, we see the Hecarim coming online a little bit now that level 6 has been acquired. So ganks are a little bit more potent. We've already seen one elimination coming out from one of those. Recently had to escape the jungle with that one, but now getting ready to set up for another one. Ult is not online for this Hecarim, just going to be forced to back as the wave is not in place for this pressured gank. Actually not going to back, going to seal away some items here in the top.
And a very good call. You do see that the Zac was trying to take the dragon and does get that value. Gwen with a very aggressive teleport topside means that she may be caught off guard. Keep in mind, Gwen doesn't have TP. Taking aggressive summoner spells, or does not have flash, excuse me. Aggressive summoner spells, ignite and teleport, are going to add a lot of value when you have your lead, but that does mean that if you get jumped, you will not be able to run away. Gwen is immune in the mist, and Alawi gets caught in the wrong spot because of it. Trying to go for the E, but it goes right through because of the hollowed mist, and that means so much of that damage was lost, so Gwen walks away very pretty with a solid amount of gold in her pocket.
What looked like a really great rotational play from Hecarim turns into disaster from just the solo ability of Gwen. Going to get 2 eliminations and the tower to boot, several waves, including a cannon minion. This is snowballing for the scissor champion lady.
Yeah, I mean, this is the exact situation we saw in game number 2. Chantilly looks so just intimidating. They have so much value through the mid lane and the top side. And frankly, even though the Caitlyn has more CS, the Kai'Sa has been doing a great job of sitting back with the Thresh and getting what they can. Now with a static Shiv online, you can't crash those waves as easily. So Kai'Sa will slowly fall back into this game as well, and it's starting to look like a Chantilly game.
Get back into the game, 3-0-2, 105 CS, 5,400 gold to their name. So certainly in this game.
Absolutely. Look at that. I mean, the static Shiv cleared out the wave right then and there. Kai'Sa is alone in the bot side. Thresh is now free to look around the map. It's crazy.
The gold differential, Gwen versus Alawi, almost double. Almost double the gold on Gwen. That is fearsome.
Speaking of, we do see
Caitlyn
get a good amount of gold herself, but at what cost? She will opt to try and get a little bit more damage. Hecarim going in, trying to save the team, but does get exhausted in the process, which means that he will most likely go down as well, and we're seeing a repeat situation. Lafayette doing a great job of trying to save each other in those scary situations, but there are certain times where you just need to let your teammate go. And not only do we see the KO down in the bot side, but we also see the Alawi go down on the top side. Gwen able to get a KO of her own means that we will see even more gold fall into Chantilly's pockets as Malzahar goes for the flash play, but gets caught out by the...
no!
Ooh, that always hurts.
So, here's where I'm at. I don't mind seeing Lafayette try to make plays, to try and get back in this game. They do have to play a little bit risky to try and take down some of these solo members, but it has to be a very concerted effort. It can't be an individual decision by, say, the Caitlyn to try and 1v1 the Xayah there in the Kai'Sa in the bot lane. It's got to be a three-man gank, right? It's got to be a concerted effort for all members to get these picks and then play off of those picks, because that's what this comp needs to build off of. But currently we're sitting at 17-2 for eliminations and 9,000 gold lead in favor of Chantilly. Plenty of Void Grubs on Chantilly's side, as well as a Chemtech Drake. So really just all sorts of pressure from the Chantilly squad, and it's not looking good for Lafayette. I think for a win condition for Lafayette, Kevin, what do you think they need to do?
I think you need to start playing around where Chantilly is sending their jungler. You need to be playing together from the start. We see them sort of engaging late on these plays, but because of that, they're getting caught out in these weird situations, almost like they're trying to bait out the opponent, but then they can't live. They can't use that bait and bring them to where they want them. Instead, they're getting bursted. They're getting shut down quickly. You need to start making these plays as one rather than trying to start a play as an individual and then trying to collapse on it. It's very difficult to do, but it's a very rewarding strategy.
Kevin, there's shutdown gold on every single player of Chantilly.
Holy cow. And I mean, look at the value. Gwen is able to 1v1 Hecarim, who is such a intimidating champion in all states of the game, and it's just because she got that early gold, is sitting on the Nashor's Tooth, will be completing the Leandries on this back, if I had to imagine, and that is going to snowball it even more. Diana, able to complete the Lich Bane, is going for her second item. Kai'Sa, the last time we talked about them was that one item, immediately now has the Kraken Slayer. Like, it's... The Caitlyn was relatively even at the time. Now it is, at the very least, about a 3,000 gold difference. That is so detrimental for Lafayette. So you need to be careful when you're going for camps such as these, as a wombo combo Zac Diana ulti means that they will walk away with 2 KOs. Gwen trying to go for even more. This Caitlyn dodging left and right is able to get away from the Gwen ultimate, but that does mean that these towers will be going down. Also, Gwen is immune.
By the way, yeah, look at this pressure here in the mid lane. And Alawi just in the top lane trying to push it out a little bit. Not much to do when the base is falling with such a deficit that they're in. They're not able to trickle in. They're getting caught out every which way. This Zac pick has been incredible for Chantilly.
Yeah, and you wanted to have these 4v4s. You wanted to have Alawi in the side lane trying to get even more value. But because of this early game, how it played out, Alawi isn't going to be a strong side laner unless she can get those items. And that means that she needs to be doing her own stuff for a while. She needs a lot of time to get that money. So she's alone in the mid lane trying to get the CS, trying to get the money back online so she can hopefully start 1v1ing this Gwen, but it's a tall mountain to climb.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you've Lafayette, you've got to push out your mid lane. You've got the super minions streaming in. Neutral objective in Baron coming up in just 40 seconds. And Dragon looking, that's a little bit further out. They just secured that recently. So definitely going to be Chantilly setting up for that, because then they can either opt to push bottom lane or top lane, get a little bit more pressure in base. If they're able to secure any eliminations along the way, then surely this game is looking to be around the same length as game number 2.
And now we were cutting off the gold from Alawi, but now we're seeing the gold cut off from Hecarim. It's going to be even more value onto the side of Chantilly. The gold just snowballing into their favor. The Baron has spawned. The waves are crashing. Gwen is down in the bot side, and Caitlyn is going to try and get some good damage going, but
What am I
Gwen's
looking
tower
at?
damage is pretty high, and she has healing. Get ready for how this fight goes as she goes for one ulti, goes for two. Will she be able to sustain it? She does. And will she be able to walk away? Does she have the miss? She does not. She goes down, giving a shutdown in exchange for the Baron.
Exchange for the Baron, bottom lane turret, and Hecarim's life. That was a pretty good trade.
Yeah, a lot of value. Gwen giving the shutdown, but we talked about this last game. You do get that shutdown once. It doesn't feel great, and it's falling onto the Morgana this time around, which is not the best person to give it to.
It's not exactly where you want that to go.
Right.
One of your win conditions is sustained damage through these fights, keeping that Caitlyn alive. And if Caitlyn can stay back and return some damage, then it's going to be a little bit more likely that Lafayette is able to get a little bit of momentum going. But currently, as the state of affairs is, 0-3, 177 CS, but not even 2 items complete yet, with a slew of items complete over on the side of Chantilly. So I don't know if there's enough damage here in this, I want to say late game. It's 21 minutes, Kevin.
Crazy stuff, and we are seeing the first MR item built on this Alawi against the Gwen matchup. Gwen is at 3 completed items and is going to be going into the side lane against that Alawi, and if this is your only MR item, look how fast this Alawi's about to melt. Just one ulti after another, quick snip snip, and it is all done from there. The fight is going to start down bot side, getting a little bit of chip damage, but Malzahar with no spell shield means that he will have to flash out, and Morgana's shield is thrown on just a little late. Gwen able to push out the top side. The 4 being able to get the inhib on the bot side. Hecarim using the ulti. Zac using his ulti in return, getting a ton of damage off. Malzahar able to get an ulti of his own, but it just won't be enough. Everyone on Lafayette going down one by one, and Chantilly showing game 1 was a fluke. They show that they are the champions, and they want this win for the finals. We have seen great play, but man, Chantilly showing why they are here at this LAN today.
They will not be denied. Chantilly moves on to the grand finals. Lafayette falling after, as you said, taking game 1, looked very strong, taking advantage of that Warwick, but everything from that point forward, Chantilly never looked back and was completely dominant. If you look at the elimination differential between game 1, which was basically, I remember saying it's 25-25. And then game number 2, which was essentially very similar to game number 1. Overall, it's basically like 40, 45 kills to 6 maybe in games 2 and 3 combined. Crazy stuff. I can't wait to hear how these analysts are going to break this down, because boy, what a turnaround for the Chantilly squad.
Yeah, I'll be curious to hear. I mean, Chris and Gavin, there's so much that went into this. I'm just as curious what you all think about this matchup. It feels like Chantilly got a bit of a wake-up call in game 1 and then really sat down the opponent for the rest.
Yeah, we said it after game number 1. The dream was riding high for Lafayette, and that came to a screeching halt and quickly turned into a nightmare. But I do want to applaud this Lafayette squad for how they played in game number 1 especially, but continuing forward in the next series. I know those were tough games all around, but to be able to take a game off this squad is quite literally something that nobody has been able to do yet. And being able to really pull out their unique strategies, right? We talked about the Warwick beforehand, and for that to be so volatile, we should be proud of how they performed against Chantilly, but ultimately Chantilly comes out on top, showing why they are the 1 seed. We do have replays once again. We can relive game number 3, as it will feel pretty similar to game number 2. We'll walk you through these replays, but once again, it's going to be a lot of action for the red team.
And a big part of this was the Diana. The Diana had some monster plays all throughout this game, like huge 3-man, 4-man ultis that just had so much burst potential. It was absolutely absurd. Here's the solo kill. Really gets the Diana like going early.
Yeah, dying solo in mid lane that early in the game is certainly not how you'd like to start. That one hurts a lot. Again, Zach finding his presence all around the map, just like we saw in game number 2. Lafayette opting to not ban it, right? Feeling like it was not big enough of a threat, feeling like maybe they could try to handle it. But, I mean, it's hard to break a game like this down because it did all fall apart so fast in so many ways.
Right, yeah, like the Diana really snowballed, Kaisa getting ahead. Gwen was like absolutely, I think she doubled Alawi's gold at some point in this game. And at that point, like, all you can think about is like, all right, what do we do like next game or next semester or next season or whatever it is? Because at that point, like, it's kind of a tragedy. But again, took one game off of Chantilly. Like, that was a huge, colossal thing. I spoke to the coach before the series started and talked to him about it. And he just said, like, we're really happy to be here. You know, like, we've never made it this far. We've never made it to the state, like the land. We've never done anything like this for our league teams. So for us to even do this is amazing. And then they come in, they have an incredible first game, like absolutely shocked everyone. We were shocked back here. I called them the magicians, everything. So, you know, to take one game, obviously Chantilly then like kind of sat up a bit and we're like, all right, like time to lock in. So you just have to be proud of what you did in this moment. Yeah,
for sure. And they will still have an opportunity to play for third place, I believe, so their LAN experience is not over. But absolutely need to be proud of what you were able to accomplish. But Chantilly, the better team today, and coming out on top, finding their way into grand finals. We wind down these replays with just more dominance. And again, the further away the game gets, the harder it is to employ basic strategies. Right, a lot of things get ruled out when the game is so out of control that things that are considered normal are no longer even possible. So
a great engage from Hecarim Diana, like that combo was really good to watch, but like obviously if you just count the scoreboard, that looks like a game-winning fight, but game was already won at that point.
Yeah. So signs of life from Chantilly after game number 1, and still, even in a very dominant performance, showing that they can perform, right? The mechanics are still there. It's not like they won the game in 3 minutes. It's they went the distance. They showed that they have great team fighting, even if in the long run it would not have lost them the game. Like, they're still going out, they're executing, and they find their way in grand finals. We do have the winner from the other side of the bracket as well. We can show you on your screen here. It will be Rock Ridge taking on Chantilly. The 1 seed and the 2 seed find their way all the way back to grand finals. So, as to be expected from the seeding placements, the 2 best teams in this bracket find their way to each other, and we will take you to that game later today.
Yeah, and something about that bracket is this is a rematch from spring. Rockridge 2-0 Chantilly last spring in the grand finals. They won every single game. They didn't drop a single map until they played against Chantilly in the regular season. So this is definitely a grudge match for Rock Ridge, hoping to kind of reclaim their title from last spring, and just overcome Chantilly.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough because, I mean, I said it in the intro, and we certainly saw it. Chantilly is a wagon right now. I mean, for lack of better terms, I mean, they have a lot of momentum. Rock Ridge did go to game 3 as well in their side of the bracket. So, you know, stumbling, right? I guess I shouldn't say stumbling, right? They're playing great. They're the 2 seed, but stumbling compared to dominance from Chantilly. They just lost their first game all season long. And maybe that's a sign of hope for Rock Ridge. We will see. But Chantilly certainly looking to put it away while they have the momentum. Now, in our esports arena here at Shenandoah University, we are preparing it to transition our setups from League of Legends setups into Rocket League setups, because the Rocket League section of our day will be starting very soon. So we are going to take a quick breather here. We just watched a lot of League of Legends, so we're going to take a breather. We encourage you to as well, but don't go anywhere. We have plenty of other streams if you want to keep up with all of the action going on here, but we will be back with Rocket League action here on the main stream in just a little bit. 12:23 local time here in Winchester, Virginia. We are well underway in our Virginia High School League Esports Fall Championships. Chris Clayton joined once again by Gavin Eldridge as we prepare to take you out of the League of Legends action and into the Rocket League action. We've had a lot of fun here so far, maybe a little bit too much fun off camera, having some fun here just with all the students and just having a great time with everybody who's here. But with all that behind us, though, we had an exciting League of Legends series that is now over. Rock Ridge will be taking on Chantilly in the grand finals, and we will take you there when the time comes. But we do want to remind you that there's a lot more going on here than what we are showing you on this stream. So we can take a look at this graphic we showed you earlier, and we won't linger on this too long, but we just want to remind you we have so many broadcasts up to make sure that you all don't have to miss any of the action going on here today. Excuse me. 3 streams up on our YouTube covering all the different game titles. Our main stream here that you are watching right now will be covering this Rocket League match that we're about to get into, Woodson versus Riverbend, and then we will take you back for the League of Legends finals after this. The B stream will be covering all of the Smash Bros action, so be sure to stay up to date on that if you are interested, and our C stream will be not having casters. This is just our last resort for games that we couldn't quite squeeze in elsewhere. And then, again, be sure to tune in to our friends over at JMU and Radford for those games if you would like to follow them. So, again, point is, catch whatever you want, right? We've got so many options for you to choose from, and you are more than welcome to tune in and out of whatever streams you like or have them all open and just come join the fun with all of us. So
choose your own adventure.
Exactly. Yeah, we're having a great time here, and there's no reason you can't too. But with that, we did say we're going to get into the Rocket League starting now. So we have our bracket ready for you, and there's the matchup we will be watching on stream is that one right up top, Woodson against Riverbend, the 1 seed against the 9 seed, and this 1 seed somehow feels like more than a 1 seed. This team is historically dominant, and I do not say that lightly. Woodson coming off wins in fall of 2022, fall of 2023, and looking to make that fall of 2024, and I will sum it up in 2 words: Proto and Cairo.
Yeah, they have been around. They're like familiar faces for Shenandoah. They have competed in some of our other events. We've ran dual Rocket League tournaments before, and they've won those as well together. They are very, very comfortable with each other. Like, they're in sync, and they're definitely the 2 people to watch out for.
Yeah, Woodson 32-0 so far on the season, have not dropped a game. They beat the 32 seed to get to where they are, as well as the 17 seed. So they have made their way into the quarterfinals and will now be on our stream very shortly. So on the other side, right, we've got Riverbend, who is, I believe, 6-2 coming out of the regular season. So strong showing, but I mean, it's hard to really match anybody up against this Woodson roster. They have, like you said, history in this very arena, history in this league, history with winning titles. So we'll see if they can continue that trend. We are getting ready to send into game. We've got 2 new guy, well, 1 new guy standing outside, but our Rocket League experts are standing by, ready to take us into game. So Griff and Xander, take it away.
Thanks so much, guys. Welcome to the Rocket League portion of the Virginia High School Championships here at Shenandoah University Esports Arena. Here behind us, you've got the players on the stage behind us, and people are waiting to watch this match. My name is Xander Merle-Smith. I'm joined by Griff. Griff, I'm excited to have you on the desk, man. This is exciting. For our first time getting the cast together.
It's the first time. It's my first time on the desk today. You've had some experience already. So you're definitely a little bit more warm than I am.
A little warm in the voice, for sure.
Yeah. I'm going to have to warm up slowly but surely. But we got a great matchup today. We got Woodson versus Riverbend, the 1 seed versus the 9 seed. Riverbend is a kind of a new team. I have not heard too much about them in previous tournaments or let alone in VHSL. So I'm looking to see if they can make a dominant run here, maybe taking down the 1 seed, having a little upset there. But they were 6-2 in the regular season. We're 28-6 in those games. So that's a great record, right? They only dropped 6 individual games within those matches, losing to only the number 3 seed, Thomas Jefferson High School, and the number 7 seed, William Byrd High School. I mean, that's no silly matter. I mean, those are good teams to lose to. So, I mean, this team could be dominant. We don't even know it.
Yeah, and Griff, I love what you're saying about you've never seen this Riverbend team before, and you're no stranger to the Virginia High School Championship playoffs by any means. So you've been around the Riverbend as far as being able to see all the top teams in Virginia the past couple of years, and the fact that's just a testimony to the blossoming esports scene here in Virginia, and the fact that new teams, new schools are coming up. But ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into game number 1, Woodson versus Riverbend, and already a shot from Landman over here from Riverbend, and that's going to be early pressure, but just goes a little bit wide.
Right, we have our dominant Woodson roster. We saw Cairo, Proto, and Moko, a.k.a. Clevis. That's been the roster for a while now. These players have had a lot of time to play together and build trust and develop skills that they can play off each other well. But we're seeing this new Riverbend roster. We got Hyper, Lan, and Susel looking to become kind of a dominant team in this space, taking down this #1 seed, hopefully. But it's a best of 7, right? 4 games to play, a lot of Rocket League to be played today. I mean, we're just looking for a good show match between these two to kick it off.
Well, four wins to be had, potentially 7 games to be played here in this quarterfinals of all things. Best of 7s throughout the entire playoffs for Rocket League. So lots of opportunities to ebb and flow between these, and you've got to stay focused throughout the entire series. And then not only if you're able to win one series through the semifinals and grand finals thereafter. So a lot of Rocket League to be played, and we're just getting into it today. I'm so excited that we are able to bring this action to you. Cairo challenging there in front of the net. A couple more opportunities to center to Susel, and bats it back out to midfield.
I mean, this has looked like some fast-paced Rocket League so far, and I mean, you got to be careful. First game, nerves are high, right? You're just trying to find out your opponent. I do not believe that these two played in the regular season, so this is actually a new matchup for both teams. No, neither team really knows what to expect here, but what we're seeing is a lot of fast-paced Rocket League as Proto is going to beat the last defender. Last defender kind of got caught there, and Proto's going to tap that one in, taking the early 1-0 lead for Woodson.
Yeah, taking a little bit of time here in game number 1 to warm up. Challenge there in the sky by Susel, but just narrowly slips it by, and that's going to be a 1-0 lead for the #1 seed here in game number 1. But almost 2 minutes off the clock before they're able to get one on the board.
Absolutely, and one thing I want to touch on real quick is Woodson's roster, right? We've seen this team be so dominant for so long, taking home 2 state championships, kind of a break in between, but looking to kind of three-peat this season. But I want to talk about Cairo and Proto, right? We talked earlier on the analyst desk how these two have played in these 2v2 tournaments together that we ran with the Apple Blossom tournament and ended up taking home the win in that. This is like a yin and yang type thing, I think. Proto is this super fast, super aggressive, super mechanical player that is going to get in Riverbend's face and cause trouble. Whereas Cairo is kind of the laid-back, dormant type, right? He plays off of Proto and kind of supports him and helps him get to where he needs, helps him set up for these air plays that he's known so well for.
And a narrow miss there in the sky around midfield. Cairo going to be able to collect this one back by the blue net and sending it over to Proto for an opportunity, but it goes a little bit wide off the corner. And now nobody in position here from Woodson, but I don't know if it's going to matter because the rotations get back just in time. Hyper a little bit awkward here in the corner, and Lan not going to be able to sink that one into the net.
Right, and I mean, what we're seeing from this Riverbend and Woodson rosters is a lot of fast gameplay. I touched on that a little bit earlier, but with fast gameplay comes a lot of mistakes, right? Some of these mistakes can come out and they could be detrimental for these teams. Like that, we see a bump on their own side and kind of the ball just floating in the midfield. Neither team really having possession of it, and I mean, it can lead to some
Oh!
Holy, that was a close one.
That was a close one. Proto just going a little bit high on the follow-up, and could have made it a 2-0. But here's an opportunity, Hyper, to tie the game up. 1 minute and 28 seconds left in game number 1. This is a very interesting development, and not to say that Woodson hasn't necessarily come out a little bit slower than we had expected, but Riverbend really performing here well.
I mean, truth be told, it's that fast gameplay, right? You're catching Woodson on their heels sometimes. We saw a double commit come out from 2 members of the Woodson roster, plus a demo onto Moko. Really opened up the goal there.
And look out, Proto, right off the crossbar. Cairo trying to help out, A good rotation back around, and Moko seeming to be a little bit of the anchor here for the Woodson team. And if he can keep that in a strong position, then he kind of allows Cairo and Proto to play how they want to. But so far, bend don't break defense from both teams for the most part, only allowing one goal to either side.
One thing with really high-level Rocket League that we're seeing come out here is when a team is going back on defense, you're going to see the man that's rotating back last kind of cut in and make it easier for his team, just like that. Moko cuts back. He's the last man rotating back, but cuts it across to make that defensive stand, I guess, easier for his team and open up some more opportunities for Proto and Cairo to get forward.
Yeah, and it almost looked like he missed, but it also could have been a called-out fake. Leave it for me so you can advance up, get a nice little opportunity, and Moko stamping his name on game number 1 here as well. Now 2-1, 21 seconds left for Riverbend to find an opportunity to tie this one up, potentially send it to overtime.
21 seconds left on the clock. You don't have a lot of options here. You could try a kickoff play. You could just try to force it to a teammate. And we're not going to see a cheat up, actually, from the side of Riverbend, which is really interesting because a lot of players will cheat up there, maybe go for a Spanish kickoff, something to just try to get a shot on net. You have 10 seconds. It's do or die time. You can't really afford to drop game 1 as it builds momentum. The nerves are only going to get up from here, so they got to be careful.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit reserved on that kickoff, which pretty interesting, but that is going to be time elapsing for Riverbend. Woodson going to take game number 1 in the series. This is exactly the kind of the school that the performance we expected from Woodson stepping up into this match, and just phenomenal job stepping. Well, I want to say both sides very even throughout the entire game, and the fact that Woodson's still able to claim the win in a close match like that, especially when obviously they've been in winning situations, winning scenarios time and time again, but to be able to find the win in a close game like that, I mean, that's just experience.
Right, absolutely. It comes down to the fact that they've been here before. They've had that in their bag for a while now. They've been a dominant team in the space for quite some time, actually. And one thing I want to touch on is I'm not surprised that I'm surprised. I'm surprised that we saw such an intense game 1, right? I'm surprised that we saw both teams really come out swinging. I feel like that was a lot of fast-paced gameplay.
It really was for early.
I wasn't expecting that game 1. I thought the teams were going to play a lot slower and a lot more methodical, kind of figure it out as we're going to go into game 2 here. But I thought the teams were going to play slower and more methodical, trying to figure out okay, what is this player capable of? They haven't played each other in the regular season, so it's kind of a new matchup.
And the fact that, yeah, like you said, they just both came out swinging, very quick tempo gameplay. Proto stealing this clear away, but no problem for the Riverbend squad as they're not quite able to get it completely out of danger just yet as the constant rotation attacks from Woodson continue the onslaught onto the Riverbend squad. But finally, a little bit of breathing room from Riverbend, but maybe not for long as Cairo is starting to set something up as well.
We're seeing a lot of double commits come out from Woodson, and it's kind of hurting them in the long run. Yes, they're fast enough to where they can recover, and it shouldn't be too detrimental off of it. Riverbend, the other team, were only able to score 1 goal off of it in the first game. So maybe Woodson wants to chill out on the double commits. I'm not sure, but one thing is, oh, what a double tap from Moko. That is going to assert some dominance. We see the chain dash. We see these mechanics coming out. That's a great reset. That is just a beautiful goal.
I mean, here's something interesting, Griff. We talked so much about Proto Cairo. Now Moko having the majority of the goals scored for this Woodson team. So certainly not somebody we should be ignoring on a team that is now 33-0 in the season.
I mean, one thing that Woodson's been known for such a long time is being just this mechanical powerhouse, because their players are just so talented individually that if they could find a way to better combine these skills in a 3s setting, that they could make one of the most historic runs in VHSL history.
If they haven't already.
I believe they're second place in all-time wins for VHSL Rocket League.
Wow.
So,
only having 4 years to make a stamp like that is pretty remarkable.
I believe the current record is Tab High School has 3 or 4, and Woodson, I believe, is second with 2.
Moko back over to midfield here. Gets it by 1, but Lan going to be able to help out on the defensive side. Now Proto to the top left side of the goal, just narrowly missing it. A double push here on the right side of the field for Riverbend, but off the back wall. And now Hyper forced to make an aerial play. Acrobatics stolen away by Moko. Now Proto putting it against the wall. Another great center here towards the net. Cairo also trying to help out in that endeavor. And it is a full team movement here, pushing into that top right side.
One thing that we're seeing from Woodson is they just want to get the ball in front of the goal. I think it's kind of like they're trying to test Riverbend and see exactly where their skills lie when on defense. As we're going to see a missed touch coming here, Proto going to look to bury this one as he's going to sneak it past the last defender. An unfortunate midfield touch. Maybe that was supposed to go to the wall or the back corner. Kind of an unfortunate situation. Maybe the third man got too far up the field a little bit, caused a miscommunication. Ball went over his head. He had to try to get a touch on it. Unfortunate. It happens, but with 2 minutes left to play, a goal a minute is kind of like the golden standard in Rocket League, right? You can score a goal in a minute, right? You can score a goal in 10 seconds, but a goal in a minute is realistic. But 2 minutes on the clock with only 2 down, it's definitely possible.
The only thing I'm worried about for Riverbend in this situation, though, is they've only scored 1 goal on Woodson through 7 minutes of gameplay up until this point. So 2 goals in 2 minutes is certainly a tall order for this squad, and they've got to be able to capitalize a little bit more on these clears and sustain an offense. I mean, obviously, if they're able to get a cheeky goal on them, that's great.
Oh my gosh, we had a Rule 1 and someone broke it.
That is inexcusable.
Proto breaking a Rule 1. Are we serious? Where are we at a league that this is allowed? Where's the justification?
Where's the TO?
Anyway, but Riverbend, one thing I also want to say is, I mean, yet again, this is your #1 seed in the entire state, right? Woodson has not lost a game, not lost a single match within those games. Like, this is your this is your champion squad basically, right? I mean, this is just such a dominant team that maybe some of it's nerves that they're just like, this is the best team in the state. We gotta play our best, and they're trying maybe too hard.
Yeah, I mean, only being down 1 game now. With a minute left, looking closer to 2 games unless they're able to get some points on the board here. They are attacking the goal, but that shot just goes a little bit wide. A demo goes down. Proto playing a little bit more physically. And wow, a lightning shot off the left post, and Cairo going to sink this one. This is surely going to be a Woodson victory. 41 seconds left in the game. So now, if you're Riverbend, you obviously played very close in game #1. Game #2, getting away from you a little bit, but you still overall playing a pretty solid game plan. But what I'm seeing from Riverbend is they're not really able to get as many offensive opportunities as they were in game #1. And so really that's the ultimate game plan, is obviously you want to try and get Woodson out of your end as much as possible, but that comes through sometimes the best defense is a good offense.
And I think it really just barrels down to 2 things, right? And it happened right here in this goal as well. Woodson is doing such a good job of controlling the midfield that it's really slowing down Riverbend's offense, right? Woodson is not only controlling the midfield better, they are playing faster and kind of controlling the ball a little bit more, to the point where it kind of seems like Riverbend isn't getting a lot of momentum on offense. And Woodson's just having these free shots because Riverbend is going so far up the field to try to be they're desperate to score a goal, right? You need to put up numbers. They're so desperate to score these goals that it's leaving 1 man, maybe even no men back on the goal line. And it's just allowing Woodson to kind of counterattack and slot these in the back of the net.
Yeah, and you got to take it game by game, right? Obviously, Woodson doing a really great job early, up 2-0 in the series. Just need 2 more to advance into the semifinals. They're doing what they came here to do, which was continue winning. They're getting the job done up until this point. But if you're Riverbend, you want to get back in this series, you got to take it game by game. You can't look at the fact that you need to get 4 wins to get out of this series. You need to look at it like you need to go 1-0, 1-0. And that's what you see a lot of coaches trying to harp on, is take each game as it comes to you, figure out your game plan and focus on the task at hand, and don't look too far in the future. And that's really what needs to be happening on that Riverbend side of things. It's really about just compartmentalizing and having the memory of a goldfish. Yeah, you lost 2 games, but you're playing well. You got a game plan that you came here with. Time to execute.
Right, absolutely. And something our coach always told us is like winning 4-3 is the same as winning 1-0. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, a win is a win, and Riverbend needs to put some wins on the board, right? You can't think of it, like you said, as I need to win 4, we're already down 2, need to win 4, it's going to be a climb. Just take it a game at a time, right? One step, baby steps. Just kind of slow your roll and focus. All right, now let's not think about 2 games from now. Let's think about this game. What can we do this game, right? I think they could definitely pick up the pace a little bit. I think they could definitely play faster as a team and individually, right? We're seeing sometimes they take too long on the ball, and it's allowing kind of Woodson's faster players to capitalize on that as we look to get into Game 3 here. I think they could definitely spread out a little bit more. Oh, that is just unfortunate. You hate to see it. It happens, but it sucks,
what a
but it
save.
happens.
Oh, no. That's an unfortunate start to the game, but you see that quick play come out. You see a little bit of that physicality. That might be something that Riverbend utilizes to take back over the midfield that you've said Woodson had such good control over. Getting some demolitions down. You've already seen several shots on the Woodson goal just 30 seconds into game number 3.
Right, absolutely. We're already seeing Riverbend kind of be more, like I said, faster and more aggressive. They really need to, I think, maybe capitalize on the fact that Woodson double commits a lot and maybe hold their boost a little bit better. Just based off the fact that Woodson double commits a lot, you could definitely capitalize on that by spacing out more and just like winning your 50s. That would like completely eliminate the fact that Woodson is holding the middle of the field.
I mean, you just saw a double commit there. As you were saying double commit, you saw a cross double commit there at midfield, and Riverbend came out with the ball. So if they're able to capitalize on that, certainly opportunities will arise. Nice little steal away from Proto to try and get a waterfall down to a teammate. Moko going to steal his way at midfield. A wide open net, and it's going to be collected by Lan as he moves over to this left side of the field. A good center and a miss, but a double commit, as you were talking about, an opportunity. Proto stands tall on the defensive side of things.
Right, and like I said, they got to play more aggressive, they got to play faster, but that should never come at the fact that you should ever rush, right? I tell this to my college teammates, you just got to take the ball when you can get it, right? You don't always need to hit the ball forward. If you can catch, collect, and reposition yourselves and kind of buy yourself time to collect your thoughts and think, you can make stuff happen, as Cairo is going to bury one in the back and then put up a 1-goal lead for Woodson as we're a minute 45 into this game.
And we're talking about how much they just got scored on in game number 2. Riverbend already putting together a good game plan for game number 2. Yes, they're losing currently, and there's a bit of an overcommit there on that ball as they're able to get stolen away from the Woodson defense. But here we go. Once again, a little bit of patience here in the midfield. A good pass towards the center. That one gets away over to the corner, but then a collect there at midfield. So Riverbend starting to command a little of that midfield, and it is reflected in opportunities, more opportunities than we've seen in both game 1 and 2.
Right, absolutely. And one thing I want to touch on, that if Woodson's recoveries were not as good as they are, this would be a completely different game. Suso going to bury that one. 1-1 in the game. A great follow-up. Proto had a great save here. Hyper putting on a fantastic shot. That would go in 90% of the time, except against Proto, probably. But Woodson ain't able to stop that one. Suso going to bury that one. It's going to be 1-1 in the series.
An interesting thing is Moko and Cairo were not out of position on the defense there, but the follow-up shot. Wow, Moko off of the reset here. Let's take another look at this one, how it happened. Stolen away after the first touch by Cairo, and just a nice little lob touch to go back up 2-1.
That is such a risky play for Moko, though. So that's known as hard cheating. It's basically the fact that he's also going for the kickoff as well as his teammate. He's not waiting back like 2-3 car lengths to like analyze where the ball's going to go. He hard cheats because if Cairo can stop the ball exactly where it is on the same like, I guess like Y-axis, he kind of just gets it before the other team and can put on a shot like what just happened. He was able to beat 2 people just because he was closer to the ball and had more momentum.
And I mean, it looks like just based on a couple of the goals that we've seen from Woodson, they are no strangers to practicing what some kickoff plays they want to play, right? If they're going for that risky play, that cheat up, then they're going to be able to execute it. And that, in that time, it did work out. Now, Hyper Back on the goal, a miss, but a little bit of help from his teammates. Gonna clear this one out. Proto getting lobbed over his head. A little bit of help here from Susul, but it's gonna go back the other way. Now look out, the bump. Oh, the defense. It was just enough.
I mean, that was just a great last man stand coming out from Riverbend. That's just classical as Proto is going to sneak it past the last defender. Second man was a little bit too far off of the goal line to the fact that he hits the ball and it goes in. It kind of just happens. A missed flip. Susul unable to stay on that goal line, kind of caught out of the goal a little bit. Unable to make the save. I mean, the ball just trickles in sometimes. It happens. That's going to hurt, though. That is a mentality breaker.
I mean, if it wasn't already a mentality breaker based on the early blocked shot on Riverbend's side, this game could be 3-2. It also could be 2-2. I mean, just little mistakes like that can have such a lasting impact on not only a game, but the entire series. And Riverbend now at a 2-goal deficit with 60 seconds left on the clock. They've got a lot of movement needing to happen here, and it really seems like the boa constrictor of Woodson is tightening down on its prey.
Right, and one thing that I also want to touch on is the fact that Woodson cuts to the middle of the field so often that it allows them to have such dominant pressure. Susul going to bury this one.
Okay.
Hold on, we have a game. We got a game. We got a freaking game to play, man. That's just great speed from Land, going to outbeat the defender. Moko unable to get back in time. Susul going to bury this one in the back of the net, looking for his second on the game. 40 seconds left. That's a lot of game to play.
Absolutely. Riverbend now just down 1. If they're able to stop these kickoff goals, that was a great opportunity for Proto to send that one right down. But there's a demo. That's going to put only 2 members of Riverbend on the field for just a short time, but that is a lot of valuable time when you are down a goal. Now Proto, the last man here on the defense, going to send this one wide to the corner. A demo onto Proto, but the ball is going all the way back to the orange side. Just 10 seconds left on the clock, and they're running out of time.
Right. I mean, it's do or die, right? You need this game as mortality builder, I guess you could say. But looks like it's... Wow, he keeps it up. Oh, it's not enough. Close game. That was a great... I mean, that was almost a absolute masterclass from Riverbend, almost able to come back from that deficit. Couple of unfortunate things that if they would have went the other way, that game could have been 4-3 or 4-2 in the favor of Riverbend.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it hurts, but that's what makes for a great game.
And now we got to think about what we were talking about before, right? The memory of a goldfish. Riverbend has a tall order ahead of them. They are down 3-0 in the series. They now need to win 4 in a row against a team that has not lost this fall. And, I mean, they've come fairly close. This is Land. This is nerves. Anything can happen. But so far, Woodson seems fairly unfazed. It's been quite a showing from this squad, the Cavs.
I mean, you're 100% correct. And if I was Riverbend, I would just play my heart out right here.
Yeah.
I mean, you lose. It's whatever. You have nothing to lose anymore because like you're at the edge, right? You're at the edge of the cliff. You can't fall back now. You got to kind of make your stand and push back. Maybe they could just play like super aggressive and look for some demos. I think that would really open up the fact that Woodson double commits a lot. If you can get a demo, then it's just going to be they're going to be able to collapse a little bit better. So that might be something to look out for that Riverbend could attempt, but I was not expecting this from a team that I've never heard of before. So if anything, Riverbend, I'm excited to see what comes.
I mean, you got to expect something, right? Top 8 in the state of Virginia here in Winchester, just looking to make a name for themselves in the high school scene. And I think their performance against a team this historically dominant has been something of note for sure. Yet to get a game win in the series, but certainly stacked and fighting. Cairo with a great flick from about midfield, and this is going to be a 1-0 lead for Woodson in game number 4. Wow. And if that one wasn't going in, Proto was following that ball all the way to the net. So, really nice play from Woodson to open up game number 4.
Absolutely. Woodson kind of took their ones really well. They caught 2 members of Riverbend up the field with too much boost, kind of left the third man strangling. That's never the third man's fault because, like, he can't really control that. He's kind of in that unfortunate situation, but I mean, you're going to look to build something here for Riverbend. I mean, is do or die time. Proto going to make a shot. Pre-flip, can't get there. Moko going to look to bury it as he's going to sneak it past the defender in the far left corner. That is heartbreak. Yeah, I mean, you got 4 minutes to play. Plenty of game to play. Just not enough gas in the tank there.
I know, and this is tough for your Riverbend, right? Going down this deficit early in game number 4 when you absolutely need the win. Riverbend has been unable to score 3 goals in any single game, though they have been scoring at least in every single game, at least 1 goal. This is a tough deficit to be in, and it's asking a lot from this offense. They've been fairly solid on defense and in the midfield, and now 3-0, the goals are pouring on.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Riverbend's just trying to do anything they can. They don't want to be a first-round exit. They're trying to just pull at the coattails of Woodson to try to claw anything back that they can. It's not going to be easy. That's all I'm going to say.
And the great thing to think about is obviously you're in a position now down 3-0 in the LAN playoffs, but you got to this point. There were online playoffs up until this point. You've got something to be proud of. You've got something to walk away with, some success from your season. Woodson likely going to be continuing here in the bracket, making it to a top 4 position. But, I mean, if this game is not over, right? There's still 3 minutes left. That is a nice goal here right off of Susel's help. And Lan really just throwing the body on the line there.
Hey, he put his whole heart out there, man. He got to that ball. But like you said, though, that's like one thing that doesn't happen in traditional sports in Virginia, right? In Virginia, you have different classes. You have like 5A, 4A, 3A, 2A, and you have all these different different classifications of teams. But in VHSL Esports, every high school is on the same level. There is no different divisions. Like, these are the best of the best in the entire state, right?
Yeah.
You have your Elite 8 right here. And, I mean, no matter what, hold on, we got a game. Hold on. We got a game.
I love it.
All right, Lan going to look to get his second of the match. A beautiful kind of center from Susel as I believe Moko is going to miss that in the corner. Kind of a lack of boost, unable to read it correctly. 2.5 minutes. That's half the game left, right? 3-2. I mean, Riverbend's put up goals every single game. Not a single one of these games has been a blowout, right?
A little 1v1 here. Cairo able to flick it away. The help comes from Moko, and an early opportunity dashed by the defense of Woodson. A good center, but a little bit too hard on the hit. Susel unable to catch up with it. But now, going to help maybe waterfall this down. And a touch from Riverbend just isn't able to secure any value off of that offensive possession.
Right, and going to need all 3 members of Riverbend to block Proto's reset there. One thing that I think Riverbend really needs to start working on now, if ever, is working on some infield passes. I don't see enough times where they give and go to a teammate or anything. They're kind of just taking up where the last guy left off type beat. So something that they definitely could work on, I believe, and maybe bring to the next state showcase. But, wow, what a pre-jump by Cairo. Oh, my gosh, dude. Wow, he's talented.
But, I mean, just think of what's going on here with Riverbend. They get 2 fairly quick goals. If they're able to get this one away and survive this attack, they tie this game up. They take the lead. Imagine Woodson and their mindset potentially off of going 3-0 and then getting 4-0 reverse swept in the scoreline, potentially losing game number 4. That could be damaging to the psyche and maybe the opening that Riverbend needs.
I mean, absolutely something to consider. But Woodson still making a dominant defensive stand here. I mean, 1 minute left on the clock, 1 to score. You got to leave it out there, right? You need to give yourself a chance. I always say it. I would rather lose 4-2 and have a chance of scoring than just play defense and lose 3-2, right? You got to give yourself the opportunity to put yourself out there.
Yeah. And the offense hasn't really quite clicked for Riverbend since those 2 goals, and Proto potentially putting the nail in the coffin here as Woodson up 2 goals here with 38 seconds left to play in game number 4. What a bullet from the right side of the field Now we'll see if Riverbend tries to commit anything tricky here off the kickoff. They do throw 2 at it, but the one who beats them there, Woodson.
We did see the hard cheat come out from Riverbend, like you said, right? They were trying to get anything that they can. They needed a goal as soon as possible to even have a chance. And looks like that Woodson's just going to try to kill time here, taking the ball up. Mocha going to look to reset over the last defender. Got it touch. Hold on, this could go in.
Oh,
no! The greatest defender on the field, the post.
Oh
no! You hate to see it. That's just. You know what though? Hold on. Hold on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Hold on. 3 seconds on the clock. Anything is possible, man.
3 seconds and
Hold
just
on.
1 goal down.
Wow, I mean, that's what I said, bro. They got to put themselves on the line. They got to give themselves a chance to score.
And they committed to that one.
They need to score. They need to Spanish right here. Come on, let's see it. Never mind. Oh, wait, hold on. It goes to Susel. Going to pop it up. Moko going to dominate on the 50, trying to keep this ball up. 2 members. Riverbend, we got 2 members up. Oh, my gosh, wait. Catch the ball. Oh, my gosh, the ball is still up. For anyone watching that doesn't understand, Rocket League, even if the clock reaches 0, the game does not end till the ball hits the floor. Just
and there's a lot of leeway on the walls.
Yes, true. Oh, they're just going to let it fall. Woodson going to take this game in a 4-0, right? I mean, I'm surprised and unsurprised, right? I said it before. I believe that Woodson was going to be this dominant force all tournament long, all postseason. They were going to take, like, an absolute, like, massive run. What I didn't expect was Riverbend to be such a hidden talent, right? They lost in the regular seasons to number 3 seed Thomas Jefferson High School and number 7 seed William Byrd High School. Those are 2 of probably the top 4 teams in the entire state, right? I mean, that's not a laughing matter. I mean, this team came out of the woodworks. I've never heard of them. I've never seen them, and I've been doing this for 6 years.
Yeah.
And they put it all out on the line, so they should walk away with their heads high.
Yeah, and the great thing about this is there's competitions every single year, right? And they get to come.
2 every year.
2 every year.
A fall and a spring.
That's right.
Which is unlike a lot of traditional sports. So you get 2 chances every year. That's 8 if you're a freshman.
And if they're a new team, they've got time to develop that talent. They've already found success coming to the LAN, coming in person to compete here against their opponents. They can reach out and fist bump and go, great game. And they can learn from this experience, and they can go watch the VODs. Everything's on stream. They can go find the videos and learn how they could potentially do those kickoffs better, learn how to control that midfield better, what they do in a losing situation like that against 3 very dominant players. I'm not even going to say, I mean, Moko turned up, especially early in the series, right?
He definitely commanded game 1 and 2, and then you saw in games 3 and 4 it was more that Cairo Proto duo that we talked about. But if I was Riverbend, I would 100% ask Woodson to scrim and just practice against them. That's your best high school team in the state right there. I mean, you just need to get reps in against that team because they play such a unique play style that you need to be ready for that. They play a super fast, super aggressive, control the midfield, put shots on target. I mean, I didn't see the stats after every game, but just from what I'm assuming, I'm assuming that Woodson just piled on the shots, and they just had shot after shot. And my motto is, the team that usually shoots the most is usually the team that wins, because one of those is going to fall eventually.
Right.
But I'm not surprised with the outcome, but I'm definitely surprised with the talent that we saw. I thought it was going to be kind of more of a blowout, but this was a fight to the absolute end. And Riverbend, I'm proud of you.
Well, that is going to be our very first Rocket League quarterfinal. I'm excited to hear what the analysts have to say about this one as we get ready to go talk to them in just a moment. Guys, take it away.
Thanks, Z. Yeah, that was an exciting series. Even with a final score of 4-0, right on paper, that's kind of not what you hope as a neutral Rocket League fan. You want to see long-distance series, but, I mean, Woodson showing off exactly why they are the 1 seed. I mean, very, very impressive Rocket League from start to finish. But Griff made some good points in that closing statement there. Riverbend really showing some light, showing that they can hang with some of these higher level teams and dropping their games to some of the most impressive squads on their schedule, right, is certainly nothing to scoff at. We do have replays once more as we relive this series. Woodson taking full control pretty much right from the get-go. Game 1 maybe a little bit closer than the others, but certainly not for long once Woodson really started clicking.
Yeah, and something you want to look at is like every single one of Riverbend's goals was because of a demo or some nature of that kind. Either they had the numbers advantage of the boost, or they just flat out demoed someone, but every single one of the goals was because of that.
Yeah, making adaptations, and that's the beauty of a 7-game series too, right? These playoffs are best of 7s all the way from round 1 to grand finals. So these are long Rocket League series, and that's a lot of time to learn about your opponent and make adaptations just like that. I mean, it's impressive stuff to watch, and that's high-level Rocket League. Making adaptations, feeling out your opponent, sort of poking each other out, seeing how they like to play, and then figuring out a game plan, and then going out and executing, right? Woodson ultimately does make it look easy sometimes, but it's not, right? It takes a lot of skill to do what these guys do. We've talked a lot about their individual talent, right? Proto, Cairo, and in this case, their third player who we were, I don't believe, expecting to see on the roster, but still playing very well, all three of them, and finding, I mean, a lot of very impressive goals, very clean textbook Rocket League.
Yeah, and shout out Riverbend for not breaking the rule number 1 like Proto. I think in that regards, Riverbend might have won a bit of the mental game there. Kind of disrespectful, but it is what it is. Such is life, you know?
Yeah, when we look back at these replays, we get exposed to a lot of the intricacies of some of these goals. But again, I mean, Woodson just really pulling ahead early in a lot of these games, maintaining control. Really, it kind of felt like Woodson wasn't at 100% for a lot of this series. And not to say that they were, sandbagging or anything, but like they did what they needed to win. And that's what the great teams are going to do, right? They're not trying to go in and score 11 goals or anything like that, even though they might have a shot to. They're certainly good enough to, but, they go in, they take care of business, right? They're up 2 goals, 3 goals, and they control the ball and put the game away. They run the clock down, and Riverbend was able to find, a lot of these late game goals to sort of stay in, especially game 4 here. I mean, this one did get a little close. We heard Griff on the call saying, hold up, wait a minute,
Wait a second.
We're not out of this yet. But, I mean, what did he say? The best defender in the game, the goalpost itself right there. They do get one more goal there, but you have to think back at missed opportunities from Riverbend. But ultimately, like the casters said, like we have said, nothing to be disappointed about at all.
Yep.
The scoreline looks a lot worse than the gameplay did. Riverbend certainly has a lot of potential there, an upcoming new team around the block, and I certainly see a successful future for that squad.
Yeah, and the beauty of Rocket League is, like, even though that was a 4-0, it's a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, like, the Rocket League players, they have a lot of fun playing the game as well. Even though, like, it seems like, oh, man, like, we lost 4-0 or whatever. You still have a great time. You still learn a lot. Like, they played really well. The game 4, like, it seemed like they started to get into the flow of it. Like, they almost made a 4-0 comeback. So, like, really good looks from them.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll be sure to keep an eye on Woodson as they advance. Riverbend will be done for now, but we will take a look at the bracket on your screen. We see Woodson advance, like we said. Kempsville, by the way, is up against Justice, and they are just now starting. So we will be taking a longer break, but that stream will be on JMU's broadcast. So be sure to tune into that if you're interested in following, but the mainstream broadcast will be moving to League of Legends after this for that grand finals matchup. But so that will be coming up soon. But again, back to the bracket on your screen. Lafayette taking the win over William Byrd, So another relatively expected outcome if we're going strictly off seeding. The 1 seed, the 2 seed advance, and more matches still left to be played. Like I said, check out the JMU stream for that Kempsville Justice matchup. But with that will do it for our Rocket League quarterfinals session for now. Like I said, we do have League of Legends Grand Finals coming up real soon. So we're going to take a quick break once again, but don't go anywhere for very long because we have a very exciting matchup between Chantilly and Rock Ridge, a rematch, a grudge match, 1 seed against 2 seed, domination versus serious contender. We've got a lot of fun coming your way, so we will be right back on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody. The Virginia High School League Esports Fall Championships are well underway here in Winchester, Virginia. We are coming at you live from the Shenandoah Esports Arena as we are hosting a ton of teams here. A bunch of different high schools have sent out representatives to compete in 3 different titles and look to walk away winners. Chris Clayton joined once again by Gavin Eldridge as we look to bring you back into the League of Legends action as we are preparing for our grand finals matchup. Chantilly will be taking on Rock Ridge here very soon, and we can take a look back at how we got here because we had a lot of fun earlier today watching the series between Chantilly and Lafayette. Chantilly looking borderline unstoppable coming into today, not even dropping a single game, and then losing their first game of the day was certainly a jarring way for us to start, but Chantilly ultimately coming out on top in that one. Rock Ridge coming out on top in the lower side of the bracket, but also going 3 games.
Yeah, and with Chantilly, they ended their last 2 games on wins, while Rock Ridge dropped game 2. So, if we look at like momentum, Chantilly has a little bit more. They felt good in the last 2 games, where Rock Ridge started off really well. Game 2 was, when I went over and watched, it was a 38-minute game that they lost barely, and in game 3, they regained themselves. But, there's definitely some momentum going in favor of Chantilly.
Yeah, that's exhausting, but thankfully these league players have had some time to breathe. We did just bounce into the Rocket League quarterfinals. We had the pleasure of watching Woodson really just take care of business on stream. They looked incredible, but that did it for our Rocket League segment, at least temporarily. And I do want to take a moment to shout out. We have 3 broadcasts going on here at Shenandoah University. We have so much action going on, and we wanted to make sure that you didn't miss any of it. We will show you once again where you can find all of this action that you right now are listening to our main broadcast on both Twitch or YouTube, but we have 3 YouTube streams total, including this one. We have a B stream that will be doing all of the Smash Bros action. So if you're interested in that, if you've got a kid or a friend that you want to follow, be sure to tune into our B stream over on the YouTube. And finally, we do have a C stream to take care of business. I believe those games should be done, so you probably won't need to make your way over there. Big shout out to the right side of your screen. JMU and Radford have been helping us out all day, taking care of the games that we could not quite cover. But with all of that behind us, we get to watch League of Legends Grand Finals. We should be getting into game here relatively soon, but we have plenty we can talk about. These teams gave us a lot to talk about. And again, I mean, just scratching the surface, Chantilly dropping a shocking game 1 against Lafayette to then ultimately storm back in games 2 and 3, take commanding wins after that game 1 drop. And then Rock Ridge, like we said, ultimately going the distance in a bit of a closer series than we saw on stream. These teams are going to be very entertaining to watch because we don't entirely know what to expect from Rock Ridge. We have a good idea, but these teams seem pretty volatile so far.
Yeah, and so I have the draft from the Rock Ridge games, and the first thing that is always questioned during drafts is, okay, what do we ban? Like, what are the bans? And Rock Ridge, it seems pretty simple. Both games, they banned Yasuo, Yone, and Aurelia. And if we remember the Chantilly game, those are their champs.
Yeah.
So I assume Rock Ridge has it pretty easy on draft. They put a lot of emphasis on Lux. They ran Lux mid, and they also ran Lux support. It's like that's a potential flex. They first picked it both games, so there's that as well. But I'm not seeing any of the new champs. I did not see Warwick or Mbessa were not picked or banned. Victor was not picked or banned in any of these games, so hopefully Victor will see some playtime because I want to see some big storms. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, that would certainly be fun. Victor is a very strong champion right now. He just received the recent update to his visuals as well as a minor tweak to his gameplay in favor of as a result of the miniseries, or I guess it's not a miniseries, of the show that they released on Netflix Arcane. So we're seeing a lot of action from Victor in the state of League of Legends, right? Yep. Well beyond just our VHSL here. But as well as you mentioned Warwick, right? This is an extremely interesting situation. We had an update come out 2 days ago that skyrocketed Warwick's play rates, ban rates, win rates. I mean, it's an egregious boost to a lot of his stats, specifically in his W, that attack speed interaction we talked a little bit about in our earlier window. And if any of you were not around, we might come back to that later if we see Warwick. But extremely strong champion, and we saw it pay off too. The one time that we saw Warwick get through, it was the one win that Lafayette was able to take off of Chantilly, and a lot of it due to the Warwick, right? That was not a coincidence. So if Chantilly learned anything from that series, I definitely think it's to not mess with that Warwick, and they learned it in game 2 and 3. They banned it both times, and I expect that to continue.
Right. So with Rockridge, or with both these teams, frankly, you have some interesting things happening. For Chantilly, they picked Zach game 2, game 3, and they played extremely well on it. Now, if you're Rockridge, hopefully you've seen the games. Hopefully you've been able to watch the VODs. Maybe you just you had someone watching the game or something like that. But that is a champ that needs to be banned or taken away or whatever. Both these junglers have high emphasis on the AP junglers, Lilia, Zach, such as that. Brand is up there. And then you also have Yasuo, which the mid laner played very well on for Chantilly in game 2. And then finally you have the Kaisa. The Kaisa was a great pick as well for Calvin. And all these champs need to be banned or picked, so the draft prep for Game 1 has to be very intricate and very interesting to go for, especially with, the new champs being out. Rockridge also had a lot of emphasis on Zion Rakan, so obviously a very strong bot lane, which is very similar to what Chantilly does with the Draven and the Kaisa and things like that with these hook champs, so I'm super interested to see where we go in the direction.
Yeah, and something to keep in mind, too, is that over the course of the first League Series we watched, Chantilly had 7 different players actually get playtime. They seemed to find a lot more success in games 2 and 3 with the same roster, but they had 2 different players start that series. And I believe after the preparation and research we've done, and even just seeing the teams out in the lobby, I don't think they're done at 7, right? They have a lot of people here, so that's going to be a tough aspect to prepare for, right? I think we know the roster that Chantilly should put in for their best odds at winning, but it's a volatile situation nonetheless, right? The fact that you have as many subs as they do creates interesting dynamics and the flexibility in champ pools. But another thing I'm noticing, looking at Rockridge's, OP.GGs again, they have a similar situation where they don't really seem to have their designated roles on their own outside of their team dynamics.
Yep. So the only thing that I know for a fact about Rockridge's roster is that their jungler is a Darius jungler player. And that's easy for me because looking at the stats, it's like, okay, he's a top laner. But no, he played one game of Darius jungle against Hayfield, and they won that game. So he has success on it. But everything else at their roster, it's like the Wild West. I have no idea where anyone's going. I don't know how we're going to get to the outcome that we're going to get to. And hopefully Chantilly has some amount of an idea.
Yeah, it's hard to say. We're going to be learning along with all of you at home. And we're excited to get into it. We should, again, be getting into it soon, and we'll keep you up to date as that develops. But, again, Chantilly was undefeated coming into this season. I'm not sure if they would have played each other in the regular season.
They did, yes.
They did?
Yes, Rockridge went undefeated. They won every single game except they got 2-0 by Chantilly.
Well.
So they have a history. I mean, they played in the regular season of last semester as well. Rockridge 4-0'd them if you count, regular season and then finals. So Rockridge knows how to beat them, but this semester they have not had any success beating them yet.
So that's interesting because okay, so you and I are sports guys,
yes.
right? And it's a common idea. It's well regarded that it's hard to beat the same team twice.
Yeah.
It's just factual. It's hard to explain, but it is. It's hard to prepare and use a strategy against the same people and have it work 2 times in a row because they learn and they adapt. This is not low-level competition. But with the level that Chantilly has been performing at, you have to think that this series has already been played.
Mm-hmm.
The outcome was decisive, and although it is hard to beat the same team twice, Chantilly seems to be headed in that direction.
Yes, they do. But a shining light is that game was played almost 4 patches ago. The game has changed a lot since then. I mean, back then you had Jinx was like the predominant AD carry. Like that was the picker ban. Now we're seeing the likes of Kaisa, we're seeing Kog'Maw, we're seeing AP carries like Swain come out. Like there's a lot of different things happen. There's a lot of reworks that have happened. Swain got his big rework. Like there's a lot that's changed in the game, including the introduction of Mbessa and Warwick and such as that. So
yeah, we hit a little bit on Warwick just a little bit ago, but Mbessa was an interesting factor too. In the last series we got to watch here on stream, or on the main stream, Mbessa came out for Lafayette and looked pretty solid. I think I said it during the series, not as commanding as the Warwick or anything in particular, but like it got its job done until it didn't. Chantilly did seem to kind of find an answer for it, and they were able to rebound and really take control of the jungle pretty swiftly after that. You all are seeing what we're seeing. It looks like we are into our first draft here. Game number 1 of Rock Ridge against Chantilly.
the finals.
Will be, the grand finals of the Virginia State High School Esports League for the fall semester is underway. I mean, here we go. We have bans coming in. It will be Pike and Aurelia being the first 2 bans for Rock Ridge, and the Darius ban out of Chantilly. Ban number 1.
See, that's interesting because when I look at the previous draft with Hayfield against Rockridge, they banned Tarek, Belveth, and Lysandra all 3 games. Those are the only champs that they banned. And now Chantilly seems to have a different idea. Banning the Milio, which screams that Curb will be playing a Thresh or a Rel or something that kind of gets negated by Milio with his ult and with his Q and things like that. So I would expect a Rel or a Thresh very early on in this draft.
Yeah, we see Yasuo coming out as ban number 3 for Rock Ridge. Again, makes sense, right? We saw Mr. Kitten Whiskers himself have a very strong game 2 specifically in that Lafayette series. So the Yasuo will not show itself, at least in game number 1. Wukong will round out phase 1 bans, and Lysandra
is immediately picked.
B1 immediately.
So this is a really good sign for them because Chantilly, Kitten Whiskers has a high emphasis on these AD carry mid laners, or these AD mid laners, Aurelia, Yone, Yasuo, things like that. And yes, Yasuo and Aurelia got banned out, but you're not going to pick Yone willingly into Lysandra. So you kind of just got 3 bans, or to take rid of the Pike. So, and here we see the Zac again.
Yep.
Zac Echo is incredibly scary, but it's also double AP topside, which is, you can pick a Galio top or something like that, kind of work around it as well. But Zac Echo is a lot of dive. That's a lot of dive and a lot of burst and a lot of savability too. Like you have healing, you have the passive, you have the Echo ult.
That's true. Yeah. And I was just about to ask, how realistic is Zac top? But I kind of answered my own question because of playstyle. We know that Chantilly's top laner really likes the hyper carry sort of solo win type champions, and Zac is absolutely not one of them. So if the Zac were to go top lane, that would be a massive conflict of interest.
And it fits well with player 456. He already had 2 great games on Zac, so why change anything?
Yeah.
We see Belveth, which is a bit of a scary answer to Zac, just because Belveth wants to farm really early, and she doesn't have a lot of agency in the jungle, and Zac obviously just dominates the laning and the ganking and everything. But then we followed out with Maokai, who's able to match a Zac, on terms of roams if he's being picked support, or you could be picked top lane as well. And both of those are really good. You have a bunch of ways during those early Grub and Dragon fights to cancel out the Zac. Rakan picked here, which is a good reason. You banned Milio out. Rakan is a great champ. Really, really flexible. Now you're kind of forcing Rockridge to ban the Xayah. And if you don't, you get Xayah Rakan for free.
There you go. Yeah. We see ban number 1 of phase 2, Chantilly taking out the Ashe, which is interesting. Makes sense, right? The Ashe has that sort of survivability in the form of her Panic ultimate if she needs it. Xayah being the response for Rock Ridge and Caitlyn. So 3 AD carries banned in phase 2, right?
And
Neither
should
team
be a Kaisa ban now.
Oh, probably.
Oh,
no. Okay. Well, Dr. Mundo will be the final ban, rounding all this out. 3 AD carries in phase 2, but that will leave Calvin with his pick of an AD carry, and we know that his Kaisa is comfortable and warmed up and looked great.
It looked great, but the only scary thing is that there's a lot of dive and point and click CC. on the side of Red Ridge. So like maybe you're scared of picking Kaisa because of, she gets locked down by the Maokai W, then she gets Lissandra ulted, then she gets bursted. So maybe you opt for something safer, but they're going to go for the Callista, it looks like, which is basically saying that we are going to win bot lane no matter what. We're going to have the agency level 1 with the Rakan W. Never mind. I got baited. It's going to be the Jinx, which is even scarier because, again, Jinx has no mobility. She's completely reliant on her Zac and her Rakan to CC Maokai and Lissandra. And, she has to go cleanse, and she has to find a way to survive. But if she can survive the initial burst, there's not a lot of consistent damage to kill her.
Yeah, Rakan Jinx is, I guess, a little non-traditional lane, but not necessarily a bad lane.
Yeah, Rakan is a very flexible champion.
Yeah.
He can kind of slot in with anyone.
Right.
He feels the same no matter what, unless he's with his eye, then he feels like God. So,
well, there you go. And his eye was banned, but and a smart decision, right, after showing Rakan. We do see that Trundle and Misfortune round out the picks for Rockridge, and once again, final pick, R5, Fiora going top for Chantilly. You'd think with having last pick that it's something of a surprise, but
it's not.
It's not.
Not at all. And it's crazy that they keep doing it. Like, I don't know. I am really curious to see how our caster Kevin feels about this matchup, because Trundle into Fiora seems like a nightmare for Fiora to handle. I just think so. When I think about top lane matchups, when I think about what these two champs fundamentally want to do, Trundle seems like he just dominates that. But again, Jung is a great Fiora player. He's very comfortable on the champ. He had to play against the Warwick, which, he clearly looked uncomfortable, but I feel like Trundle's more of a traditional top laner where maybe he'll have a better chance at it.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more matchup experience. I'm curious where you feel the win con for Rockridge is.
Where the what is?
Where the win con for Rockridge's comp is, because that's this comp to me looks like you're putting a lot of pressure on this Misfortune to perform.
Right. It's Misfortune, but you can also play it with the Trundle ult into Belv. Like, if you Trundle ult someone down and then Belveth gets the reset immediately. Like, if you guys layer that burst down and it's like, okay, we're all 4 of us are going to go on to someone and get Belveth going in the team fight. That can also work. But you do have that wombo combo capabilities. I don't think that'll work nearly as well just because it is against a Zac and an Echo who can both get out pretty easily. Rakan has a bunch of different ways. I would expect the Rakan to build QSS just because if you build QSS and you get Maokai ulted and they're trying to layer that Misfortune ult, you can immediately cancel the Misfortune ult because they don't have anything after the Maokai ult comes out.
Does make sense to me. And with the dive potential of Chantilly, and especially on the Rakan support, right? It's kind of tough for a Misfortune that's really stagnant playstyle in her ultimate to get much off. And I mean
let's look at support matchups, right? We have Maokai support versus Rakan support.
Right.
And that is exactly what Rakan wants. It's really hard for Maokai to cancel the Rakan engage.
That's true.
Lane.
Yeah, with the Q.
Like it's not very reliable. Against Zac, it's way easier because Zac kind of jumps in. You have the indicator, everything. It's really slow.
Yeah.
But Rakan's very, very slippery. And Rakan can also transport the Maokai on top of the Jinx if he wants. He can E back, he can W back. There's a lot of different ways. So that support matchup, I expect the Maokai to look to Roma a lot just to kind of help the Lissandra. Like, you can do some 3v3 plays topside with Lissandra, Maokai, and Belveth against the Fiora Zac Echo. Like, you have a lot more CC, a lot more burst potential, especially with the Belveth passive. Whereas Rakan is going to look to get played spot lane for the Jinx because she's going to need the gold to kind of chunk the Lissandra, the Trundle, the Malphite.
Yeah, and that's something I'm noticing about Chantilly's comp too, is the longer the game goes on, I really do favor Chantilly almost completely.
Right.
With a Jinx and an Echo and a Fiora and a Zac. That is going to become overwhelming pretty quickly, and especially if Chantilly can really build an early advantage, that is going to be tough to claw out of. So we'll see if Rockridge is able to come out the gate swinging, get an early lead and maintain that, but also take care of business, get out of the game quick, and try to get a 1-0 lead in the series.
Yeah, in a vacuum, this game is a 4v4 and then a 1v1.
Yeah.
Trundle and Fiora are never. If they see anyone else on their team in their lane, they're gonna be angry. They're gonna be like, "What? Like, what are you doing?" They want to 1v1. They want to itemize for each other. They don't care about anything else in this game, and that's super interesting because I think it's all dependent on the first 4 levels. And Kevin can correct me when he gets on if I'm wrong. But I feel like the first 4 levels kind of determine if Trundle gets the early push, then he can reset. He gets his Tiamat, and then he's kind of chilling. But if Fiora gets that early lead with the good vitals and with the good poke or whatever, Fiora can really take that over. So I expect Zach to be top lane early, and then Belveth, when she has the capability to come up to maybe try and help as well. But again, neither of these top laners have much CC for ganks.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try something because admittedly, so the players are out in the arena. They had to draft through a third-party client. I assume somebody in the lobby doesn't own all champions. So we should be getting into game here soon. But I believe our casters are standing by. And it might be nice if we are able to get a little head start with Kev to get some of these answers, because I do see on our screen we do have the guys standing out in the arena. They are on your screen. Kevin's excited to be here because we want to talk.
What am I, chopped liver? What's going on here?
Kevin, we love you, Xander. Do not get me wrong, but Kevin is an incredible top laner that would have a lot of these answers that we are missing. So, Kevin, what are you thinking about this top lane matchup?
You played Trundle top before.
Yeah, so here's the big thing about this matchup is, Gavin, if you're familiar with the Renekton Fiora matchup in any capacity, a lot of the skill expression comes from Fiora being able to riposte Renekton's W. The same thing is going to apply here. The skill expression is going to come from if Fiora can riposte the Q from Trundle, because she won't lose the attack damage off of whatever Trundle has going on there. But on the other side of that, it's going to be on Trundle to, if it does get stopped by Fiora W, to get out of the way, because if he gets hit by it, he loses anywhere between like 50 to like 75% attack speed. Like, he's not going to be able to attack fast.
I didn't think of that.
Right.
Okay,
So-
well, yeah. I agree with him, but like, yeah.
Xander, you're doing great. I promise.
I couldn't have gotten that level of analysis. I step aside.
Yeah, neither could we. Kevin, you're doing great. Okay, well, that's very exciting. And we should be getting into game here soon, so I think we will let you guys take it from here. But good luck. Thanks for helping out there, Kev. Have fun with game number 1.
Yeah, should be a good time. If you are just joining in, welcome to the stream, VHSL League of Legends Finals. My name is Kevin Clayton, and I'm joined by Xander, who has been on the desk with me already to talk over some League of Legends, and we had an exciting series before. I gotta say, how are you feeling going into this one?
I'm feeling so good. Kevin, this is the grand finals. The number 1 seed versus the number 2 seed. Would you have it any other way? We're going into a best of 3, and both teams have performed amazingly throughout the entire season and have now come down to this moment, the grand finals, where they have to, it's the 2 best teams in Virginia facing each other.
Yeah, and on the topic of what we were saying with the Trundle and the Fiora, there's going to be a lot of skill expression in this game. You're going to see a lot of niche interactions that really speak to the level of these players. Yes, they are the number 1 and the number 2. They're very close, but you're going to see where those differences lie. Who, in what role, is going to be showing their best performance to really run away with their lane? And can they bring that lead to other parts of the map? If they can do that, the game should be theirs, but that's not an easy ask.
We've seen, I mean, we didn't get the opportunity to watch Rock Ridge. That happened over, I can't remember if it was JMU or Radford. They're helping us out with all the streaming today.
Shout out to those guys.
Shout out to those guys. There's so many games, and we've covered literally all the action today, but with the help of those other 2 universities, so huge help there. So we didn't get to watch Rock Ridge in their victory, but I heard that they went to game 3, and we know that as a number 2 seed and a number 1 seed, both times going to a game 3, it was a pretty close matchup. Chantilly obviously getting a little bit of momentum going in game number 2 and carried that very well over into game number 3. But, I mean, watching Chantilly it was a series of individual performances, like you said, Kevin. And this is going to be pretty outstanding to watch exactly how that Zach is now going to be the third game in a row that player 456 is going to be playing that character. And, I mean, pretty influential throughout the entire map.
Oh yeah, because you had multiple times where we're seeing the Zac player get ganks off and leading to kills or assists. But then shortly after, we would look at the CS numbers between the two junglers, and Zac would be ahead. Like, it did not matter how many eliminations you had going on. It was crazy to see just how well and optimized this player has for this blob of goo.
Yeah, just really through the rotations of farming the jungle, very efficient ganks coming in, either getting a lot of damage, maybe some summoner spells, or at best case scenario, a couple eliminations and tower pressure and damage. So really, really solid player on player 456 that Zac is, as we said, just really made such an impact once that we got that swap over. Yeah, I mean, top lane, that Fiora was very dominant to the point where it got banned, and that's when we saw the Gwen, which was, that was a sight to behold. That definitely took the other team by surprise.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many factors that go into that, but also I feel as though we've seen the mid laner for Chantilly getting a lot of targeted bans so far, and understandably so. They play a lot of high skill expression champions that can run away with games. But on the other side of that coin, we've seen how well this Fiora does. Well, okay, let me take one ban away and we'll try to get rid of the Fiora. Well, now they have the Gwen. Okay, we'll get rid of 2 bans, right? We'll try to lock them out of this split push playstyle. Right. But game 2 with Chantilly, that Yasuo was a demon. That thing was crazy. It got so much value off of Zac's jump and just getting
fresh flame.
Yeah.
I mean, everything was just played into the hands of that ultimate. And I mean, obviously, even in the neutral game, I think there was a solo kill at some point. But really, through the help of all the pop-ups of the team, they played that comp so well around an impactful Yasuo. And it led them to a steamroll game number 2 and let them carry that into game number 3. We finally have our champions loaded into the Rift. We're going to go ahead and hop over into game number 1 of the grand finals. Number 2 seed Rockridge versus number 1 seed Chantilly. We are ready to bring you the action.
Yeah, so as we get started here, it's worth noting, stacking in the bush once again. Multiple times has Chantilly just decided to stick together, and if any sort of invade happens, they're ready for it.
Yeah.
Understandably so. That first game in the last series caused so many problems for Chantilly because Lafayette was just so on top of things. They were really making sure that they were playing together, and while there weren't any eliminations early on, it still led to chunked health bars, early summoner spells. This time around, everyone is opting to hold on to all of their resources. Understandably so. Cleanses on both AD carries. We see Exhaust on Rakan to slow down the damage of either Bel'Veth or Fortune. And also, we were looking at the matchup topside to be a 1v1. It's very reasonable to be, but Fiora has Ignite instead of TP.
Interesting. So looking to maybe take away a little bit of that sustain from the Trundle, as that passive allows him to heal a whole lot through the laning phase. That's going to help a little bit of that kill pressure. This is going to be an exciting top matchup to watch, I got to say. Once, I mean, I know that we're just a minute and 48 seconds into the game, but there's already, it felt like all teams on all lanes were already just bashing each other's faces in at this point in the last series that we watched.
Yeah, and note how already we're starting to see small trades on both the top and bottom side of the map as players are getting their level 2s. Fiora getting full Conqueror stacks. This is a very dangerous spot to be fighting in. Opts in for the flash and is able to get the first blood. I do want to acknowledge what Gavin said at the start of this series. Is the level 4 going to be impactful? Absolutely. Fiora burning both summoner spells. Trundle will be able to TP back to lane if they so choose, but it looks like this time around, because Fiora is opting for the slow push, it's just going to save the teleport for when they need it most.
Yeah, they're not crashing that wave into the tower just yet. And obviously, with being level 1, you would want to soak as much of that experience as possible. But no, going to go, like you said, for the slow push, trying to starve out that Trundle, keep them at level 1 as long as possible, and keep that advantage with the levels.
Yeah, we do see a bit on the bot side also. This Maokai is taking a lot of damage, but he also has a good amount of built-in sustain. And in the last series, we saw Chantilly is one of the teams that generally doesn't look forward to getting the anti-heal on their team, which is understandable. There are multiple games where you build anti-heal and it doesn't feel great. I've been there. It's a pain, but also you gotta acknowledge how much healing they've got on the side of Rockridge, especially if Belvith goes either Blade of the Ruin King or maybe a Bloodthirster. You need to get that on someone, and that should be a talking point even now as the start of the game starts to get going. We see Belvith on the Scuttle Crab getting that lockdown. Zach trading it on the other side as we do see Gank up top side. Riposte still online, doing a good job of holding on to it, not using it too early to get the stun and cancel out the Belvith knockup.
And that once that pillar is out, that's their only option for any of their CC. Now we see a little bit of scuffle here in the mid lane. Lissandra so far in the lead, but now we have Zach jumping in. A nice CC, misses the E in, but follows up with a good Q. And Belveth gonna help maybe get a little bit of return. The flash goes out, but no damage done as the miss with the knockup.
What a crazy setup. I feel as though you need to be so aware of Lissandra's ability to get out of these fights with that teleport ability where she throws the little hand out. I love that Echo went in first, got rid of that, took a little bit of damage, but it was all shielded damage from his W, and that allowed Zach to jump in and try to get the value then afterwards. Like, that was beautiful play calling. It's just a matter now of executing on it going forward, especially now that Lissandra doesn't have flash.
Great foresight, though, from Lissandra to be able to recognize that stun is coming out and have the foresight to send that claw out and get away. But we look at the CS difference in the mid lane. Lissandra with the range, able to bully a little bit more and wave clear effectively. So there's going to be a lead there. Of course, once we hit 6, ganks in mid lane become a lot more difficult. Echo, obviously, being able to turn back time, negate a bunch of damage, and also reposition. But also Lissandra with the frozen prison just can go invulnerable. It's a free Zhonya's Hourglass, essentially, that does damage.
Yeah, also, look at this topside Fiora. 3 long swords, 2 trundles, 1. I mean, I am not exactly a math major, but I can count, at least on my hand, that 3 is greater than 1, and we see the damage output because of it. Trundle,
they only have 2 hands. How are they holding them all?
Yeah, exactly. Trundle able to get a second long sword, but is still going to be feeling that pressure for a little while longer. Once the first item is completed, I think we may see a bit more of that back and forth skill expression, but for now, CC layered, but the bubble misses, and Lissandra is able to walk away.
That sidestep off of the bubble was so key in staying alive there. That was everything. Now, hitting 6 though, both mid laners at that 6th level. We're talking about those ganks about to get a little bit more difficult. And even without needing the ultimate, able to survive there with the Zac leap in.
Yeah, very interesting choice here to start things off. We do see the Zac starting things off. Oh, Fiora level 6 against this Trundle, who's only level 5 and is not close enough to get the experience off the wave, means that he's in an awkward spot. The Ignite will finish him off, and he will walk away. Fiora doing a great job of keeping that pressure going and preventing the wave from fully crashing into their own tower, taking the reset and not losing too much because of it. But Echo getting a little greedy on the engage, is not held in CC long enough to lose the stock before they get a ulti off, still ends up going down. And so that was a beautiful elimination.
And that's a great thing that you didn't really, you don't really think about with the Lissandra Echo matchup. You can use that Lissandra ultimate on either yourself to put yourself in stasis or the enemy, and they can still take damage during that time. And during that time, they are unable to use things like their ultimate, which turns back time and gives them all their health back. So they were just barely on the cusp of eliminating him before he was able to use his ultimate, but it didn't matter. They still had enough follow-up damage and the great positioning from Belveth when he just watched Trundle die in the river and was able to rotate very effectively down and get a good rotation on that mid gank.
Yeah, very nice stuff so far. I'm also loving how slow this tempo is. This feels like game one of the last series, where both sides are willing to play a little bit slower. Chantilly is such an aggressive team, as we do see here, as the Maokai ultimate is used for the disengage. Belveth going in, but is not finding the reset just yet, as multiple targets are losing a good amount of health, and Misfortune is able to walk away with about 200, 300 health. Lissandra having to use her ability to blink away, and now there are 3 people on the side of Chantilly and a Zach who is not afraid to dive.
Gavin and Chris talked so much about the maneuverability of that Rakan, and it showed right there. Immediately after MF was starting to channel the Bullet Storm, or I can't even remember what it's called, maybe it's called that, their ultimate, that cone of damage completely negated by the slipperiness of the Rakan movement. And wow, the solo kill from Lissandra onto the Echo. Things are starting to look down for the Echo.
Yeah, I mean, what a strange matchup. You feel like Echo is the kind of character who can really run away with a lane, but this Lissandra is doing a really good job of dancing around Echo's W. They have not gotten stunned too often in this lane, and the only times that it has happened, it is with the setup of the Zac. So you need to be aware of that. You can't start playing aggressive when that has been your playstyle so far, as we do get a little bit of a peek topside. Both players looking to get a Hydra to start things off, which means that they will have amazing wave clear the later this game goes. Also worth noting, Belveth in the river trying to go for this fight. There are 4 people on the side of Chantilly trying to close this out. The Jinx rocket goes wide, but the Lissandra still goes down. Misfortune getting a little bit of damage onto the Jinx, but it won't lead to anything just yet beyond the grubs spawning in about 15 seconds. And Belveth got the first 3. It means neither side is going to be spawning the little grubs for their own side if they take this now.
Oh, and we've got another engagement here in mid lane. Belveth evaporating there under the pressure of 3 Chantilly players. Now, a little bit of damage here in the mid lane. A very valuable tower to start putting damage down onto. You can take get extra gold from this plating. A big wave going down to the bottom lane, though, so a lot of experience and gold missed out on the bottom lane for Chantilly. But they're going to be trading these Void Grublings for them.
Yeah, this Jinx just lost a lot of value, both experience and money, on that play alone. While you do get these grubs and it denies Belveth her enhanced state, you did get your 80 carry set back a pretty good amount. The gold is falling into Chantilly's favor, but the people who have it need to be ready to run away with the game, and it looks like that may fall onto the Fiora this time around, as she has so much money early on, and the CS difference is starting to build.
And just barely mistimed on the bubble from Echo. Mr. Kitten Whiskers wasn't able to quite get the stun off and got snared before that, and then Lissandra Hasi on Lissandra able to wander out of the bubble before the stun happens. Still, these fights with Jung in this top lane just basically standing under Metro Block's tower and just kind of showing that he's not afraid to fight, even with a huge health deficit.
Yeah, you are 2 levels, 1 level down, and we do see the ulti waited till after after Fiora uses the riposte. A great call out, but uses that to disengage. The Jinx rocket bursting out the Lissandra, the Maokai ulti, getting a good root down, but that still is not enough as Chantilly is just has so much early game damage that now Echo is the one who's pocketing all of this money and will be able to snowball it into the late game. You need to be careful. That is a character, again, high skill expression that can run away with games.
Yeah, and what I'm noticing from Chantilly is they're making plays together. It was obviously a skirmish there in the river, but it was 4 members of Chantilly, and even if not 4 members in person, there was at least a Jinx rocket coming in to make a huge play and get extra damage on the execute. And then Rockridge, it seemed like they just happened to be there together, but not playing for that particular engagement. So, and as our analyst desk said, if anybody from either one of their own teams comes up to this lane, they were going to be upset, and that's exactly what's happening. They're on their own island.
Yeah, look at this. The Rift Herald is spawning in about 30 seconds, and your top side with Belveth for Rockridge is not doing too great. Both the jungler and the top laner are behind and will need help contesting that Herald. If you're playing Belveth, you need this Rift Herald. You want that enhanced buff state because it can really even out this gold deficit, but that's a very tall ask. You need your support up there, potentially your AD carry. Giving up a couple of plates for the other side is extremely worth it if you can snowball that lead, but you gotta get there first.
Yeah, huge gold lead on the side of Fiora over Trundle. Everywhere else fairly similar. The Misfortune does have the lead in gold and supports Rakan in the lead with 1, 0, and 6 stat line. With 4 shutdowns across the board on Chantilly, a familiar sight from our first series. They're playing quite dominantly with a 9-3 scoreline as far as eliminations go. So they're playing their game plan well. They've got the 3,000 and change gold lead here going into the mid-game. The turret platings have fallen. I was trying to think of past tense of fall, and then I said fell, and yeah, they fell in. All right, we've got a 3-man gank here in the top lane. Make it 4 here coming in shortly. The teleport coming in, but just a little bit too late. Here comes Belveth. Is he able to get the stun up? The Jinx rocket not even close by, but dealing with their own problems there in the bottom lane. Flashes out of the MF engagement and just enough damage to be able to secure that Jinx kill. And wow, across the board, I think only Trundle went down for Rockridge, so a 1-for-1 trade. And still, Chantilly wants this tower.
Yeah, so they're going to send as much as they can. The teleport comes out, but 1 hit will knock it down. A very dangerous teleport to be using there means that it will go on cooldown, and you lose 2 players on the side of Rockridge. That is so detrimental because not only did you lose the tower, you lose the 2 KOs, but you also are now losing the Rift Herald. Misfortune, yes, does get that tower bot side, but keep an eye on the gold on the top of the screen. That number differential is going to go up drastically, and money gets you stats. Stats win you games.
And they're going to continue pushing this top lane as this second-tier turret is going to take a ton of damage. If not fall, the minions will finish it off. So a super effective follow-up to the couple of eliminations there in the top lane. And as you mentioned, Kevin, the teleport down as well. And I don't know if you saw that, but that was not Belveth taking that Rift Herald. So a lot of denial from Chantilly.
Yeah, and it's so unfortunate for the side of Rockridge because that's so snowbally. But also we saw Trundle going for that mid lane tower and walking away from the Jinx. I understand that the lane was very difficult early on, but you are playing one of the best tower takers in this game. You are able to 1 auto and Q that thing and it will go down. I understand giving the respect, but you also need to find your ways back into this game, and money is the way. Tower gold is a beautiful way to get back into games. So not securing that right now, maybe you wanted to give it to the Fortune, that's understandable, but that means that this Fiora is going to be an even bigger problem. Look at this. She has a full item, a full Trinity Force, one of the most expensive items in the game, a 3,000 gold deficit in the top side. I don't know. If you're sending this to the 1v1, you gotta be careful.
Oh, and maybe getting a little bit too confident there in the blue jungle. And just not enough damage. Gonna walk out, heal off of this minion wave, and meet up with the rest of the Chantilly squad. It looks like Rockridge wants more, but I don't know if there's enough down on this bottom side to fight for worthwhile, but they're hunting, and as I say that, Dragon is going to be spawning, and that's exactly why this whole team has met. And Trundle and the rest of the squad here somehow still walking out, but eventually will fall, and Belveth securing that one. Great champion for that to go down onto. Now this scuffle continues, but two members of Rockridge a little bit out of position. Lots of damage coming down from the Jinx. Free firing rockets putting down so much splash damage onto Rockridge, and this is disaster for Rockridge as they pushed out a little bit too far and get caught out from Chantilly.
Let's acknowledge this. Earlier we saw the Fiora player dance around the jungle and burn Misfortune ulti. That was a super tight choke point that if Misfortune ulti was still up, would have melted Chantilly. But because it wasn't, they were able to run away with this team fight and secure their third dragon. So much value off of a really good play from not only the bottom half of Chantilly, but the side lane Fiora, able to bait out options and get lots of great options because of it.
I want to talk about something here real quick, Kevin. Evan, on that Misfortune, we have been watching probably some of the most ineffective ultimates, insanely huge damage dealing ultimate across a wide area. And I mean, Chantilly knows this, and they have had every bit of escapability out of that damage. So the ultimates haven't been that impactful. But I tell you what, it doesn't matter how many Evan misses. It just takes one as we near this mid to late game. Once you get enough damage down onto enough of the team in a single team fight, if there is no control over that particular escapability, you could deal an insane amount of damage to Chantilly, take some sort of large objective, or make a push into an inhibitor based off of just one good ult, and it is incredibly impactful. So that is something that I'm going to be looking for as we continue. And this is the entire squad from Chantilly pushing it here into the mid lane. Just 4 members, actually. And there's one. That's enough, but it gets paused there for a second as finally Fiora going to be going down there in the mid lane as well. So get Rockridge being a little bit patient with the over-aggressive Chantilly underneath the tower, and they're going to come away with elimination for it.
Very good Misfortune ulti. Yes, it was canceled early, but it did get solid damage this time around and had the setup it needed. This Maokai has been doing a really good job of using this ultimate for disengage, making sure that Fortune can get the time to set up in the right spot. It's not easy to both disengage, find your position, and then get a full Misfortune ulti off. It requires basically the stars to align, the planets themselves to all be in the right spot. But when you do that, it can really work in your favor. Zach opting to jump in here, maybe looking for a little bit more as well, but nothing too crazy. Echo using his E to take out the turret, and might as well just ult out and make sure that there's no crazy follow-up.
A very safe way to take the turret there. Not going to take any damage whatsoever. And now, going to go back to a little bit of farming. We got a little bit of time to cool off. They've taken the tower, and I don't think Rockridge is going to be looking for anything right away. 2 minutes until Dragon spawns, and Baron is up, but not enough pressure on the map for either team to opt for it. Maybe a little bit too much vision as well. So, we're back to even keel. Let's take stock of the match. This Zach is 1-0-11.
A terrifying blob to behold.
This Rakan is 1-0-12.
Okay, you know, good point. I mean, you got 2 characters who are jumping into the enemy backline and just there for pure setup, are able to get in, get the CC on, and then leave. That is so good for them, and Maokai stuck on his own Trundle's pillar is going to get a little bit of back and forth misclick shenanigans, but I also want to acknowledge Baron is up. Dragon Soul will be up in about a minute 20. If I am Chantilly, you gotta make a big decision here because you're gonna go for one and the other team in theory should be going for the other. If you go for the Dragon Soul, on paper that is a beautiful objective. It sets you up for the rest of the game. Your damage numbers go off the charts. But that means you are giving Baron to the other side, and especially Belveth. You will have immense pushing power. We've been looking to see if Belveth can get these Void objectives and get that pressure going. This time around, instead, they have been caught out on multiple objectives, and those Void objectives have fallen into Chantilly's hand. So do you go then for the Baron and forsake the Dragon Soul this time around? It's worth it, but I don't know. Dragon Soul is such a beautifully strong objective, and when you have a lead like Chantilly, you may just try to force the end. There's a good argument for both, and it looks like the setup for the Dragon is the answer for now.
Absolutely. We finally have an engagement here as it's really, really close. That's an amazing MF ultimate, and Belveth going to get shut down onto Rakan, but return damage coming down onto Belveth in kind. And now running away, the vital spots for Fiora going to be able to get that elimination onto Calvin. And now Dragon Soul coming down into the hands of Chantilly. An incredible job to survive the original engagement from the Misfortune ultimate from Evan. And with that only getting one elimination, you just let the Fiora run free. Zach's able to return.
Ooh. A pause.
And we have a pause here
right.
as we are in game number 1. We're 30 minutes in, Kevin. This game is very hot. And I want to talk real quick, and we might be hopping back into game here in just a second. But something to note is that the Rakan and the Zach are building huge armor right now. And you know who gets to take resistances from them and could use a little bit of armor himself is Trundle, right? So that could be impactful as we get more resistances onto those two tanks. Yes, they will become very resistant to a lot of people, but as long as subjugation is on either one of those players, that MF could be very impactful.
Yeah, and on top of that, I feel as though Rockridge does need to be playing as 5 right now. This Trundle can't survive this one-on-one lane. As bad as that sounds, you do want the split pushers going up against each other and showing their respective skill expression, but Trundle doesn't have the items needed to match that Fiora.
Yep.
So you want Trundle in these team fights, stealing those resistances away from Zach to try and get Misfortune's bullet time to really rack up that damage against all opponents in these fights.
Bullet time, that's what it was called.
Yeah. With all of that being said, I am a little surprised with how this played out, that we didn't see the Baron taken after the Dragon. Instead, we're seeing a couple of skirmishes around the side laning Fiora. You may think it's a one-on however many you want to send towards them, but I think we're starting to see Chantilly is not afraid to play around this Fiora, sort of bait the opponents in. They have caught this Fiora in awkward spots before, but it's when you get too comfortable doing that that suddenly a blob can jump in from the fog of war, or Rakan could be jumping in from the walls and stuff like that. Crazy stuff going on as Fiora is looking to crash a wave up against the Trundle, starts hitting the tower, but they are also hitting the Baron. No, they're backing off of the Baron. I think they saw the 4 and didn't want to mess with anything too crazy.
As if this team on Chantilly's side needed any more damage, this Dragon Soul already putting in huge work. And they're going to see a little bit of an adventure into the jungle, and they don't put any damage down. The recall finishes. What a, really, a break.
Yeah, I think they saw the Belveth in the top bush and assumed that was it, that they would get out. As they walked into the bush, they could see the vision of someone in there, but they didn't throw out their abilities ahead of time. Now the Baron is started, and they make the trade offer. Fiora goes down in exchange for the Baron. It's a very dangerous play, but when you need the gold to get back into the game, this is your ticket to do it. Jinx, excited, running straight towards the Fortune. Oh, that was Echo.
Yeah.
Echo's blink followed Fortune through the flash. That is so good because it just knocked out the biggest damage source of Rockridge.
The timing on that, Mr. Kitten Whiskers, just really... The fact that he's able to jump all the way and continue to that back line, can keep that damage down onto the MF. Wow. This is a great thing to come off of a Baron. Obviously, you already get 300 gold per person as it is, but then being able to just get any stragglers that are just sniffing about the upside river, being able to take down at least 2 of them, Belveth and Misfortune. So a little bonus to boot, and almost a 10K gold lead here as we're getting close to 30 minutes.
Yeah, the gold lead falling on the Fiora, a little bit on the Echo, and the support Rakan. A very interesting spread, especially because the Belveth has 7 deaths compared to Zach's 0, and Zach has more CS, and yet somehow they're relatively even on the money. It's really falling, yes, on the top side, but also the Echo getting that value on taking out that Fortune, and the Maokai, or the Rakan, excuse me, getting just so much support gold on these crazy quick engages.
And again, a little bit disconnected. Able to flash away as Lissandra, but now we've got Metro Blocks versus Jung there in the top lane, battling underneath the turret. Nobody really losing health. Lissandra and Hasi still on the run, trying to follow up here with Belveth and Planebog. And it's, wow, the damage coming from both Jinx and the empowered cannon minions. You saw those giant purple cannonballs flying in, going to seal the deal there, and then just gonna walk up, and why not take the turret and in to boot, try and take down this Trundle. The damage is continuing. 4 members of Chantilly still in the base. The center inhibitor going down. Now the top one is sure to fall as well. The pressure is just too much for Rockridge to be able to sustain. Look at these cannon minions. They don't even need to be anywhere near this tower, and these cannonballs are destroying everything. Chantilly wants game number 1, and they will have it as they continue the pressure here in the base of Rockridge. They continue to fight, and the health bars of Rockridge are falling.
Keep an eye on the Jinx. If there's one thing that gets her excited, it's skirmishes like this. Multiple towers taken down, and you blink and they're all gone. A ton of attack speed and Echo's great magic damage on the objectives means that this game falls into the hands of Chantilly.
Wow. And continuing that reign at Chantilly brought throughout the regular season, going 14-0. They did drop a game earlier today, but that was the first one all fall semester that they did so. And they are continuing to fight and now take down Rockridge. It was fairly close, though the advantage seemed to be in Chantilly's favor for the majority of the game. Largely due in part to, as you said, Mr. Kitten Whiskers, such a silly name, and Jung there in the top lane on Fiora. They were wealthy by the end of this game.
It's crazy. Every time we see this Fiora, it feels like an unstoppable force, and you want to get rid of it. But what do you, like, you can't really change your bans. There are so many skill expression mid laners that are also getting out of the way, and we saw what happened last series. When you leave one of them open, you suddenly have a Yasuo with like 15 kills. It's craziness.
You pan the Fiora, you get the Gwen. It's like there's no winning here against these players that have a deep champion pool or are able to really put the pressure in their respective lanes. But I am interested to hear what our analyst desk have to say about this. Guys, what do you think?
You know, it's a gorgeous thing when a plan goes exactly how you drew it up. And I would say that that went more or less exactly how Chantilly drew it up.
I would say. I would say.
Yeah, the Fiora really running away with the game. The bot lane finding its way. But namely, I want to shout out, and we didn't really get to talk about this much in the pregame, Echo holding his own in what was a miserable matchup.
I mean, yeah, so with Echo, he really struggles against Lissandra because Lissandra has so much potential to stop him. If Lissandra ults before Echo ults, obviously, then Echo's ulted. But if Echo ults then, Lissandra gets the AoE slow, but it doesn't do damage. So then when he comes out of the ult, he's slowed, and then Lissandra can re-ult him. The interaction is incredibly buggy for no reason other than League just has it that way. So it's really hard. But the Echo got a lot of help from the Zac, which is my first big point I want to throw out. Like, I have like 3 steps to how Rockridge comes back, right? And step 1 is you have to ban the Zac. You cannot let the Zac in this game. They had constant pressure mid lane. Lissandra was constantly under threat. She was always using her E to push out the wave offensively, and always using it to poke, and then Zac would all of a sudden come out. And granted, she never died, but she lost a lot of prowess. She had the TP back. She would have to reset in bad situations. Zac also did the exact same thing top lane. Yeah, Fiora got the solo kill, but then Zac went up, backed up top, and dove. And then the lane was frozen. Bel'Veth can't help. This Zac had so many huge effects on the game that it just has to be taken away. We can't let that champ exist anymore, at least I think. Additionally, bot lane was kind of the same situation. They had the really good dive bot lane. They had a lot of great dives. Chantilly definitely had confidence going into the series where they kept diving on repeat with this Zac over and over and over and getting the Jinx ahead. Jinx got the double kill bot lane off of the 3-man dive, and then she gets free plates. They transition that to Dragon, then they go mid and they get more plates. Everything just came because of this Zac.
An overwhelming presence. That's been the theme of this Zac, and specifically this player on Zac, really showcasing the wherewithal, the game sense to know where he can have the biggest effect and applying that effect. Like, it's very impressive to watch, and we can take you back through it. We do have replays here that we will relive this series once more, or at least this game, the start to this series. But I mean, like you said, keep an eye on this Zac. Sure, you know, First Blood does go to Fiora. The flash is unfortunate, right? You trade flashes. Trundle's able to walk back to land, and it's not too bad just yet. But once that wave is pushing into the Fiora off that First Blood, it's miserable. It's a horror for that Trundle to have to play through. And he didn't quite get the help from the Bel'Veth like we saw the other direction, right? Fiora was able to set up a gorgeous freeze for an absurd amount of time and then just pull overwhelmingly ahead. And then we look to the other side of the map. Xander did a great job of breaking this down, right? We saw the mobility from Rakan get him out for a little bit, buy enough time for the Echo to make his way down. And by then, I mean, numbers are already favoring Chantilly, but why not make it a guarantee, right? Team play from Chantilly looked great all around. More dives, like you said, fighting their way all the way under the mid lane tier 1 tower, and Jinx rockets hailing in all across the map, right? 2 replays in a row. This team's global presence was very much felt.
Yes, absolutely. And shout out to Calvin again. Like, I know he keeps mentioning the name, but this game he didn't have very many kills early on, but he kept working towards it, kept getting gold, kept getting the towers and whatever, and got really scary towards the end of the game. And that was a great thing to see. Obviously, really good flashes from Chantilly against the Misfortunal. I don't think the Misfortunal ever actually landed. They just never could land a CC properly. And then we had this fight where I think after you get this pick, you kind of have to fall back because you don't have the Misfortunal. You used a lot of your ults then. But they keep going, and then Chantilly's like, wait a second, they overstepped. And they pulled a trigger, which was great by Rakan. Huge Rakan ult here. This was absolutely amazing from him.
Yeah,
and
that's textbook.
At this point, it's the classic League of Legends where you don't know what's happening, but someone wins, and it turns out to be Chantilly.
Yeah, watching it live, watching it in replay, doesn't really matter. There's a lot on our screens. We couldn't walk you through it, but hopefully watching that twice got you a little bit of information, a little bit of insight. Again, Exhibit A of the Misfortunal not getting any value, ultimately getting CC'd and interrupted. I mean, just great. I want to use the term domination, right? All over the map. Chantilly really did draw up a game plan, and it more or less went exactly how they wanted it to.
Yeah, and you brought up like Xander brought up having to ban these mid laners and whatnot. And Echo was real scary. There was one clip where it was like Echo just flashed on the misfortune, and all of a sudden, bam, she's gone. And like, I get that the Kitten Whiskers has a bunch of priority chance, but I think you just have to give them all to him and let him take his pick, because you can't 3-ban him because then he has the Echo. You can't, he has just so many opportunities. I think you have to look at the other lanes instead.
Yeah, definitely options on the table and difficult decisions that need to be made, because at this point, Rockridge is on elimination again. It's on the verge of placing second here at the VHSL League of Legends Fall Finals. So we'll see what adaptations they make. We'll get into that soon as we wrap up these replays and watch how this game ended. Again, a massive gold lead to finish the game. We see the kills are 10 to 24 and climbing. We see the Jinx value, like you just mentioned. This really became a beast toward the end of the game, and especially when you can get that excited, get all those resets from both towers and taking down players. That attack speed, that turret damage becomes way too much to do anything about.
Right. So again, looking at the next game, I want to see a Zac ban.
Yeah.
It just, I know it's like, oh, then they're gonna play like Nunu or they're gonna play Hecarim, but I feel like any of those champions have less assertiveness in ganking lanes. Like Nunu, yeah, he comes in like really, really fast, but he can only come from 2 different ways. The Zac ganked top from like 14 different angles. He came from that tri-bush, he came from the pixel bush, he came from the middle river, he came from the alcove. Like, he just can come from everywhere, and I feel like that's too much for Rockridge to effectively handle when you have a player like player 456 who's just so comfortable on Zac.
Yeah, the Zac is becoming an issue, and the other issue seems to be this Fiora. I mean, just like top lane in general, sure, got a lot of help from the jungler in this game and in the previous series, whatever. But the Fiora, we teased a little bit about this. The Fiora has always been the last pick. No matter what the matchup is, whether it's good or not. We saw Fiora struggle into that Warwick earlier today. But the Fiora is the choice anyway, right? We saw the one time I believe Fiora got banned was when Gwen came out.
Yep.
So, sure. But I do think something needs to be dealt with that. I don't know if it warrants a ban, but I think you know it's coming, whether it's last pick or not, whether they have, like, whether you're technically blind picking, you know how much Chantilly values this Fiora in the hands of their top laner, and I think you really need to play around that.
Yeah, and I honestly think that Red Witch assumed that it was going to be a Fiora R5 because they picked Trundle, and blind picking Trundle is kind of scary unless you're assuming it's a Fiora. And I think Redridge will give up, or Rockridge will give up the Fiora just because they're like, okay, we got solo killed level 1. We misinterpreted the Ignite. Fiora took Ignite. That's on us. But this game, we won't get solo killed. Our lane state won't be ruined from wave 2. Like, then we can manage the game there. But I do think it's the Zac that has to be banned. It has to be, I think you potentially ban the Lilia, maybe, because if you're going to ban Zac, you might want to ban, like, maybe it's just a 3-man ban jungle and let mid have whatever picks he want, then you can kind of navigate around that. If you give him a melee mid laner, I feel like this mid laner should be able to play Galio, which would be very good into the Yasuo. Maybe you can get Lissandra again, even though the Lissandra might get banned because it looked pretty good. Like, early game, it looked pretty good, even though it had a lot of pressure on it. I think it's way easier to navigate the game if you get player 456 off of these high impact, high gank intensity junglers that he's been playing.
I agree. And whatever game plan Rockridge is able to draw up from here needs to be a little deep too, because at this point you are looking at the distance. Rockridge needs this to go to game 3 for them to stay alive. So what does that mean? What did we see bite Lafayette in the earlier series? They had a great plan for game number 1, and then it worked out how they wanted it to, but then when adjustments were made, they weren't able to keep up. So what we need to see from Rockridge now is, 1, a game plan that will work for now, and 2, a game plan that can last through adaptations that we know Chantilly can and will make if a Game 3 is needed.
Yeah, and again, if we look at just straight up ranks, for Rockridge, it's their mid laner that's their highest ranked player, right? If you can just let him deal with whatever Kitten Whiskers has to throw at him, just give him red side R5, let him figure out what he can play into the mid laner. I think that's your best outlook for winning the game. The top winner was really, really successful, I think. I think he managed the wave even after it gets frozen on in wave 2, which was devastating. After that, he played really well mechanically. All the fights were still really close, even though he was down an entire Triforce at one point in the game. So I think if you just clean up these small mistakes, we'll go to Game 3 for sure.
Yeah, small mistakes and early mistakes, right? The game kind of gets decided in the first couple minutes. I mean, that's been a saying that gets tossed around League of Legends quite a bit, and I felt like that game was a great example. At the moment it fell even slightly out of control, Chantilly never looked back. They took complete control of the map. The Zac, I mean, we can say it a million times, and it will still be true. The Zac made his presence felt literally everywhere, and it just became too much. Once you fall just a little bit behind, Chantilly is a great team when it comes to suffocating and closing out the game.
Yeah.
So it's going to come down to the first couple minutes.
I mean, it does seem like that. When they get the early lead, then it's like, okay, now we're diving on repeat. We're setting up our waves. We're stacking 2 waves and then diving your top laner. They just seem like if they fall behind, they start to falter. They start to like get less confident. They don't want to go for these greedy plays. They don't want to start diving. They don't want to start invading, nothing like that. So then they shell up and they start to lose gold passively. But if they get those first 3 kills, if they get the solo kill top lane, if they get the dive bot lane, whatever it is, then they like their confidence flows through them. Like, they seem like a very, very confident team, and then if Rockridge can somehow get the first advantage, I think they'll have a lot more success. Something I want to see is if Rockridge takes red side, is that you go R1, R2, go Zyrocon. They had success on it against Hayfield. Both of their 2 games that they won against Hayfield, they played Zyrocon each of those games. The one game they lost, Zai got banned. This game, Zai gets banned, and they lose. There's might be a correlation there. I don't know if you're a betting man or not, but that could be the case. I think you go Zyrocon. If Darius is up, you can also prioritize that. I know he plays a lot of Darius jungle. That's like his forte. So like maybe you do that. Maybe clearly Chantilly banned it game 1, so maybe they're scared of it. If it gets let through, you might as well pick it. Could be flexed as well if your top winner plays it as well. But a lot of different things that we have to win on the draft to talk about, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Now, potentially this is the last time that we might get Victor. Do we just manifest it? If we just keep talking about Victor enough, maybe we'll see Victor.
Surely
Please.
it will happen this time.
Please, someone pick Victor.
Yeah, and admittedly, I think we said it in the early window. I'm not even 100% sure if Victor is legal or not.
Yeah, we have no idea.
In this bracket, because it like my brain, my common intuition, my common sense feels like it shouldn't be banned, because it's not a big update.
Not a big change.
They changed one thing on his ultimate and made him look different. But it does sound like we are getting word that Victor is legal, which, again, makes total sense. So, to this point, we have not seen Victor, and I would put Victor in the same category that we've been putting Warwick in. This really niche, strangely overpowered character within the last 2 days.
Yep.
But we've only ever seen one of them, and the one we saw was in the blueprint to take down Chantilly. The one game they've dropped today, the one game they've dropped all year, was when they were so blown away by the raw power of that Warwick. And Victor can absolutely match that. And I don't think Chantilly can really afford to ban both.
Right, I don't think they could either. And I'm pulling up the stats for Victor right now. Victor pick rate last patch before his rework was 4%. Now he has shot up to 36% with a 22% ban rate. The champ is good. The champ is very good. I am not just, being a schizo and just saying, oh, pick Victor because of the big ults or anything, Victor's a good champion, guys. Like, he's very, very strong. All of his numbers got buffed. Everything about him is good now. They just need to capitalize on it. And the champ did not fundamentally change at all. So, like, why not just pick it?
Yeah.
It's something new. It's something good this patch. Worked against Chantilly last time.
Yeah. And you have to think, like, if your champ pools are characters like Lissandra, we saw the Lissandra executed pretty well. Victor does kind of fit in that category of control mage type, almost hyper carry mage, slow immobile mage. So yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't really see a reason why that wouldn't work unless Rockridge truly is so uncomfortable with it that they don't even want to mess with it. But no need to speculate any further, right? I will say it once again. It looks like you are seeing the same thing we are seeing. We are in to draft for game number 2. Chantilly taking game 1 and putting Rockridge on the verge of elimination, or at least the verge of finishing second place. Chantilly with an opportunity to take the Grand Finals title of Fall League of Legends champion in VHSL. Band number 1 for Rockridge will be Draven. Wow, we have a lot of bands coming through pretty quickly here. These teams are drafting fast. Draven, Fiora, and Jinx are the bands for Rockridge. Misfortune and Lissandra. So all champions that we saw last game minus Draven. And the Bel'Veth to round it out. So
Chantilly did not like the comp that round.
Nope, no salty runbacks
No, they
in
did not
any
like that.
capacity. Neither team wants to see the same game we just watched, and I'm not going to argue with
Now
that.
Warwick's up.
Warwick is up, you're right.
So that's a potential. There's also the Zac, which I would like to see first pick to take it away from Chantilly unless they have an answer to it. But honestly, we've seen a lot of different answers for the Zac in 3 games, and we haven't seen it yet. So we got Lux into Akali. I'm going to assume this is a Lux mid because they have run that before. They first pick Lux, and then they pick Zyra Khan immediately after. Lux into Akali, very, very scary. Again, Akali struggles early game, but once she hits 6, she can get on top of the Lux and kind of one-tap her. So it's really depend on how that early game goes. And then we see Zeri. Talk me through Zeri.
Well, Zeri's weird because this champion is already so mobile, and against a champion like Lux, I would expect that you don't really struggle to dodge that CC, which makes me, again, think that this Lux probably has to go mid, but I don't really know how that works into Akali, or how that looks into Akali. Ashe is the counter pick for similar reasons why Ashe is good into Kalista, minus the attack speed difference, right? With a mobile character like that, it's great to have a permanent slow on them for as long as possible, and especially in those lane exchanges, that can be a serious difference maker. But what is the answer to a permanent slow is a movement speed buff. The Karma pick from Chantilly to round out bot lane. We do have our bot lane matchup for the first time this series shown before Phase 2 bans.
Yeah, which is very interesting because every game, AD carry's been getting pinched in second phase, but not anymore. Tarek is a very good champion to Akali, but kind of struggles against Zeri. Not going to have the best time. Yeah, he can go armor boots into Warden's Mail, and then Zeri does nothing, basically. But also, Tarek can't really get on top of Zeri. But I think you're just playing to keep your carries safe from this Akali that's now looming over you. Like, Akali is kind of scary to think about in a vacuum.
No, absolutely. And bans continue. We do see the Darius get knocked down once more. Chantilly not interested in letting see that see the light of day. Dr. Mundo will be the other ban, which is interesting. I don't know if Chantilly has a Dr. Mundo.
Not entirely sure.
Yeah, so
we do see Mbessa banned.
Oh yes, Mbessa will be the final ban for Chantilly, and we see the Gwen banned in favor of Fiora. So
we're gonna see a new top laner.
Well, Fiora. Oh yeah, because Fiora has already been banned. Excuse me. So yeah, a new top laner coming out of Chantilly's top lane player. We'll see what they opt for. We can probably expect that it will not be picked here.
Yeah, probably not.
If the trends of Chantilly's broadcasted matches can give us any information, it will not be now. But Xin Zhao, sure enough, is the jungle pick for Chantilly. We do have to wait a little bit longer to see who that top laner is going to be.
A lot of dive threat into a Tarek, which is kind of spooky, especially now that you've locked in Viego, which basically guarantees Viego a free transform if you just put the Tarek on top of him. But Xin Zhao kind of runs that jungle early game. Xin Zhao versus Viego. Viego cannot do much until he's get his like 1 item, maybe 2 items. So until then, Chantilly's jungler is going to have like free reign over essentially 3 quadrants of the map if they choose to play around top side. We see a Volibear top lane, which is something. There's a lot of different variations to do it. You can play the AP variant. You can play the tank variant. There's some different variations, which I think is very flexible into what is now going to be the Camille top, which is very fitting for the top laners that Chantilly's top lane plays.
Yeah, not a massive surprise. Really does, fit in that sort of category that this what's it called when like an actor is cast for the same type of role every time they do a
A trope? I don't think it's a trope.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm blanking on the term. But this person has laid out their own blueprint for themselves. All right, we know how they like to play the game, and Camille fits that definition almost exactly.
They just like to destroy tanks. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, the frying tanks, frying towers is a common theme here, and Camille is no exception. I do want to point out that we are once again seeing a roster swap from Chantilly. Now that I'm looking closer, the jungler and the AD carry, as well as everybody but the top laner
Has been changed
did
out.
not play last game.
Yes, that looks correct, yes. So we have Camille top with Zinza jungle, which was the Lee Sin from the first game that we saw. Then we have Akali mid, which I don't think we've seen that player yet.
I agree.
I don't believe so. Zeri, which was the Draven, which didn't make sense with the Draven ban. And then Karma, which was the Karma from the first game as well. So things were kind of connecting the dots. So Chantilly has opted to maybe put their subs in, give them some lane experience, or maybe it's just like a call of, okay, we've shown all of our cards with our current players, now we changed it up and we can play these unique comps, because this is a very unique comp. This is very dive heavy, and you let Zeri figure it out. Like, Zeri does not have a lot of help, but your entire team's going to cause chaos where hopefully, Zeri ult can kind of bounce around.
Exactly. Chaos is where Zeri thrives, and especially in these longer team fights with a little bit of help from Karma, maybe to just get that movement speed off the ground until Zeri can build her own movement speed up to be something too overwhelming to deal with. It might just be enough. And we saw these players find a good amount of success against Lafayette earlier today.
Yeah, the Lee Sin looked great.
Yeah. And that game went very long. It was very bloody. Mm-hmm. There were a lot of takedowns both directions. And that game kind of went the distance, but Chantilly did fall in that one. So we'll see if that's enough to overcome it. I do believe we have our guys standing outside once more to take the reins from us. Guys, what do you think about this?
Archetype? Was that what you were thinking of?
Maybe. I can't come up with it. I don't know. That might be right. I honestly don't even know if I would know it if I heard it.
Yeah, there's so much that's going on in this game, Chris, in terms of skill expression. I'm kind of excited to see not only the Zeri and the Akali specifically. That character is a feast or famine style character. You got a Taric on the other side, and I feel like that character alone can turn a team fight. I'm sure Gavin can speak to that in the support role. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, the champ is... If it's a good Taric, it can take over the entire game, but it's very hard to perform it well because all of your abilities are very, very telegraphed. Everyone sees your stun coming from a mile away. Your ult takes 3 seconds to pop off. So you have to think ahead and really plan out every single move. It's kind of like playing chess. But I love that character. I love seeing that character played, so I'm excited to see it.
Well, thank you guys. Appreciate it. We'll check back in after the match. We're excited for this one as Chantilly up 1-0, and we're only going to best of 3. So first to 2, essentially going to be taking home the championship. Of course, everybody's going to walk home with the memories of coming to compete here at Shenandoah University here in Winchester, Virginia. And what a place we have to look out on. We've got great crowds over here and our competitors up on stage. If you didn't know, and you're just tuning in, my name is Andrew Merle Smith. I'm joined by Kevin. Kevin, man, what a matchup! And how do you combat this? Right? You were already talking about deep champion pools. We've got 4 new players on Chantilly. That's 4 new champion pools.
4 new champion pools. 4 new play styles. I feel as though it's not talked about enough how much of a mind game a MOBA can be. You can pick up on people's habits, you can find out when they're walking towards their minions and when they're walking away, and even small little autopilot things, you can start picking up on those instantly. A almost full roster swap means that you have to pick up on that on the fly, and if it plays out a certain way, that means you only got one game to do it.
Oh boy, don't I know it. And not only that, look, we've got 4 new champions or 4 new players on the side of Chantilly. 10 new champions entering this this matchup, right? So completely new dynamics. You don't necessarily know. You kind of have an idea, of course, how Bijung is going to be playing in that top lane, going to absolutely be ripping through everybody. And Metro Blocks has his work cut out for him, absolutely. But the rest of the squad, right? A bunch of question marks, not only in how they play, but I can't even pronounce 2 of their names.
Right, exactly. I do want to focus a little bit on Metro Blocks and that sort of matchup. We're talking about Camille, who is another character that I have seen kind of fallen off in popularity over the years.
Yeah.
It's just the character was very strong, and Riot has been slowly making sure that they're hitting that PowerPoint spot that they really should be, and now they're most likely at that if you have that skill expression. I do think we can see a little bit back here as we have the loading screen on one of the side cameras, the mastery levels. This Camille does have good mastery on this character, which is perfect for them. The Volibear is not necessarily a very difficult character, but you need to be aware of your way in. It is very easy for Camille to sort of dash away or use the I was about to call it the Attack on Titan move, the E, to dash away from the Volibear and just create space that way, or do quick trades. It will be up to Volley. Do you try to go more tank for your team, or do you go something a bit more bruiser? Maybe you do the Gnasher Tooth build where you are just slapping your opponent silly. It's interesting for that matchup alone, but also, like, I don't know, like, is it plain bag or plain bug? Plain bog. Yes. The
Playing
jungler
bog, yes.
is also playing.
I thought it was some expression I hadn't heard of, and you saying playing bug. I was like, I don't know. That's a new one I haven't heard before.
No. I love the idea of plain bog on Viego, because that's another, again, there's so much skill expression. You have a champion that can truly just change his abilities on every single elimination, and it just keeps on going. You have your ways to reset it over and over, get all of that value. And while that is a force in and of itself, you're dealing with Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao is one of the scariest early game junglers that everyone forgets about.
Yeah.
That character can invade. Like, there was a strategy. Sincere coaches League of Legends here at Shenandoah University.
Gavin.
Yes.
You know him as Gavin.
Right. He is a very... When Shenandoah has a Xin Zhao player, the game plan is simple. You take your buff, and then you walk into the enemy jungle. They have to fight you. They have to respect you. You're going to pull pressure from the lanes. They have to either leave or they have to sacrifice their jungle. That's wild. That's free value.
Yeah.
So how do you deal with that? We've seen that both Rockridge and Chantilly are very good about playing around each other, but are you willing to give up your early levels to help your jungler get that lead going? I don't know. I feel like the early levels are so critical. We saw it last game.
Yeah, I mean, the Xin Zhao obviously going to be impressive here in the early game. I want to talk a little bit about this mid lane, right? We've got Lux versus Akali. Akali very interested in going in. Lux very interested in doing the exact opposite, going to probably go for that tier early, be able to spam spells, create pressure just by dealing damage, keeping them away with the bindings, trying to create vision with their E, shield themselves. And I think that this is going to be a very explosive game for Akali if they're able to get an early lead, because they're never going to let up. They're never going to take their foot off the pedal. Lux's goal in this is to clear waves and farm and rotate with that laser as early as possible, try and get a little bit of chip damage. We already saw how impactful those Jinx ultimates were going to be, or were last game with those. I mean, that's global. Lux is close to global being in the mid lane, right? Being able to rotate early, and you don't need to get too far towards either lane for at least the very end of that laser to have some level of impact with extra damage on the rotations. So I think it's a survivability game if I'm Hasi on that Lux, and staying alive and being able to beat Akali out to the rotations by clearing those waves and forcing Akali to stay in lane.
Yeah, rotating Akali is a dangerous Akali.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Lux does have those tools to try and clear the wave early on. Frankly, it wouldn't shock me if Lux was using the ultimate to clear the wave and just say to that Akali, you're either getting your wave, like you're either taking this experience or you're trying to make a play. You're losing out on something.
Yeah.
Otherwise, every single time I see Akali in a high school level, in a college level, in a pro level, the character is true feast or famine, just pure skill expression, and you can understandably get very intimidated by it, but don't give them too much. You need to understand your limits going into that matchup, and vice versa. They should not, they can try to go for something and be like, oh yeah, you can't fight me here. I've got all of my energy up and stuff like that. You are allowed to poke back at them. Lux is allowed to throw out a couple of the Qs and Es. If they miss, that's when you walk away. Like, you give them the respect they deserve, but once your abilities are up, walk back forward.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then of course we're rotating down. We're into game. We're at an early game pause right in the fountain, so we're just waiting for these two teams to get fired up and here and into game. But we've got Ash and Tarek on one side, and then the Zeri and Karma on the other side. Tell me a little bit about that matchup.
It's a strange one. Chris talked about it a little bit. You got perma-slow for the side of Rockridge. And frankly, you got Tarek too, like slow setup into Tarek's stun.
Yep.
Gavin addressed that you got to be very aware of like where you're throwing your stun as Tarek. Well, you have a slow. It'll help you get that setup necessary. On the other side, you have Zeri and Karma, the definition of gotta go fast. So I want to say that it will favor Ash and Tarek earlier on. Karma is a very strong support early, but I don't think it'll be enough to deal with that setup. But as the game continues, maybe Zeri goes for like, I wouldn't expect Swifties, but we may see Swift boots for this matchup alone, on top of a Karma speed up, on top of the Zeri ultimate speed up.
Negate those slows a little bit, absolutely.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff because you can just get back all of this movement speed that you should have been losing. Like this team comp is designed specifically to slow you down and then have the Viego and the Tarek get the CC going and Viego just running through the opponent. But you have the options to dash away. I think the only person who will be truly locked down on the side of Chantilly is going to be the Zinzao, who has no dash except for the one that says I'm going in. And why would I want to get close to the Ashe if I'm trying to walk away and not be slow?
Yeah, absolutely. And we got to talk just touch for a moment on the Tarek ultimate, right?
Oh.
The invulnerability you can get in team fights is going to be so impactful, especially from a team on this red side with Chantilly. That's they want to pile on top of you team. And if you are then able to make you and all of your neighboring allies invulnerable for a short period while they unleash a little bit of their burst, that could be what does it for, that could turn the tide in favor of Rockridge.
Yeah, we should be hopping into game here shortly, and on the caster side of things, we can see the starting items. Xander, I want to acknowledge something real quick before we get the gameplay on screen. There is a Doran's ring on this bear. He may be going the magic build, which excites me greatly. We love magical bears here.
I love it.
Oh, man. So as we see another patient sort of game plan for both sides, not opting for the stacking in the bush that we saw from Chantilly the last time around. A 5 point of sorts for Rockridge. Camille opting to sort of sit in the lane, which is a very aggressive approach. I don't think Volibear loses that 1v1, so positioning yourself right can be a very good tool to get experience early, but if you're trying to fight, it's a very scary bear.
Yeah, and that's certainly a forward posturing, a bush to be sitting in for sure. So potentially going for the surprise once the laning phase begins. We'll just see exactly how that one fires up, especially level 1. And we do see the safe start here on the bottom side for Chantilly, as they're going to get a little bit of help from that bottom lane, get that Xin Zhao underway. And just as we saw, of course, Lux is, doing the poke and putting down a little damage here to start off the game.
Yeah, we do see Volibear opting to use his E to get the wave clear going, which means he won't have the 1v1 capability until that ability is back up. Both players trading for the 3CS. Camille walking a little forward, trying to get that grasp proc, does get it. And the bot lane for Rockridge is getting the early push. There's that level up timer once again, which means that Volibear is the one who needs to walk away, which is interesting because he has such great wave clear. He has that chain lightning going, which means he ordinarily does get a lot of pressure early on. But this time around, it seems like this Camille positioning aggressively in that bush has paid off.
Yeah, and not to mention, take a look at the maneuverability of Camille, of course. We're going with the Ignite teleport. So going for the kill lane pressure, but also the ability to rotate easily and get back to lane. An early gank coming down. A nice stun from Tarek, but Ash still in a little bit of trouble, forced to flash away. Evan in danger, the damage coming down. And it is enough. Marmar unable to save his bottom lane partner there, and what a great gank to start things off.
Let's establish this once again. If you are playing in early games in Zhao, you have strong pressure, and that is the perfect example of just that. Instead of going for another buff, finds an opportunity to get an early gank off and get a solid lead to start things off. Already almost a 1K gold difference, and we're not even 4 minutes into this game.
Yeah, and if you're Evan here on that Ash, both summoner spells with the Bear and the Flash expended, so not only life loss, but a lot of value in those summoners. I would expect a rotation back from Xin Zhao before those are expected to get back up. Nice damage here from Lux, triggering the passive with those auto attacks, weaving them in between spells, and able to pressure off this Akali, and then also just in time backing up and surviving a visit from the dangerous Xin Zhao.
We do see Lux walking forward once again, potentially trying to get Xin Zhao to walk again into that lane and try to kill time. Junglers' timers are truly their lifeblood. They need to be on these clocks, getting their jungle camps and trying to get value in the lanes. But if you can keep that pressure going, oh my goodness, a very strong lightning storm, and Camille has no flash. Can the Bear get in there? They can. Volibear Metro Blocks is on a good start for the start of this match. And speaking of good start, Zeri able to dash away from the Viego and get a very safe position to walk away from that gank.
That was incredible burst that we saw out of Volibear early. Obviously the lightning storm coming down, but timing it perfectly with the W as well, just granting so much damage all in one, forcing Camille to back off. But then again, of course, you talked about the flash being gone, the teleport now being burned to get back to lane, and Volibear, because that wave is pushed up, has that advantage of teleport over Camille, so able to make a play across the map if it comes to it.
Xander, I'm getting very excited because as a top lane player, I see the Ruby Crystal and the Sapphire Crystal from the Volibear, and that means that it's most likely building into a Rod of Ages, which means that we are getting the AP Bear.
We're going to get a very old bear indeed.
It's going to be beautiful. And so while we continue to see how this lane plays out, the bone plating getting knocked off of just the chain lightning alone, we should see Camille beat Volibear to level 6 here. There it is. not opting for anything more. Does have Ignite up, but not wanting to pressure it, as Volibear could very quickly clear the wave, hit level 6, and then turn it. So instead, we just see these very quick trades. One little back and forth, and a good W heal at that means that Volibear is sitting nice and pretty, while Xin Zhao and Viego are sitting at the opposite sides of the map for most of this game. I do think that means we will see a lot of trade objectives early on, and these timers should go until about 15 to 20 minutes.
Oh, and we've got Chantilly taking Dragon number 1, an engagement from that Volibear after taking that second health bot they've got, feeling they were a little bit brave enough to go in. But in response, we've got Planebog on these Void Grubs, and that's a good choice to take the other neutral objective in the river in response.
Great stuff to start things off. Again, you want to be trading your objectives if your opponent is going for one of them. Don't give anything for free. It is worth taking the time to go for these objectives. Xin Zhao immediately walking into the other jungle saying, if you're going to go for that objective, I'm going to take your camps. Again, nothing in League should be free. And so with that, we will see a bit more of a back and forth, but also he may try to posture for a dive here before the enemy bot lane Rockridge hits level 6.
Something interesting to note is I think that's one of the first times we've seen Chantilly opt for the first dragon, probably because it was the Infernal over the Void Grublings, which is something they've been going for. Ahasi flashing out on the Lux, missing the binding, but able to get out with their lives. That is going to be 5 minutes where they're going to be extremely immobile, going to have to play a little bit more safe, and don't quite have the mana just yet to be able to sustain throwing out tons of spells from afar to try and farm. So going to have to return, potentially pick up a tier or any other form of mana regen there, and able in order to be able to survive against this Akali. And we do see some mana regen come out of that. So there you go.
Yeah, I'm a little interested to see as the bot lanes hit level 6. Chantilly is no stranger to trying to dive in these sorts of games, but I don't know if you can in a Taurik lane. I feel like that's so incredibly difficult. Lux, you probably can, and have some crazy Akali Shroud shenanigans where you are dancing around, resetting tower aggro. But I want to see Rockridge take advantage of this Volibear ultimate. I want to see them really keep that pressure on the other foot, as we do see a fight break out on the bot side. Ashe able to use the arrow to stop the Zeri inner place, but the ultimate is still online. Viego is exhausted and does not connect the ultimate. Taurik's ultimate does connect, which means we will see the first reset, and the Viego on Xin Zhao is a very dangerous being. As we see Volibear going for a short trade topside, and we do see Lux going for a little bit of chip damage on the mid lane. That does mean that the fight bot side has ended, and therefore another elimination for Rockridge means that they may have the gold needed to really keep this Zeri in check for as long as possible.
And you know what we were talking about, the Tide Turner. Just when you think you've got that bot lane on the ropes, that Taric ultimate comes out. All three members of Rockridge in that engagement going invulnerable. The scuffle here in the top lane. Xin Zhao, Volibear going to try and finish this off before Xin Zhao arrives. Missing the ultimate. The W does put down damage, but it's not quite enough. And that is a well-timed visit from our Xin Zhao there in on the top lane. And wow, Bijung, probably a big sigh of relief there.
Oh, absolutely. You were out of mana, and you were dealing with this awkward situation of Volibear still having the tools needed to jump back into this fight, doing a really good job of dancing around that sort of setup with the ultimate. It is a pretty big hitbox, but it's not guaranteed. So, kudos to the Camille dancing around.
Great sidestep. Great sidestep. Running down lane towards Xin Zhao, and then immediately popping back up towards lane, forcing Volibear to use that ultimate and miss it completely, which could have been just enough damage in that CC to be able to bring that Bijung down. And now we've got the Void Grubs are back, so this is another point of interest in the top lane. 35 seconds until the Mountain Drake spawning. But I'd imagine that the pressure is on Chantilly to try and prevent the Rockridge team from getting the majority of these grubs.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this time around we see Rockridge go for the dragon themselves and Chantilly go for the grubs, where they're both alternating which objective they want so that neither side is getting too much value. I do think Chantilly wants this game to go a little later because Camille's damage will scale so much, and same deal with Zeri. I would worry a little bit about Viego, but that is a beast that you can conquer if playing the team fight right. So going through this, we do see Rockridge is able to secure the other 3 grubs and is immediately trying to make their way to the dragon. A little bit of a double dip here.
Yeah, they're trying to come down. Lux does have ultimate coming up soon, but this dragon might be falling just a little bit too quickly. Laser is up, so Steel is on board if Lux can stay alive, but just trying to put the damage into the Akali. There's 2 still members from Rockridge in this bottom lane coming up to take a bit of the fight. Akali saying, I don't want anything to do with this very tanky bottom lane coming up to visit the mid, and the dragon stays untaken. So a really nice job from Rockridge to prevent the counter neutral objective from Chantilly, and they might be able to secure the Mountain Drake as a result if they're able to position properly.
We do see now that Viego is immediately trying to get his way back to this dragon, potentially trying to clear vision while giving his team the time to try and reset. We do see Camille opting to stay into the lane for a little bit longer. Does try to go for a, not necessarily a dive, but there it is. You got Volibear. Volibear gains so much health, but Camille does more damage. The minions are able to save that KO. It was a beautiful play by Camille, but in the end, the minions for Rockridge were able to save that play. Volibear did everything he needed to. Use the W, use the ultimate to get as much health as possible, but Camille is hitting that point. She's got the Sheen, she's got the Trinity. It's going to really add up. Chantilly making their way to the dragon and is able to secure it. Rockridge, no ultimates online, opting to play it safe and not go for anything too crazy. Instead, just giving that dragon and going back to their lanes.
What would have been crazy is if that engagement between Camille and Volibear, with the timers offset so slightly with the respawns, if Rockridge was able to stall out Chantilly just a little bit, both teleports up, but Volibear would have been able to respawn sooner, channel his teleport sooner, and that could have been the turning point. But Chantilly focusing the dragon down, recognizing potentially what sort of threat they were in, knowing that it could quickly turn into a 5v4. They burn the dragon down and are able to secure their second one of the game.
We do see a bit more of a skirmish topside. Volibear trading back and forth, not trying to eat these Camille Qs that deal so much damage. As we do see a Taric stun onto the Xin Zhao. He's slowed, walking back into his own jungle, back to the Volibear. We get to see a good hard push. The Ash Arrow barely missing as Camille is slowed. Volibear ulti not up, will not be able to disable the tower, but does get one good bite to stop things.
Oh, he's still taking turret damage!
Is going to keep... What in the world?
That was the boldest flash in after taking 3 consecutive tower shots I've ever seen. Securing the kill, so it does work out. But what an insane play from the Volibear. Unintentionally taking so many turret shots and extra damage and able to come out on top with just expending the flash. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm going to give Metroblox the benefit of the doubt. We'll say it was planned. You know, Camille, seeing the tower shots, took a step forward, was like, oh, I might be able to turn this. That's how we'll phrase how this played out. And because of that, Volibear does walk with the KO.
You know what we'll call it? It was the forced Camille Camille was forced to step back towards the Volibear about 10 seconds earlier because of the Air and Ash arrow. And so as a result, there was maybe one extra hit, right? And maybe that's what we'll call it.
Yeah, exactly. It all worked out from there.
So Rockridge can thank Evan for the great arrow up top.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. We do see Scuttle Crab taken on the top side of the map, vision secured for the Rift Herald, and Volibear opting to take a step back. It's telling that Rockridge does not have their support and jungler on the top half of the map. They're looking potentially for a play down bot side in exchange for the Rift Herald. A very interesting choice, but one that could pay in dividends.
You know what's interesting here is Volibear already in a little bit of lead. Lux now going to be able to just walk out of there. Not really anything fancy. There's a couple of missed kill shots, returning a bit of damage with a nice laser onto Jinjaru. But Volibear not only going to be getting stronger through experience and gold, but also that Rod of Ages is now ticking. We're 3 minutes into its power spike. Once we hit 10 minutes, it's going to be a nice buff in addition to what he's already gaining just by playing the game.
Right, exactly. And on top of that, this build that the Volibear is going for is kind of a unique one, where the next item, every auto attack will reduce those abilities. Those trades against this Camille where they can't stun back. Oh my goodness, that Akali was able to get a knockout, and Viego traded in the mid lane. But we do see a play trying to be made down on the bot side. The Taric flashing forward to get good damage, but it was all a ruse as the Xin Zhao was waiting for the ambush, and that means Taric will go down in exchange.
So well timed. The Taric ultimate is about to come out just about as soon as Taric will respawn. So really well timed from Chantilly to collapse on this bottom lane. And Ashe sticking around is going to pay the iron price for it. A little bit of follow-up from the Viego. Turret damage helping out. And now you've got Viego Zhao going to be pursuing this bottom lane, or at least at the very least clearing out that minion wave.
I was curious if he would try to force the rest of that. Viego is such a strong reset champion that alone might have been able to get the other two knockouts, but I'm not sure. There's so much that could have played out, or there are so many factors that could have played for that to work. I respect playing it safe, especially when you have the gold lead right now. You're allowed to take the safe plays once you have this initial lead. It's on your opponent who is behind to start getting risky, start playing more aggressive, because that is how you get back into games. So with all of that being said, the dragon will be spawning, and we do see Viego hitting it already. Will Rockridge get their first dragon, or is Chantilly going to have their tool to get back into this game?
I was going to say, Lux has got to be a little bit careful stepping that close to the river bush, and Akali going to be able to 2v1, get the elimination, finally goes down, but 3 members of Chantilly still there next to the dragon, just Ashe and, oh no, now we've got Viego as well. So now quite a force to be reckoned with in this Rockridge grouping. We've seen these 3 play very well around each other, and the Taric ultimate is up. So if it looks like they're losing the fight, they can easily go invulnerable here in just a moment. Invulnerability just barely missing Ashe, but it doesn't matter. Huge damage across the board from Rockridge, and they're going to take out all 3 members of this Chantilly roaming squad and going to take the dragon as a result.
I thought Viego got out of there. That would have been insanity for that character to get so much value off of those resets and use the Zeri dash out of that tower, but tower scaling has increased over the last couple of patches, and therefore Viego does go down. But even so, the dragon still falls into Rockridge's hands, and specifically Chem-Tech dragons. These give you increased healing and shielding, and we're talking about Taric here. Taric healing and shielding amplified is frankly disgusting. It is so valuable, and if Rockridge gets even 3 of these dragons, it could mean almost a great increase in healing. There's so much.
Lux shielding, Volibear shielding.
Oh,
there's
Volibear too.
Tons on this squad. And heal and shield power, I mean, Volibear heals a ton with his W, so This could be very impactful for the Rock Ridge squad if they're able to secure just a couple more, and it could very well counteract a lot of this Infernal Dragon that Chantilly was able to secure first off.
Man, what a farm lane topside.
No kidding.
We see Volibear is at level 14. Camille is at level 13. Volibear has not hit the 10 stacks on the Rod of Ages. We may have a level 16 Volibear before the a fight at Baron breaks out. That's crazy.
Yeah, 2 minutes and he gains another level, right?
Yeah, well, and so waiting for that will be important. The Xin goes down, and we do see Camille in a very low health spot. They do need to walk away from that Zeri. Tark walking back forward for the stun, and Viego able to dash in but not use it for the reset. Does get the slow onto the Zeri, and they do disengage. And with that being said, we do see Akali dashing forward, caught with multiple stuns. Viego stun as well. She can't move, Xander. You can't move.
Can't do anything. The layered CC was absolutely impeccable from 3 different members of Rock Ridge, and now you just have Ashe wailing on this mid lane tower, going to open up this map so much for rotations for Rock Ridge in the enemy jungle. And what a job from Rock Ridge to counteract a lot of the Chantilly aggression there, trying to, I mean, that was a teleport used from Camille, and immediately walks in and loses their life for it.
Yeah, that's beautiful, right? You got to be happy with that because you're knocking out a global summoner spell for both sides. Now Volley and Camille don't have teleport, but Lux, being the slow immobile mage, means that they are caught in an awkward spot. Does get hit by the Camille
no way
slow.
they get out, right?
Oh, the blast might be close.
No
Does
way.
not connect. Oh, but the vision is enough for the Camille to get the auto attack off, and they will get that knockout. But it took a surprising amount.
I couldn't believe it. Nearly, I mean, not quite to 100 to 0 status quite yet, but 100 to 35, right? Be able to take the health bars down, getting the snare and the laser down is a huge combo because the laser also triggers Lux's passive, which is an additional amount of damage. You weave in a couple of autos in there, and that could be a dead Camille.
Yeah, speaking of a dead Camille, we may see an exchange here where Viego's going in. Does have a Death's Dance as the second item, but that's not a great 1v1 item. He will be taking this true damage slowly over time, but Camille does true damage in burst. We do see a good amount of chunk damage into one good Q, and Viego just goes down. I mean, yes, you have your Blade of the Ruined King. The Death's Dance will be so valuable in these team fights for these objectives, but in this 1v1, it kind of hurts.
I know you want to try and keep down this Camille, keep them from getting into the game. We'll see. The W does barely connect, but they don't know he's in that bush. It was just it was the very edge. It was the very edge arrow, so he couldn't tell if it actually hit him. And now Ashe is in danger. Lux is going to try and come help here. There is a combination of shields that come through, and the basically double support to keep this Ashe alive is enough to take down the Camille.
I can only imagine the comms right there. I think Lux did not realize that Camille was still there. Oh, a very good arrow connects for this fight. The Volibear does get the stun. The Akali does hit these great hits. Volibear is trying to go for as much damage as possible, but is now caught in the 1v2. Can they walk away with the win? They do have the tools.
Take him down.
One good E means that he is going to get a great amount of damage and is going to go for the ulti, get right onto this Akali, and get great damage going. That is a ace for Rock Ridge.
Oh, and they're going to get some value from this here in the bottom lane. The timers for Rez, 5 seconds on Zeri. Camille is up, but left the top lane against Volibear for a reason, because 7-2, 181 farm, a full Rod of Ages, does not want to mess with that big bear. Going to walk away and try to get some more passive stats in the form of a second chem take.
Man, I don't know what's in the air right now, but recently there have been a lot of bears doing well in esports. We got Rockridge's volley popping off. We just saw Tekken's bear character win a world championship. I think it's just the bear season right now. This character's a menace.
There's probably going to be a Banjo-Kazooie coming out in the Smash bracket at some point.
There you go. It's all falling into place.
You got to play the bear buff.
It's broken. Put the YouTube thumbnail up. Bears are broken. Anyway.
Production, change the stream.
Yeah, exactly. Moving back to the gameplay side of this, we do see all of Chantilly's players start walking towards the mid lane and potentially find a pick onto this Ashe. Ashe walking in the wrong part of town does get immediately hit by all 4 of Chantilly's players that were standing in the mid lane. A very aggressive walkout to try and get back to the tower. I have a feeling that they tried to click to the tower and walked into the wrong direction that they were hoping for initially, and because of that, we see both Ashe and Tarek taken out. Baron is up, but they opt not to go for it.
Yeah, going to be taking some of these jungle camps. Lux finally returning to the mid lane, using that ever so powerful laser to clear the wave, prevents any further pushes off of those 2 kills. So nice job, nice reaction from Hasi there to try and prevent any further damage from the Chantilly squad. But a great catch from 4 members of Chantilly. And now we see Bijung trying to test the waters a little bit more, see how powerful this bear is, knowing he's got the support from Xin Zhao coming through, and Bear wisely walking away.
Yeah, this volley bear is doing a great job of getting pressure going.
Flamebog.
Yeah, Flamebog going for a jump on the Zeri, a parallel to what we saw earlier, but this time around, Zeri able to dash and flash out of the way will mean that they live. In Lux using her ultimate to get a good chunk of damage onto this Akali. It's very valuable, but I want to acknowledge there have been multiple times where this Akali has 100-0 this Lux. Oh, and we may see it once again.
Hello? That is, I can't see her.
Does she get out? No, she doesn't. Okay.
For the folks watching, she was in a shroud that makes her invisible to the blue team of Rockridge, and so she was just standing there, super low health. Nobody could tell where she was, and going to continue moving forward in this top lane based off of the single elimination on Akali. So I guess we can talk about a good use of that initial laser. You don't usually want to use it if you don't have a binding because it's fairly easy to sidestep, but because Akali was stuck in that minion wave, not much place to go. And now another engagement, the Thunderstorm coming down, a very good healing and shielding, and it's going to be a very one-sided affair as they push Camille back.
That is insanity. You have this huge, you have the stun on Volibear that's like 12 seconds. The same thing with the shield. That item, the Navori, is doing so much work to just let Volibear stick on whoever they want and chunk them. But can you chunk someone in a 1v3, now a 2v3? Looks like the answer is yes. Volibear is sitting in the middle of multiple people, healing like crazy, but does W the wrong target, still gets the shield anyway. With a little bit of triumph healing means that Volibear can walk out. Both sides going for the counter engage. Viego does get a reset, and it looks like Rockridge is going to even things out here.
They're not going to be able to get too much off of this, though. 2 members, about 100 health left in a game where you're dealing with thousands. That is very, very little. And so not even going to be able to get pressure on the bottom or mid lane, though lots of damage from the minions coming down onto that tower. So we'll see just what their next option is as we move forward. We've got taking a look at a bit of the gold here, pretty even across the board on the side of Rockridge, all in the 10,000s except for the support on Tarek. But of course, his job is to feed that gold into the rest of his team. And then 3 members in the Camille, Xin Zhao, and Zeri cresting that 10,000 mark, and Akali just a little bit behind. A really great job by the Lux, keeping the Akali at a deficit.
Okay. It is worth acknowledging we are approaching our 3rd Chemtech Dragon. We talked about the benefits of hitting 3 to 4 of those on this team comp specifically
Yeah.
is going to be disgusting. That Volibear lived on a sliver of health last time around. They get this dragon, it's even more value. And it looks like they may just get it as a fun bush in the river means that Karma is having a lot of fun.
And they're just going to let Planebog take this one down.
Oh,
the
no.
laser comes down. They get another catch, taking Camille by surprise, thinking she was going to have a little bit more time, expecting the entire team to be going for that dragon. But no, 4 rotate over to mid lane while the solo Viego taking down the 3rd dragon. And this team is full of heals and shields now, as they're going to be rotating over to set up potentially for a Baron, knowing the advantage they have with 2 members of Chantilly down and Camille down for 30 more seconds.
Okay, with all of that being said, we do see Xin Zhao is in the spot looking for the steal. Will it fall into his hands? The dash is up, the smite falls into Viego, and Xin Zhao burns the flash, but is on the wrong side of the wall that time around, means that he goes down. It is falling into Rock Reg's hands, Xander. Everything is working into their favor.
He timed that so well, but he was a fraction of a second, Kevin, late. It could have been the difference between Rockridge continuing to steamroll through this game at a 28-17 difference in the eliminations, or Chantilly clawing back into this. But Chantilly down by 10,000 gold here late into this game, 32 minutes in, and that is nothing to shake a stick at.
I mean, so much value off of the Blade of the Ruin King and the Death Stance on Viego, on the Lux Shield, on the Taurik's entire kit. And the same deal with Volibear. He has a Spectral Cowl. That means he's going for a Spirit Visage. He's going to have even more healing and shielding on top of the dragons. That is insanity.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, this bear is going to be really hard to kill. If already not hard enough at a 9-2, Metro Blocks is looking to increase this lead and become even more powerful. A really amazing job so far. And the engagement here at mid lane, the teleport coming through from the Volibear, joining the fight. And this is an elimination already in the top lane on Bijung, and so a huge power ability down for Chantilly, and they're just going to be able to sit here with this Baron buff and let this any cannon minions that pop up come and start wailing on the tower from a big difference away. Look at this rogue cannon minion here right next, taking down Xin Zhao bravely. And this mid inhibitor is going to be falling. 5 members strong still. We're talking about the heal and shields. This sustain through a push is absolutely insane. One of the turrets going down already. Another member of Chantilly falling. The second turret is crumbling. Rockridge is looking to tie this series up as the battle continues, and they've done it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a Game 3.
Game 3 finals. I mean, you can't ask for more.
Bro, don't switch to my face so quickly. I just got done yelling. I'm out of breath.
I love it. We saw the Volibear and the Taurik do so good at expressing their knowledge of these characters and getting so much value off of it. There were so many little interactions that worked in their favor. The Viego resets early on all worked and snowballed that effect. And they gave up those 2 dragons for the 6 scrubs, and then it paid off because they started getting Chemtech dragons. Those stacked so well with that kit. They won the dragon lottery.
There's a lot of things that go into a game, right? First, you're talking about the players' abilities, which is one variable. Then you go into the champions that they select versus the champions that they're facing. And then you throw in one final random variable. The dragons, right? There's so many statics across the board that stay the same game over game. But the one thing that typically and always does change, it's which dragons and which passive traits you're able to acquire over the course of the game. This game fell into their laps with the fact that they were able to secure Chemtech after Chemtech after Chemtech.
Oh, absolutely. I do want to talk with the analyst desk here just for a moment before we pass it off fully to them. Big one being, Gavin, be honest with me, did the Taurik live up to expectations? I think he did.
Absolutely. Like the Taurik, every single play that he made was extremely impactful. He had the bot lane play that I'm sure we're gonna look at with replays, where the Zeri almost died and he had the flash locket play. He had the huge ults in the dragon fights. Like, his ults were perfectly timed too. And I think that also goes hand in hand with the dragons, like you said, like with the Chemtech souls. Like, it just helps Tarek get more time to get his ults off. So it was great. I hope that they play it again Game 3 if it's not banned.
Oh, it would be so good. I'm also just incredibly happy, as you know, my coach, Volley Bear, my beloved, doing so good throughout all of that, and just making his presence known. I don't know. I feel like that was so beautiful to see.
Yeah, great stuff, and we will certainly take a look at it. But exciting situation developing here at the VHSL Fall Esports Championship for League of Legends, because we have had 2 League of Legends series on our broadcast so far today, and now both will be going the distance. We knew we would have a lot of esports action to bring to you today. Even we were not expecting this amount of excitement. So we're having a great time. We certainly hope you are as well, but we have a tie series on our hands. We're going to a Game 3 winner-take-all in Grand Finals of League of Legends. Chantilly looking to bounce back after their 2nd loss of the year. A trend starting to come together. They are putting in seemingly backup players, and it's not quite working out for them. So we'll see Game 3 if they opt to go back to their normal lineup that we're more comfortable with, that we back here are more used to, or will they keep trying to drastically switch up strategies and try to catch opponents off guard?
Yeah, I mean, when you sub 4 players in, like, the team dynamic, everything about it is bound to change. So I'm not that surprised that they lost, just because that is a very jarring shift to be able to go in as we go into replays here. This was a good gank from Xin Zhao. That's kind of like the classic. It's like 2:55. It's like, all right, what time is it? 2:55. Okay, what lane do I gank? And it worked out there.
Xin Zhao gank o'clock.
Yeah, it is Xin Zhao gank o'clock. Absolutely. Here we see, like, the Ashe in theory is good, but like early game it kind of struggled, I thought, until like mid to late game when you have the Volley Bear that can sit in front of you and the Ashe can really DPS down.
Yeah, it creates interesting situations, but the arrows were certainly flying this game, the ultimates specifically. I guess there are a lot of arrows flying, but the Ashe ultimates were all over the map, and a good handful of them landed from pretty big distances.
Especially top lane, yeah. Like, they almost hit a lot of times.
Yeah. And
the most calculated play of all.
Yeah, this was something to behold. I mean, as Kevin said it, very intentional, probably to really just make a statement out of that situation. And we saw the Akali, I felt, was a little hit or miss, right? It had its moments. There were other times where it looked like it really just could not function.
Yeah, man, every time it hit Volibear, it just looked...
Right, it felt like they face-planted into a brick wall.
But then, yeah, you look at the Lux and it's like, oh, she's getting one shot. Like, it was a very jarring change from champion to champion. Yeah,
big misstep here as Rockridge able to capitalize off the TP into massive overextension there. The Storm Surge being the first item out of the Akali is certainly an aggressive option, right? Opting out of the Protobelt, at least for the time being, and the Darksteel start is another aggressive option, but a lot of things just sort of fall in Rockridge's way, right? It was a lot of fist fighting, a lot of just skirmishes like all around the map all the time that were very close. I mean, this one was no exception, right? This looked pretty good for Rockridge, and then they start losing their numbers, but thankfully this Volibear was too overwhelming, and he's able to claw back and find that double kill to close the fight. And I don't know, it became too much to keep up with. There's so many blows going both ways. 22-7 at this stage in the game, and we didn't even finish for a good couple minutes after this fight. And so
this game was very back and forth for sure. But yeah, this Volibear like could not get finished off. You know, he had Unending Despair, he had the he had his innate healing with Grasp too. Like, just nobody could get through his HP bar.
Yeah, tough fun bush there as Rockridge looks to set up for the objectives. They played really well around these objectives, and Kevin made a good point. They did get extremely lucky with the Chemtech dragons falling their way. They played well in order, to get those dragons, but the fact that they were Chemtech dragons certainly helped a lot with their comp and their play style, just with how the game had been going. Look at the grubs too on your screen, right? This is a very overwhelming wave. The Ash arrow lands from, again, pretty solidly far away, and Volibear just able to take the rest of the fight into his own hands, hitting the Nexus. Tied series. Rockridge wins game 2. We're going the distance once more. So, with that said, with all that behind us, looks like we are getting right into game 3. And I really don't think we need to go very deep into what needs to change for Chantilly, because it already has changed. Look at the bottom of the screen for the Chantilly roster.
The OG roster's back.
They are back to the roster that has not lost yet here today or all season long. So, tied series, game number 3. First phase bans underway. Pike, Aurelia, Yone off the board from Rockridge. The Darius, once again, will not be played today, unfortunately. But the Milio and Ash being the other 2 bans to round this out. Milio ban always does pique interest, at least back here.
Yeah, with Curb specifically with his champ pull, he just wants the Milio ban there.
Yeah.
Now, Zach did not get banned here. So if player 456 wants to play it again, they can go Zach Yasuo. Same thing that worked last time, and here it is. So the logical answer to this from Rockridge would be a Lissandra pick. It's very good into Yasuo. It kind of, you can negate the Zach Yasuo combo pretty well. You're going to be able to get lane prio, and you have a lot of CC to lock the Yasuo down. Now the question is what do you pair this up with? And they're going to try and go back to the staple. This is very scary because you have Yasuo win wall that exists in the game.
That's true.
So you have this, basically, Yasuo win wall is an 18-second cooldown. It's up for 5 seconds when you use it. So you have a 13-second window that you have to play around. Unless you can just flat out one-shot the Yasuo with like a Lissandra ult. If you pair that up with like maybe a burst top laner or a burst jungler, if they get the Viego again, maybe you can just one-shot Yasuo before team fights. But very scary to build your identity around that, which they've already shown their entire hand. Then we see a Xayah, which works really well against Amumu. Like Amumu flies in, he's like, oh, I'm going to get a 5-man ult, and Xayah's just kind of there. She just floats above everything. So we get to see second phase bans now. Neither supports have been picked, but also junglers have not, or top laners, have not been picked either.
Yeah, you probably expect a Rakan ban or at least from Rockridge, and it looks like they will opt to ban the Fiora as well because... Right. Yeah, fair point. Top laner has not come out yet either for Chantilly. So, a couple options for these bans. Maybe they don't ban the Rakan, and maybe they try to get rid of the Gwen. We did see that Bijung on Chantilly was the one player that transferred over that was not subbed out, and they kind of struggled on the Camille. I mean, like, that Volibear really took control of the game, so really tightening that champ pool might be worth it, but they do get rid of the Dr. Mundo and leave the Gwen open. So that could be something to keep an eye out for.
Real quick, you can flex Amumu with support here because it's very good into Rakan, and you can get a higher priority pick in the jungle. I don't know what that looks like necessarily, but if they feel like, okay, we've seen Xayah Rakan, now we want the Amumu into that because it is extremely good, they can opt for something different. Maybe they go back to the Viego. Maybe they go for something more burst-like, which could fit up their comp really well. They're going to go back to the staple tier Volibear, which will probably be answered by Gwen. I'm sure Kevin has opinions on that. I don't personally know how that matchup works. But yeah, if Volibear worked last game, why would you fix it,
Yeah, I mean, we might get a little pregame talking to once again from our pocket top lane expert sitting out in the arena. I'm sure he's listening right now and waiting for an opportunity to give his opinions. But yeah, blind Volibear, it will not be into a Fiora that they already banned, but they do not opt to flex the Amumu down to support, locking in the Alistar. That's almost guaranteed to go support. No surprises. Final pick, R5, will be the Gwen left open. Rockridge opting to, or announcing to the world that they would rather play against the Gwen than the Dr. Mundo, and that is fine, right?
Yeah.
That's the decision they make. We will see if it pays off because we only have one more game to decide this all.
If I'm Rockridge, I'm very scared this game because where is your damage coming from? You have a Misfortune ult, which is incredibly like on being able to hit people, and Gwen and Yasuo are very good at not allowing that time. Also Xayah. You have a Lysandra who's very burst oriented. You have a Volibear who was doing a lot of damage last game, but I don't imagine he gets the same lead this game. I feel like last game wasn't necessarily disrespect, maybe a lack of knowledge of the matchup of Camille and Volibear, and he kind of faltered early game. I don't think that'll happen this game. So the question is, like, where does your damage come from? Like, you have to wait out on the Gwen W. You have to wait out on that Gwen is immune ability. You have to wait out on the Yasuo wind wall. You have a Xayah ult to be aware of. You have Zac having passive. I just don't see enough damage present.
Yeah, and now you have to think too, okay, we talked about potentially bursting the Yasuo to get the wind wall off the table. Well, now you do have a couple ways in with Amumu ult to force a stun, Volibear Q to force a stun, and Lysandra ult to force a stun. Whether any of that kills him or not, it will prevent him from using his wind wall, and then if a Misfortune ultimate can get off, that is a lot of damage. But that's one of 5 problems on Chantilly's roster, right? It's easy to tunnel onto that and say, okay, we should be able to lock down the Yasuo, the wind wall, we can work around now. But then, before you know it, okay, you do all of that to the Yasuo, you've still got a Zac that's going to launch himself at your Misfortune, a Gwen that will not take damage, a Xayah that can ult until she is safely out of the Misfortune ult. Like, I don't know. I am scared. I agree for Rockridge's potential here because it does look like they committed just a little too hard to focusing on the Yasuo, and I think they will struggle to deal with the other 4 players on this team.
Yeah, I feel like in a team fight, in a vacuum, the Gwen's just going to be able to, like, cut her way through everything with her surges. Like, if you ignore the Yasuo, then you have the Yasuo-Zac combo, but then you lock down Gwen. If you ignore the Gwen, you can lock down the Yasuo-Zac combo, but then Gwen's in your backline. And what is your answer to that? You can reliably, like, potentially, you know, a Mumu combo all 3 into an Alistar combo on all 3. Then you have, like, the Lysandra ult for whoever lives through that combo. But again, I think that is so reliant on playing as a cohesive unit. You have to have clear comms, you know, like in a LAN environment. That's kind of hard to have. Like, it's loud out there. There's fans, there's casters, whatever. I think it's a really, really difficult comp to play out in Game 3 of the finals.
Yeah, it's aggressive, but it's also what we saw them try to do in Game 1, right? This core of Lysandra and Misfortune being the main damage dealers. You add the Volibear that's coming off a pretty hot game, and then a mix-up in jungle and support to try to maybe fill the holes that they felt were too much to handle from Game 1. Is it enough? I don't know. Right. I mean, I genuinely am not sure. I struggle to see how that would fix the problems that Rockridge ran into, and maybe it's the difference in bans, the Fiora now off the table, and forcing them on the Gwen, right? They opted to ban the Mundo instead of the Gwen, so clearly they are making a decision to play into Gwen. We'll see.
And the
We'll see if it
Lysandra
pays
looked
off.
great Game 1.
Yes, it
which
absolutely
is
did.
a good sign if they can just limit the amount of impact that Zac has in these lanes. Mid lane, he had a lot of impact, but they didn't result in kills. He had a bunch of eliminations bot lane. He had a bunch of eliminations top lane. If they can clean that up and be like, okay, we're going to get deep vision. We're going to invade early because we have early prio. If we invade early, you know, get vision on Zac, see where he's starting, see whatever happens, then maybe they can kind of navigate the map that way where they just avoid him entirely. If Zac does not have 10 KP by 15 minutes, I think this is Rockridge game to win.
Yeah, and one more thing I do want to take a focus on is the bot lane matchup.
Yeah.
Because, like we said, this Rockridge comp is pretty dependent on Misfortune staying afloat. But into a Xayah Rakan,
Really hard.
that's really hard. Yeah, that's a pretty aggressive, pretty, I don't know, forward-facing comp, or at least duo specifically, that really can bully you into a pretty uncomfortable lane state, a pretty uncomfortable financial state. Whether they're killing you or not, they're going to be getting a lot of damage onto you. And the Alistar, I don't know, is enough to keep that damage off of you. Like maybe you're just headbutting the Xayah away and then sort of leaving Rakan on an island, but we all know how far that Rakan E range gets when he has the Xayah to jump to.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say, but I do fear for, like, not only do we talk about the difficulty of getting Misfortune's damage off late game, but frankly, getting Misfortune's damage there in the first place.
Yeah, getting her there. Now, I will say that Alistar is very happy to play against Rakan, just because Rakan, if he goes into on the Alistar, you just dive on the Xayah, right? Or if you are more playing defensively, you Q the Rakan and W the AD carry away, or whatever. Like, you have a bunch of different ways to get out of that. So I don't see the bot lane dying until the Zac gets there, and even then, you can Q the Zac E when he jumps in, and then you Alistar W the Rakan when he jumps in, and then the play's dead. If the Alistar can play it like pretty well, if they just position properly, then the Misfortune should be shuttled all the way to late game, where ideally she has 5 items and her ult is doing like huge numbers. But very pivotal to spot lane. Everything's going around that, so.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I do believe we might be having some technical issues with the client again. So League is giving us some fits today, but we are going to power through it. We will determine a winner here at the Virginia High School League of Legends Fall Championship. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break once we are able to work out our issues. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We appreciate you hanging tight, bearing with us through our technical issues. We seem to have everything resolved. It sounds like we had some issues with champions and accounts, but it's been resolved. We got permission from Play Versus. We are fully underway. So, with that, I believe the players are drafting in client right now. We should be getting underway here fairly soon. We got the comp down fairly well. We talked pretty in-depth about it. So, with all that said, as we await the players to draft and we have to wait for our 3-minute spectator delay, I know there were a couple things we wanted to talk about before we get into game that we sort of hinted at beforehand. And thing number one was the top lane matchup between this Gwen and the Volibear. And we might be calling in help from our buddies outside once more because we see that they come equipped. Good Lord, Z. But Kevin
what are we
is
looking
our fail-safe when it comes to matchup experience. And Kevin plays a good amount of both of these champions. So, Kevin, what do you think about volley into Gwen blind?
In your early game, you got to be careful when you're playing volley into Gwen. You're talking about a champion who inherently is able to dodge the lightning because Gwen is immune. With all of that being said, if Volibear gets the stun off initially, then yes, he will get the full burst damage. What I am scared about is that this Gwen has never taken Flash. It's either Ghost or it's Ignite. And if you're bringing Ignite, Volibear's entire kit, this entire gimmick of this build is that you are healing and shielding unstoppably, but Ignite puts a pretty big damper on that. If they bring Ignite, that does mean that this matchup will be a little harder for Volley early, but later, I do think Volley will swing back, and it will take multiple people to deal with him otherwise.
Okay, and you would have to think, at least in my opinion, that the Ignite is like almost a lock, given what we saw from the Fiora game into Trundle. This player is very adamant that they will walk out of lane with an advantage. So I think if it means sacking TP in exchange for First Blood or something like that, that player will make that decision, no?
Or sacking Flash in this case.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
I do think with
Gwen,
Gwen, you usually go either Ghost TP or Ignite TP. I'm expecting Ignite TP for this matchup specifically. It's a matter of preference. I've seen Gwen's go Ghost Ignite, but if that's the case, you're committing yourself to the team fight more than you are to stopping the Volibear split push. I think this Volibear is about to have a lot of pressure on him. If this game goes on long enough, I think it's going to take Gwen and Zac combined to try and stopping this bear. I do not think Yasuo has a chance to deal with this Volibear if this game hits a certain point.
See, is that what you agree with?
Oh, yeah, of course.
No, that raises an interesting point too, because, okay, so we expect the Volibear to be side laning quite a bit. We think that Gwen will have to go respond to it, but I guess if TP's a constant, I don't know. I guess I'm getting lost in my own summoner spells, but I believe we are getting into games, so I'm going to let y'all figure it out on your own, and we'll all be learning together. So you guys go enjoy. Hey, big game here. Last game of League of Legends at VHSL.
Yup, I'm excited.
Thanks, guys. Boy, Kevin, like Chris just said, game number 3, Grand Finals. The winner of this game takes home the Fall Championship title and a trophy to boot. Wow.
Yeah, a lot of pressure building, and definitely a tall ask for both sides. For the side of Chantilly, you have a very strong draft going into this game. It means that you need to play these team fights well, and you need to play it to your strengths. Stopping that Fortune bullet time is critical for neutralizing the damage in this game. On the other side, Rockridge has the tools they need to get pressure out of these team fights and do a bit more of a scrappy fight where it's all separated. But is that easy? No, you have to get your resources early. You need to keep that pressure. You need to stay close in gold range. Even if you are sacrificing a little bit early, it should pay off later. So there's so much that could be going into this and a lot of pressure on a lot of players.
I'll say, yeah, especially looking back at the roster, right? This Chantilly squad, we started with this 5 group in game 1 and moved into a new squad, except for, of course, the top laner Bijung in game 2. And we're back, right, to this original squad of 5 that has been so potent, so strong throughout the VHSL season so far and even into the postseason. I mean, what do you say against a team that has brought the heat every single time? And now at this point throughout the season, I mean, they had a perfect regular season. They've dropped 2 games so far in these semifinals and finals overall, but have come out with the win in the semifinals, and they're looking for the championship title here in the finals. And boy, we've got an explosive match ahead of us.
Yeah, one other big fact, I should go back on a point I made earlier. We did see that the Volibear, or I made a comment that Volibear would be able to deal with the Yasuo. There is one caveat to that situation where if this Zac is going to be getting a lot of pressure mid lane and Yasuo is going to be pocketing a lot of money early on, then Volibear may lose out on this Yasuo matchup in the mid game. And that could spell disaster for Rockridge for the rest of the game and could even lose them the series. So it will be on Hasai to really just keep themselves safe. If you lose a couple of minions, if you lose 2 minions a wave, it's a lot, but it's keeping you safe and you're not losing out on that experience.
And I like what you said about Rockridge. I mean, a lot of their power spike comes from that level 6 when they get that Wombo combo up and available. And I like what you said about them maybe conceding a couple things here in the laning phase early until they're able to unlock those ultimate abilities when their power spike really will come to fruition. It's going to be about surviving up until that point where they can really start to really get this team comp rolling, because they, like Gavin and Chris were talking about, they showed their hand. This is what they're trying to achieve in the Amumu, into the MF, into the Lissandra. This is a huge Wombo combo potential that they're trying to team fight as much as possible around those big ultimate abilities, but there's big timers on those abilities as well. So timing is everything.
And speaking of timing, a big factor of this is also going to come down to Gwen's Ignite timer. She did bring it for this matchup, which means Volibear's healing will be reduced in multiple situations. It's going to be on him to find those opportunities to get his heals off before Gwen starts snipping and getting huge chunks of damage all in one go.
And that's really good damage early on. We'll see if Volibear is able to farm pretty well underneath the tower. Looks like no problem up until this point. But gonna have to deal with, again, some more snipping. And we're probably going to see an Ignite come out here. Wow, Gwen just going to walk away. The shielding was a little bit too scary, but as we know, there could have been an Ignite coming out just before that lands to reduce a bit of that, but to no avail, and Bijung happy to walk away knowing that the chip damage they're able to create, it can put advantages on the board for them as they proceed through this mid game, or this early game.
Metro Blocks did a really good job of trying to bait that Ignite after the shield landed. You saw sort of walking towards Gwen, but not going too close, trying to get in that range where, like, oh, you could Ignite me. If you're feeling the pressure, feel free to go for it. But this time around, Zac is going in, and the Ignite is still up on the Gwen. We do see Zac go for the full combo, and both players for the side of Rockridge hitting opposite targets, but Volibear walks away with an early lead. Gwen's Ignite is down for this lane to start things off, and that means that this Volibear may have a ton of pressure and a ticket to the mid game.
Double buffs to boot. Ooh. Walking away with double buffs, both blue and red buff, going to have mana and healing through the damage, and every auto attack means a bit of burn, and there's going to have just plenty of regeneration. So, you know, that's a pretty big deal. It did look like their focus fire was a little bit scattered between the two on Zac and Gwen, but Gwen able to take down Amumu, and then eventually Gwen with those double buffs then gets taken down by Volibear. So lots of summoners expended, but they're back just slapping each other around in the top lane again.
Yeah, it does feel almost like a handshake between both sides.
They both went blasting one.
Yeah, both of them walk away with their core item, or not, a very good item in their kit, but also, I mean, Volibear gets his items that he wants. Gavin made the comment about the Zac. He wants at least 10 assists walking out of this early to mid game, and he's setting himself up for it. He doesn't go down there. He's going to have that money to deal with it. It's just a matter of getting there. Now, we do see Lissandra is going to be close to level 6, which means that they will be a little bit more safe from these Zac ganks mid lane. I do think that that means that we may see a bit of lost potential from Zac early on, as I feel like that's such a hard lane to really make a play in once Lissandra has that setup going.
And another scuffle here in the top lane. Big damage from both players. That is that ability power coming out, dealing quite a bit. The health bars on the side of the bot lanes just basically full, and nobody's really getting any poke either way. So pretty interesting dynamic or difference between the juxtaposition of the top lane and the bottom lane, where both bottom lanes playing really safe, both top laners happy to brawl as much as possible.
Yeah, they're just trying to make sure that they get this little bit of gold, trying to even things out. Volibear goes for a bit of damage, and the feathers do get a great combo off, and the exhaust is burned. Xayah will not be able to recall the feathers, which means that the Alistar should not go down here, but will lose a substantial chunk of health. Will this pay off in the long run? I think it will, as Alistar is out of potions and does have a bit of sustain going, but we do see Amumu dash in and use the Ignite. I don't know which one of them got that first grub. It did not
That
say.
went to Zac, yeah.
Okay. So that means that Zac is going to be sitting pretty with one grub in hand, Amumu with another grub in hand. This is your first go around. Oh, careful. Volibear in a very dangerous spot, burning that Ignite in exchange for the ultimate. Very worth it, but we've seen this Zac tower dive before. This time around, Plain Bog is doing his due diligence, sitting in the bush, making sure Volibear is safe to catch this wave.
The big problem here, though, is he's sitting in this bush. There's so many minions underneath that tower, so very easy for the bandage toss to accidentally hit one of those minions instead of Gwen. And now Planebog going to come around and help Metro Blocks out. Bajungo happy to go just behind the minions, make it impossible for that engagement potential, especially when there's no real follow-up CC from Planebog, as he has not quite hit 6. So no big Curse of the Mummy going to be dropping down.
We do see the grubs sort of traded out early on. Lissandra throwing her ability into that wind wall means that she's going to be chunked for this dragon, which will most likely just be given to Chantilly to start things off as just sort of a hand me. Like, take this, it's fine, we're willing to play slow. Who knows? We might have multiple Chemtech drakes again.
Oh, let's see how that would work out. Not nearly as many heals and shields from the squad of Rockridge. Of course, you still got the Volibear built on shields and heals, but for the most part, not much to speak of on the rest of the squad, so it wouldn't be nearly as impactful as last game. But boy, imagine that starts getting onto the Zac. We already saw how good those blobs are healing.
Oh, they should be going for this fight. Xayah is out of mana and Fortune was 6. I'm surprised they didn't. That would have been an amazing aggressive call out, but instead it looks like they will be getting that free reset here and getting their items to boot.
I feel like that would have been a tough engagement, looking at the fact that Volibear doesn't have Flash, so there's not really a Flash Headbutt Pulverize combo available. You're going to be, just throwing out, bullet time and then a little bit of damage. They can step out of it pretty easily. So it is what it is. Amumu coming here to help out Hasi in the mid lane, but no damage done there. Both going to walk away. And going to be rotating up to the top lane potentially, at least the top side of the jungle, just to, peek over at top lane, see if they can help out Metro Blocks.
Metroblox is doing a really good job right now of trying to stay as even as possible with this gold. We talked about how difficult this matchup can be early, and so once it starts to get into the later game phases, I'm expecting like 2 to 3 items on Volley before he can truly start boxing with the Gwen, especially if it's a Spirit Visage. Like, you've got Magic Resist for the Zac and the Gwen. That will be your ticket to success in the side lane and to ease up the pressure like we are saying here.
She wasn't able to reactivate the claw and so goes down. That was really nice layered CC there from Kitten, Whiskers, and Calvin on the, Curb on the Rakan.
My boy Curb is doing a good job of getting a very strong, just one good opportunity, get that pressure going. We haven't seen the Zac pressure it so much, but now we will see it here on the top side. Zac charging it up, the flash into the own bubble of Zac means that it will not work out, and a failed dive bot side means that this is starting to fall into Chantilly's favor.
Still just the 4-1 kill line, but Planebog sitting on the ward there, finally going to be revealing it, walking away from Bijung and Curb. Certainly plenty of kill potential there. Good damage coming out, but not going to follow that up. The ultimate was available, but I don't know if Hasi thought that there was enough kill potential. But now the Grublings from Chantilly, they're going to be looking to stack on the 2 that they already have. And this does look good because I don't see really anybody in the region. Lissandra was kind of thinking about it, but going to opt to stay away. So 5 grubs going over to Chantilly, barring anything crazy from this Volibear. He's going to scrap a little bit with Bijung in that tri-brush, but I'm going to wisely step away and take a look because he's got trouble coming.
Yeah, it's not worth the scrap when you've got so many people that you know are still topside. You don't have ulti, you don't have flash. It's just going to be a repeat of last time. And a very big heal means that Volibear walks away. And, I mean, they are another really big heal. I mean, Volibear is kind of a menace. We see one KO go to the Volibear and another one to the Lissandra. The Zac has to walk away. A potential gank setup turned on its head.
Zac was doing an incredible job just standing there tanking the tower, knowing when it was going to be good time to step away. A really nice job from Planebog to jump in with the bandage and curse up Xayah. So that's even more value coming off of this nice gank. But the fact that I think they expected Volibear to die way sooner than he did. Now with the rod, sustain underneath the tower as the damage is coming down. The missed bandage toss might be enough for Yasuo to get away, but he's got a second. That kid has changed recently, and one more might do it, but the ultimate comes down. But finally, Yasuo will fall in a 2v1 situation.
I understand Amumu's purpose of sort of laying back and trying to give Lissandra that KO, but it didn't work. Like, it wasn't going to work out that time. Yeah. Yasuo is a comeback character, and man, do you get a lot of value for it. We do see Volibear able to tank a good amount of damage, is going to have to find a way to heal off as we see a skirmish down on the bot side and a good chunk of damage. Gwen opting for the first tower, does get it, but will she be able to take out the volley? No! Volibear walks away with another KO in his pocket. Metroblox is definitely getting the gold needed to potentially be the split-pushing menace that we were expecting later on, but at what cost? Gwen got first tower with all 5 plates at 13 minutes. Wow, that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. I understand the decision from Gwen to try and take that tower, but by walking up and trying to attack that, giving a pretty much a little bit of free damage to Volibear before Gwen turned on Volibear, gets the tower, pays the price for it. This game is within 3,000 gold as we finish here at right around the 14-minute mark. Now the plating has fallen, so the tower is going to start taking a little bit more damage. But like you said, Bijung being able to take an entire tower before 14 minutes is an insane amount of money going to that player.
Yeah, almost a or almost say 1.5k gold difference. It might not sound like a lot, but that is a pure component worth of value that is going to be lost out for now between these two characters. Gwen can just keep getting tower pressure and keep that momentum going, but it's a very scary spot. Another point to talk about is the Dragon Soul. We have hex gates across the map, which is going to hinder the split pushing of this Volibear for Rockridge. If someone takes their back, they're going to be able to very quickly get out to the lane. On the other side of that, we could see Volibear find opportunities where he otherwise wouldn't. As a Misfortune ulti comes through, Gwen is immune, but does get a good chunk of damage. Is it going to be enough? We do see Volibear in the middle of the fight, Fortune having to kite back, and the Alistar in the middle of it all. The Volibear does go down, and we do see a knock-up onto the Lissandra. Yasuo ulti coming through, and Misfortune in the awkward spot. Will she be able to get out? Is Alistar going to try and sacrifice? No! Alistar is going to mosey his way backwards, trying to get one good hit onto the Gwen in exchange for a little bit of value, but that is an ace at 15 and about 50 seconds minute.
I'm sorry. I just watched what looked like an entire bullet time channel onto the majority of Chantilly, and that really didn't feel as impactful as I was expecting it to. Like you said, of course, Gwen being invulnerable during that time, or untargetable, or just not taking any damage, but there were still other members of Chantilly under the bullets, and it didn't feel like it hit all that hard. So maybe just itemization not quite landing just yet for the MF.
We do see Plain Vlog playing a very aggressive Q in, using the ulti, trying to force a fight for a little too long because the call was made that someone was TPing topside on the side of Chantilly. It was the Gwen who was getting very aggressive, trying to collapse. Nobody goes down, but at a cost of Amumu's ultimate, one of the biggest team fight ultimates in this game. I am so curious how this will affect this next go around. We may see this Amumu ulti down before any sort of picks for this next dragon. We will have to see, but for now it looks like Amumu will just be sitting pretty. I don't know what build he is going for at the moment.
We'll get itemization back up in just a second for you folks, but yeah, I mean, the Chantilly squad, they're up right now in gold, they're up in dragons, they're up in void grubs. So by all metrics currently, they are in the lead here. We do have a scuffle here as Lissandra is taking on Yasuo, now Gwen and Volibear. So these side lanes battling it out. Gwen is really quite fearsome in this this top lane, and now help is on the way, dear. But headbutt from Alistar is going to say, nah, Zach, I don't think so.
Understandably so. You do not want to deal with that. Volibear, again, feeling that pressure for now. 2 to 3 items is going to be the magic number. Once this Navoria is online, Volibear should have the healing necessary to duel with the Gwen. To beat the Gwen, though, you need the Spirit Visage. You need MR of some kind, because they removed the true damage on that character. You are allowed to build MR. It's just max health damage. It's still going to be a lot. You just got to be ready.
Alistar's just headbutting everything around. Shelly taking a ride. Oh, and there's no bot lane tower to speak of as Amumu and Lissandra are in danger. Really nice Q from the Zac, and so much damage. The Frozen Throne is going to stall out for just a moment, but inevitably going to be falling. The bandage toss over to Zac saying, you know, maybe you're going to be the one that can keep me alive, but no. Damage comes down. Now Calvin in a bit of trouble, but almost able to take down Evan. But Bijung, look out. The pressure still sustaining through this top lane, and that second tier tower falls.
And on top of that, Volibear goes down in a 1v1 against Gwen. Again, it's not at that point just yet. On top of that, the reason why this Misfortune, when hitting a beautiful full damage bullet time, did not have the full value damage, it's because of the first item. We see it's a Bloodthirster. It's a great item for sustaining the lane and really finding your time to just stick around, get your CS up. But in terms of damage, I mean, can you imagine if it was a collector to start things off? You're
my
shredding
goodness.
armor, you're getting the executes on low health. I mean, it all would have fallen into place, but this time around, Fortune opting for the lifesteal, trying to sustain that very difficult lane, a very smart call, but this situation in particular, the mid-game rolled around just a little faster than I think most players were expecting.
Yeah, I think if you're able to get that IE on the MF, that's a huge amount of damage that starts landing. And that ultimate that we saw earlier that didn't quite do a ton of damage to the enemy team despite the full channel really starts to look pretty serious damage for the side of Rockridge. And they just need to survive long enough for some of these power spikes to come through.
Yeah, we do see Volibear sticking to the top side, which means Gwen has free reign to really keep the pressure going. Lots of scissors. Snip, snip, and Amumu's bandages are cut in the process. We see Lysandra at low health, and there is Yasuo. Mr. Kitten Whiskers looking to potentially close out this Lysandra. Oh, and a three-person topside. Volibear's stuck in a very awkward spot. Exhaust is used, and Volley's trying to walk away, but it's not easy when you have so much layered CC going on.
Yeah, see, that's still like every single bullet just not really doing what it needs to do in this moment. And right now, we've got a Baron happening here for Chantilly. They were able to take that in that Volibear. They're seeing tons of members of Rockridge trying to keep this fight going down there. And they're looking right to the giant purple worm in the top river to try and close this game out with some serious pushing power.
We do see Amumu is definitely in a close spot. I don't know if he's going to try to go for the steal or anything crazy, instead opting for whatever jungle he can secure at this point. Playing ball and trying to get money to really get the survivability going, to continue applying CC with the bandage toss and the ultimate. A very smart decision, especially when you're behind like this, but I don't know, giving up Baron, this team has done such a good job. Chantilly specifically does such a good job of closing out games once they have Baron. I don't know, it's a very scary point.
Yeah, completely agreed. And, I mean, if you're Chantilly, you've got all the advantages in the world right now with not only the Void Grubs, the Dragons, now Baron, you've got the gold lead. You've got what seems to be the tempo of the game playing into your favor. You're setting the tempo. Rockridge forced to react to many of the plays that Chantilly's making as a team. And if you're able to, make a decision on a lane that you're going to be pushing, they're obviously just kind of clearing out neutral jungle at the moment before they actually start creating pressure on a lane with that Baron. But I feel like you're also wasting a little bit of value if you're not utilizing that Baron pushing potential. But now you see a little bit of pressure coming here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Rockridge's team comp is just missing so much damage at this point. It feels like they can't really take out any of these players. They just get them to this low health spot. And because of that, I mean, look at this Gwen. Has a Rabadon.
By tank. Oh my god, the plane bug on the Mumu is just gone.
Yeah, here comes the Fortune ulti once again. This time wind-walled. But nevertheless, is just not getting the value that you were hoping for. And I feel like it's all just falling away from Rockridge as one inhibitor tower goes down. The Lysandra using her Zonias to bait in the opponent. But look at the Gwen damage, how much they got on just the Volibear alone. The engage onto the backline means that a triple kill will lead to an ace, and Chantilly is going to go for the Nexus.
An ace in the base at 24 minutes certainly spells victory for Chantilly here. Amumu coming back up, but no damage really on that champion. And with 4 threats standing in front of the Nexus of Rockridge, Chantilly is looking for the championship here, and they will have it.
Yeah, we do see Calvin trying to keep an eye on the Nexus, looking for that last hit, a plus 50 value to close things out. Not only are you VHSL champions for League of Legends, but you got the extra 50 gold in your pocket.
And I'll take that. Wow. Congratulations to all our competitors today, but most especially to Chantilly. What a performance you put on. Playing 9 different players today and coming out with the championship. The depth of this squad, being able to come out here and get their starters playtime, get their subs a little bit of LAN experience as well, and still come out with the championship is a sight to behold, and this team should be proud. Rockridge at the number 2 seed coming in here and getting to the grand finals should be proud. All teams that showed up today, I mean, what a performance.
It was beautiful, and I love watching good League of Legends, and I gotta say I am satisfied because I saw so many great highlights throughout this entire series that I am sure the analyst desk will cover a little bit more. I do have a question for the guys on the analyst desk because they are the bot lane that Shenandoah has become familiar with in a lot of ways. I gotta ask, the bullet time, Xander and I were very curious. It felt like it just wasn't doing as much damage as we were expecting. That ultimate is game-changing from what we remember. Did we just miss something?
That's on you. You're the 80
All right, I guess I am. I hate to say this. I do think that the misfortune was kind of doomed from the start. I think a lot of the things we pointed out before the game even kicked off came back to haunt them. The wind walls, the lack of peel and protection to ensure that Misfortune can get a full and safe ultimate off. It just never worked out that way, right? The CC was never quite timed well enough, and then it would result in like 2 or 3 waves of the bullets coming out, and then Misfortune would have to cancel it and run away. And too many of those, that's a brutal cooldown. That's so much of your damage. Misfortune hits pretty hard with her normal auto attacks, but just not enough to compensate for losing that whole ultimate, and it did just come back to bite him, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy stuff. We are getting the award ceremony over here, so I do think we are going to send things over to you completely to cut things off. But y'all, please feel free to take it away and deep dive a little bit more into what all happened this match.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We will take a quick little look at how we got here, and, you know, congratulations to Chantilly. Congratulations to Rockridge as well for finishing runners-up in the League of Legends Virginia High School League League of Legends Fall Championship. But commanding performance, right? Start to finish, really, when Chantilly was at their best. They were certainly putting on a show for us all to watch. And really the only exceptions were when they brought in the backups, from what we could tell, and who looked very good in their own rights, but just couldn't quite get it done. But man, does this starting roster command a certain amount of respect.
Yeah, the subs just don't have the time, I think, together. They just look kind of disorganized when they played with each other. They would make plays like kind of individually, whereas the starting roster, these 5, like they play as a unit, as you can tell by most of these dives and as such. Except this dive showed a lot of promise for Rockridge, but they just couldn't convert that to anything. The one thing I have to say is that one item Misfortune is not it. Like, she ended the game with only a Bloodthirster. Obviously, her bullet times are not going to do that much when she just doesn't have the gold. And she was keeping up in farm, too. I just think it was the lack of kills compared to everyone else. They all got accelerated due to how many eliminations they got, how much gold they got in their pocket, and Misfortune just couldn't do anything.
Yeah, and you just have to wonder, you know, it's easy to look back now with hindsight and reflect on decisions that were made, but you have to now think back at the bans, in my opinion. The choice to ban the Dr. Mundo, to ban the Fiora, leave Gwen open, leave Zac open. These characters wreaked havoc this game. It might not have looked the exact same as it did in the past, but Gwen finished this game with like 9 or more kills. That was a heck of a call out from Rockridge that I feel like did not pay off. And ultimately, if you're going to play into the Gwen, I think you might as well take the Zach off the board. I mean, look at these replays. This Zach cannot be touched.
Right. And I feel like Volibear into Mundo cannot be that bad. Like, sure, you can't really burst down the Mundo as effectively as a Gwen, but Gwen is immune for half the game. So, like, I really question that ban. And, of course, Zach had a 100% win rate. I'm pretty sure the guy only died maybe once in the entire 4 games that he played on Zach. Like, I feel like that warranted the ban at some point.
Yeah.
But, again, hindsight's 2020. Hard to look back now and be like, you should have done this, you should have done that, you know. In the moment, obviously, they just felt more comfortable getting rid of the Mundo.
Exactly. And in our pregame, we even explained why they made these decisions, right? It's not like they were completely reasonless or like baseless to make the decisions they did. But yeah, I mean, we said it. We're speaking having just watched the game not work out for them. So a lot of credit to Rock Ridge, right? Taking this series the distance, looking good in this game 3, right? Showing signs of hope, like we said, at that top dive, getting the double kill in return, but just not enough. Chantilly just a little too strong as a unit, and they walk away as VHSL champions.
Right, yeah, and they got the revenge. Rockridge last semester knocked them out, and now Chantilly, like, they showed up, basically. I mean, yeah, Rockridge took a game off them, which was good, but Chantilly came to play.
Absolutely, yeah, and came to play all year long. They put a cap on a very dominant season, and that cap is a nice little trophy to take home and keep for the rest of their lives as they get to call themselves champions. And with that, that will do it for our League of Legends section of the day. We still have plenty more action to bring you. Somehow, 5 p.m. local time, and we are not done. So we are going to take a quick break because now it is time to return to Rocket League. We have semifinals coming your way. We are going to call a bit of an audible, and we're going to split up these semifinal matches and play them at the same time on our main stream and our B stream. So if you remember the graphic we showed you earlier in this broadcast, be sure to pull up our YouTube account and tune into either stream that you want to watch. But with that, we will be taking it to semifinals here soon, grand finals after that. So do not go too far. We're going to take a quick break. We will be right back with some Rocket League action.
are back with some more VHSL goodness. We just saw League of Legends Finals, a spectacular performance between Rockridge and Chantilly. Beautiful stuff, but that is not the only finals that we have coming up. We are going to be discussing Rocket League semifinals, but if you are new here, welcome. If you've been around this entire time, you notice that there are new people on this analyst desk to start things off. My name is Kevin Clayton, and I'm joined by Brad. How you doing?
You know, it's been a long day. A lot of good games. You know, I've really been enjoying the quality of the games today, and I can really see the passion in these players. You know, nice to see it. The LAN environment's fantastic. You know, we're kind of getting towards the later parts of the day, so I'm kind of seeing the tiredness seep in a little bit. And you know, up to now, it's kind of up to the players to see how consistent they could be in the long run.
You're saying just about all of the big points that need to be talked about at this point. A long day of events throughout Shenandoah's Esports Arena and the new Hive building. We can take a look here at the bracket and just explain to all of you just what all these players have been going through. We are going to be seeing the semifinals match, Woodson versus Kempsville and Lafayette versus Osborne. A very tight matchup, but notably Osborne upsetting number 6 seed York is going to be something all of us should be keeping an eye on throughout this series going forward. But beyond that, a lot of really good Rocket League play.
Yeah, you know, I'm excited to see, you know, the game we're about to watch here, because I think a lot of people have been seeing, you know, they've kind of run through the bracket, 4-0s, 4-0s, 4-0s. They literally have not dropped a map the entire season. So I think, you know, if you're the competitors here looking to play against a team like this, you kind of have to come in with a, you know, kind of a disruption strategy. You know, you got to get them out of their flow. And that might be challenging because, you know, they seem really locked in, really competitive. They just hasn't been any cracks to push on, you know. So I'm kind of excited to see the strategy come in this game from Kempsville.
Yeah, that's the big thing when it comes to Rocket League that I feel like I, as kind of an outsider, have noticed. The skill level, especially in young competitors, can be so drastic, not necessarily in a bad way. There are some really good high school players competing against the pros and keeping up, which is crazy to think about. They're not, they're still not even 18.
Right. Yeah, I think some of the best talent we've seen, especially in the recent couple of years, I mean, you're talking the 15 to 18 age, you know, kind of age range there. And it is crazy because you see, you know, pros that have been around for years and years, or, you know, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 hours in the game, and randomly some, you know, kid shows up and just completely changes the game, how everything's played. And it's just amazing to see, honestly. The game evolves so fast, so many new mechanics, so many new ways of playing the game. It's just really fun to watch.
Yeah, hopefully as we get to see a little bit more of these games going forward between the semifinals and the finals, we may get a better gauge, not only for the people here watching this event live in person, but for those of you back at home who may be coaches, may be interested in looking at some of these players. After all, we may see an evolution of esports both at the high school and collegiate level. Who knows? But with all of that being said, I do think we may be hopping into game here in just a little bit. So I do want to throw it to the casters here. I gotta ask, how are y'all feeling about this matchup?
Kevin, you got to sit down. I'm going to sit down too, man. We've been on the desk a lot. The League of Legends match going to 3 games was absolutely electric, but boy, what a good time it's been today. All right, let's get back into it. I am excited. Oh, man. My name is Xander. This is Griff. We're back in it for some Rocket League action. I'm excited to watch these two teams. We've got Woodson once again.
Yes,
and this team has been an absolute threat throughout this entire season. And now sitting here in the semifinals.
Right. We have this matchup, Woodson versus Kempsville, the 1 seed versus the 4 seed. This game is going to be pretty electric, I think. I think it's going to be a very close matchup between these two. Woodson, we talked about being that undominant force, just absolutely dominating everyone they play. 4-0s across all of playoffs, 8-0 in the regular season, not even dropping a single map. You have Kempsville, the number 4 seed. They got 6-2 in the regular season, total of 26-10 in games. Their only losses were to the number 3 seed, Thomas Jefferson High School, and the number 9 seed, Riverbend High School. But then later they played well in playoffs, right? They got a forfeit win in the first round and then had a close win against Fluvanna County. They pulled out a 4-3, so not a team that I know a lot about. So I'm really excited to see what can come from this game.
Well, hey, look, they're in the semifinals here, going up against Woodson. And this is going to be something to look at here as we get into game number 1. Woodson taking on Kempsville. Game number 1. We've got a best of 7 here in the semifinals. And around the world we go. And Mist going to take the first goal on the board for Kempsville.
Mist striking early and effective. This goal is going to just sneak right past Cairo. I don't think he thought that one might have been in, but it just bounces in off the corner. Got to be careful of those bounces. Kempsville looking to start electric. 9 seconds off the clock, and you already have a goal lead. If they can just hold this one, they're going to have a strong lead going against the undefeated team.
Yeah, you've got a squad in Woodson that has been dominating all the way through this season, and you kind of can't keep the same caliber of play as you get through the playoffs. You've got to wake up here, and Kempsville getting that early goal, that's certainly sending a message to Woodson saying, you guys, you're going to have to step it up against us a little bit because we came to play. And Cairo and Proto, along with Moko, already putting a couple shots onto that net. So it looks like Woodson might have woke up.
I don't know if this is accurate or not, but I believe Cairo played Fennec in the first series, and now he's in an Octane. So I don't know what the thought is behind that one. As Proto's going to get a reset, double tap it off the corner with a crossbar. Sorry, Moko going to look to tap that one over the defense, tying it up. Minute off the board, 4 minutes of basically a brand new game.
Yeah, I mean, that was completely set up by Proto, riding that one all the way to the crossbar, just letting that trickle down as Moko with the beautiful timing to seal the deal. All tied up now, and the possession back in favor of Woodson. A wide open net. Tried to go for the bump to get that ball through, but the help from Moko as the follow-up comes. Woodson up 2-1.
That may be some of those nerves that we talked about coming out. The defender kind of flipped actually out of the way of the save.
Oh, no.
I guess maybe expected maybe some more oomph on that shot, and kind of was able to sneak it past him there, Moko was.
Now Cairo challenging, missing Muddy Masterpie, going to get possession here, but the ball goes back over towards the Kempsville goal once again, and the onslaught from Woodson continues. Cairo, a pass back to Moko. This one's high. Cairo's going back up for it off the right side of the goal. First person to see it is Moko. Proto off the ceiling, look out. We already saw a similar setup earlier, net a goal for Woodson. And this one back towards the middle as Cairo off the corner, just over Moko's head. Gonna have to rotate back to Proto.
One thing that we saw that Woodson was so good at doing, we saw earlier, was controlling the middle of the field and putting these shots on net. And Kempsville has already seen how dominant Proto is in the air. And now that we're seeing that every time he has the ball in the air, they're already jumping him, giving him no space to work with. Now, if they can just find another way to deal with maybe them controlling the middle of the field, this game could be different as Muddy is going to miss that ball off the wall. That is one of the hardest reads in the game for no reason whatsoever. It's just so awkward. He expects it to go high off the back wall. Got too far underneath it, couldn't flip back up to it. Unfortunate, down 3-1 now.
The little bounce shot, netting another goal for the Woodson squad. And now, this one's going back to Moko. Nice clear over towards in front of the net, and look out, Moko gonna clean up his own clear. This one's getting a little bit out of hand for Kempsville now. Just 3 minutes left in the game, already down 3 goals. Kempsville needing to put together a little bit of offensive progression here.
We saw that in the first minute, 4 minutes left on the clock. The scoreline was 1-1. In this last minute, Woodson has put 3 goals on target. I mean, not much they could do as Proto is going to double tap another one in. You can't let him get the ball there. You can't give it to him like that.
Look at that. Right off the back wall. Right into the net. 5-1, 2:45 left on the clock for game number 1. A best of 7 reminder as we're going through this Rocket League bracket. And all the way through quarterfinals, semifinals, and grand finals, all going to be best of 7. Now Proto, Cairo, and Moko all with a goal on the board with 6. This is turning into something of a blowout here early as Woodson looks to send a message.
I wonder what happened from the first minute from Kempsville, right? We saw that first minute that they were able to play good defense and even had the goal lead to start off, and now they've dropped 6 in a row. I don't know if it's maybe nerves, being on the stage because they weren't earlier, or what's going on, but we need to see how they're going to turn this one around.
Nice pass from Moko down to Cairo. Going to try and collect a double commit on that one. Wins the 50-50. A demo onto Proto, though, leaves the offense a man short. Cairo's going to pass this one down to Moko, trying to create something while they're waiting for the third man to come up. This one's a long shot, could net a potential goal, but no, Cairo getting back just in time. And this is looking like Woodson is just probably looking to run out the clock with a 5-goal lead at this point, but look out. Here comes the attack again.
Something that's working so well for Woodson, as Miss is going to look to get a little consolation goal here, making it a 4-goal deficit. Something that Woodson's doing so well is that, yes, they can put all of these shots on target, but if their third man gets up too far, situations like that happen. We saw for the first 3 minutes of the game, they were so dominant in the not only the offensive pressure, but also the midfield pressure as well, right? Their third man did such a great job of not getting too far up the field to the point where, say, Cairo and Proto were too aggressive, then Moko could position himself well as a third man and get a clear for him that wouldn't result in any danger.
Proto to the corner, down to Moko, and 7-2. The response to the breakaway goal from Kentsville is another beautiful pass right into the heart of the net. Moko sending that one through. Tons of goals to the side of Woodson. Kempsville really just looking to get, knowing that they're at such a deficit in this game, get a little bit of momentum, a little morale moving to game 2. Moko going to ride that one all the way through. Proto with the great assists. And let's take a look at the slow-mo once again. And, you know, Griff, we talked so much about Cairo Proto being this dynamic duo that we've seen time and time again. They came to Shenandoah University to win a 2v2 that we had in April, won that. But Moko, what an incredible addition to this squad. Really a standout player amongst 2 already great players on a team.
You're 100% correct, Xander. We've seen Moko in the past be kind of this like supporting role to the 2, but now he's kind of like his own shining star, right? He's taking more of a commanding role in the offense, and that's something that other teams should really fear, because not only being able to score with the Proto-Cairo duo, but also with a third man that can also put the ball in the back of the net, it's unstoppable.
And we haven't really seen through the quarterfinals this sort of offensive production from Woodson. It's almost like a light or a switch turned for Woodson, and all of a sudden they've decided that every single time they get possession of the ball, they're looking to score. 9 goals on the board through 4 minutes of game 1 here in the semifinals against Kempsville. And this game is far from over. There's still 60 seconds left on the clock. And so if you're Kempsville, you're really looking to reset a little bit and figure out what sort of game changes you can make to maintain some sort of possession and keep the ball out of the hands of these 3 fantastic players from Woodson.
Right, you're looking for something that you could take into the next game, get some momentum that can actually like help you in the early stages of the next game. Kempsville kind of just pulling at the coattails right now, trying to find anything that they can. I mean, this offensive reign from Woodson is just so dominant. If they even want a chance at this game, they're gonna have to figure out a way to stop the offensive like pressure that Woodson has.
And that's, I mean, Muddy was back and had a really good timing on that block, but that was such a quick shot from so high. Really just not a very easy block to make. Now ball once again going in favor of Proto and the blue squad here. Potential breakaway from Muddy, but Proto gets there first. And 15 seconds left on the clock. A 10-2 scoreline here in game number 1. Woodson will take game number 1 and go up 1-0 in this best of 7. One more for the road as 1 second left on the clock. Now 11-2 scoreline. A nice finish to a great game from Woodson.
I mean, that, like you said, taking one for the road kind of puts the nail in the coffin there for Kempsville. This game is kind of lost in the dust for them. But you kind of got to take this game and just kind of analyze, like, what can we do better? What has Woodson been doing that we really need to, like, stop as fast as possible? And for them, I think that's definitely the offensive pressure that Woodson has and the midfield possession that they keep, right? We don't see a lot of instances where there's not someone on Woodson that can actually, like, get to the ball or recover back to the ball. We saw the first goal. I don't even remember what the first goal was. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, the first goal was basically 10, 15 seconds out the gate. It might have been even a kickoff goal.
I think it was a 9-second kickoff goal.
Yeah.
And then their second goal, they got a counterattack breakaway. I mean, they only slipped up once in that whole game in terms of their third man being in the right spot or the wrong spot. So what they can take into the next game, I'd say, is definitely learn to control the midfield a little bit, and you got to stop that offensive pressure that Woodson has.
Wow, taking a look at the shots on the board, 18 for Woodson, 5 for Kempsville. You were talking about the game, the wins typically
That's
going
what
to
I'm saying.
the team that shoots the most on the enemy goal. 11 of those 18 going in, and just 2 of the 5 for Kempsville. So clearly the disparity is in the offensive pressure that they're able to generate off the midfield.
Right, absolutely. I mean, shooters got to shoot, man. You gotta put that ball in the net. If you don't give the ball a chance to go in the net, you're not going to score anything. That's all it is. So,
absolutely.
I mean, with this Woodson pressure that we've seen them be so dominant. We're going to get into game 2 here. Hopefully, Kempsville can take something that they've learned from the first game in that short minute break and apply it here.
And already the pressure coming from Woodson as they collect possession from the kickoff. Now pressure from Mist, and the rest of Kempsville put the post on the right. One of the best defenders, as we talked about in the last series. The sides of the goal definitely difficult. A lot of demos down, so maybe a little bit of physical pressure happening here to maybe disrupt the game plan of either team.
Hey, that's something I said. The best goalie on the field is the post. I mean, just something that you got to look out for. We're seeing a lot of infield passes come out from Woodson. That one's going to go off of the crossbar. Looking to get it clear here from Kempsville as they're going to look to build out. Great cut coming from Woodson. Going to look to stop that pressure early as Cairo's going to look for a double tap. Goes off the crossbar.
And Cairo going to put first ball in the net. 1-0 for Woodson. Game number 2, the onslaught continues, but this time to a little bit of help from Kempsville. Did take about a minute for that first goal to land. So Kempsville making some adjustments.
Right, this is something that we talked about when Woodson and Riverbend played. Well, I mean, this team, you got to realize this is your best team in the state, as that one's going to hurt. All right, that's just hey. That is one of those moments, like you said, with a goldfish mindset. That happens. That stuff is going to happen. You don't expect him to miss there, right?
Yeah.
Muddy, unfortunately, wrong place, wrong time. Get a look to own goal that one. Not great. Mind of a goldfish. Forget it. You still got 4 minutes to play. That's like two goals or 1 goal every 2 minutes.
Yeah, if you're Kempsville, you kind of hope Woodson makes that mistake on their own end at some point. But wow, pouring it on is Cairo here. Collecting it on his own side, spending the whole time in the air.
Oh my gosh.
The double touch off the back, and that was beautiful.
I mean, that is just that could be framed and put in a museum. That was art. I mean, that was just like, if you want a textbook double tap, there you go. That's the post, best defender in the game. It happens, you know. I mean, Kempsville, they gotta figure something out and quick. This offensive pressure that Woodson has is just so just over pressured, right? I mean, they get up the field and they can get back just as fast. It's something scary.
Griff, how quickly this game turned around for Kempsville. That was first goal at 4 minutes. It took them 16 seconds to put 2 more in. Now a 3-0 in favor of Woodson. We're just about getting to 3 minutes here now as Cairo going back the other way. No defenders in sight. Going to try and dribble this one through, but Seru going to defend that well.
Yeah, I mean, something that we've definitely seen is this game can change at any given moment, right? We saw, perhaps that own goal didn't go in. This game is 2-0. Or perhaps that mistake on the back wall didn't affect Kempsville as much as it did. It could be 1-0. This game could fluctuate just like that. Things happen. Things don't happen. Things go your way. Things don't go your way. You kind of have to just play it by ear and be like, okay, well, now what do we do, right? Oh, wow.
What do we do?
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
Holy
Let's take a look at this
crap.
slow-mo. Cairo in
What
the
a
corner.
touch. That's a crazy angle.
I don't even know if he needed help from
Somebody
his
get a
teammates for that
contract.
to go in. Wow.
Wow. That might be goal of the mat day so far. I mean, that was holy crap,
And there's
man.
been a lot of goals.
That was just a great double. Oh, what a 50.
Oh.
Yeah, no, we've seen this time and time again from Woodson, right? They are really good at not rushing forward. Look, Cairo slows down, no boost, allows Moko to get in front of him, force the defender to go high, he 50, low underneath. That's textbook. I mean, this team is not – they're doing it different than everyone else in the entire tournament.
Yeah. I mean, this is a squad that, is undefeated in all of fall, right? They already took 4 more wins on top of the, what'd you say, the 32 that they got in the regular season?
Yeah, so
36.
they are currently 37-0 in games. They've not even dropped a single map.
In this fall, and that is just remarkable. And they're showing exactly here, right here and now, why that is the case. They scored 11 goals in game number 1. They've scored 6 goals here. So the goal differential is absolutely completely lopsided in favor of Woodson. Kempston just trying to hang on, find any value and any success that they can. But it seems like every single time a blue car touches the ball, it is going towards the net.
I mean, this offensive, just pressure that Woodson has, right? They're able to beat them to the kickoff. Proto able to recover. Moko just sitting in the middle of the field waiting for these silver platters to pour another one in the back of the net. I mean, 7-0, 2 minutes left. This Woodson squad is looking so dominant.
This is something else, really. And you know what? Being the number 4 seed in the state in the playoffs here, and having Woodson put these kind of numbers up on them, I'm curious what the number 2 and 3 seeds would be able to do against this squad. But this is remarkable, really. It's really no shame to Kempsville. It's just how good this Woodson squad is when they turn on their game, right?
Absolutely. I mean, this is your best team in the state. If you put this Kempsville squad up against 98% of other teams in the state that played in VHSL, I mean, they would probably dominate, right? But you have this Woodson roster of 3 GC2, GC3, SSL players that are just so dominant when it comes to offensive, defensive, midfield positioning and pressure that it just shows here time and time again.
I mean, I'd put this squad up against some college teams.
Right.
They're really solid.
No, they're definitely – they are better than a lot of college teams.
8-0 is the scoreline. 1 minute left in game number 2. Kempsville still looking for 1 here in game number 2. 2 to their name in game number 1. So able to find some success on a couple breakaways. And the defense is starting to find a little bit of success blocking that goal, or that shot there. But again, here comes Proto, and look below, he's got a teammate just waiting for any additional opportunities as that ball gets defended.
The only issue that I'm seeing coming out from Kempsville is that maybe it's like a lack of boost, but they are just like, you have 2 people there jumping at the same angle. No one's covering high, no one's covering low, to the point where Cairo can just lateral beat both of them, and then it just leaves Moko an open shot, basically. So they need to chill out on the double commits maybe and kind of maybe one cover high, force him to go low, or go low, force to go high, and have another teammate that you trust to be able to get up to that ball and make a play on it, because, I mean, you're just letting this team go up in the air like this it's not working.
There's so little that you can do when they decide to go and with possession of the ball go up, because the other 2 players are surely making plays on the ground, creating space for that aerial player. And now Proto, with 5 seconds left on the clock, trying to make one last attack on the net. This ball is going to land. That's going to be a 9-0 scoreline in game number 2. Boy, what a dominant performance we're seeing here. I mean, there's really not much that Kempsville is able to put together that is worthy of combating what Woodson has been able to achieve.
Right, absolutely. This, like, I must sound like a broken record, honestly, but this pressure that Woodson can create, just building out from the midfield up into the air and towards the backboards, towards the goal of Kempsville, is really just, it's overwhelming, and it's just so persistent. They hardly ever give Kempsville a chance to breathe, right?
Yeah.
We have the stealing the boosts, we have the better positioning, the overall just faster speeds that Woodson is playing at. I mean, that's why they're now, 32, give them 4 more, give them 2 more, 38-0 in maps. I mean, they look so dominant. It's just like, I don't even know.
They haven't really even had to play much defense this series because they've just spent so much time with possession.
Right.
And, I mean, what more can you say about a squad that is showing up? They have now we're 2 games in.
Right.
Griff. We're 2 games in, and it is the score differential is 20-2.
Yeah, that is a 2x deficit for anyone that can't do math. That is
10x.
Oh wait, yeah. You're right. I can't do math. And all right. That's on me. I'm gonna keep that a bug. That's on me. That's why that's why I'm a cybersecurity major. But I mean, game 3 here. What do you think that Kempsville needs to try to incorporate to deal with this Woodson offense?
Well, I think in any game where there's just better ball handling skills on one side of the pitch, using a little bit more of your physicality to disrupt some of the timing of Woodson might come into play. So trying to maybe go for a couple demos. Those eliminations might help a little bit trying to get that. But then, I think Moko heard me. I'm going to go for the demo himself. Proto easily batting this one away. Now missed with possession, but Proto going to take this one back again. And Cairo there to finish the job. Now 2-0. 4 minutes and 24 seconds on the clock. And what's crazy to me is the last series that we watched with Woodson, 2-0 was where some of these games would end.
Right.
Yes. And they're continuing to pour it on. It seems very clear to me based on, and obviously their last opponent was very, very skilled. But Woodson, I don't know if they were pressuring the goal as much as they are in this series. They're sending a message to the rest of the Rocket League field in Virginia that even in the semifinals of the state championships, they can put up numbers like 22-2 as far as goal differential.
I mean, we're seeing it like time and time again. This Woodson team is not only as a team fundamentally better, but individually they are fundamentally better, right? They have better car control, better aerial control, better boost management. They have better positioning. It's just like teams at this level should look at this team and base their progress off of what these teams are capable of.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of teams in Virginia wondering when these 3 are going to graduate.
Yeah. I mean, they, like I said, midfield pressure, Proto takes it up, reset, over 3 defenders double tap. I mean, you got to one should force to go high, someone should be on back wall. At no point should you have all 3 defenders jumping for the same ball and no one hitting it.
Oh my gosh, and Moko almost getting a 4th to boot with 3:30 left on the clock, but Proto's right back in the mix. Cairo going to get this one off the wall to a center. Is Moko going to be coming through? No, Moko back for some boost. And Seru able to push this one out, get a breather for just a second. But again, they immediately lose possession as soon as they go to midfield as the pressure from Woodson continues.
I mean, we saw it there. Seru did a really good job of kind of sticking to that back wall. He didn't move because he didn't have to move, right? Even though he has no boost, if a teammate forces them to go high, he is up there already able to shut it down.
A nice touch from Proto. Moko going to take that one away from his teammate, but of course, talked about surely in comms.
Oh, 100%. Totally. That was. I promise that was planned. Totally.
Yeah. Now Sarah in a bit of a scary position with 2 members, Moko and Proto, waiting on the 18 to steal that ball away. Missed, able to get this one away for just a moment, but Proto with the boost going to be spending some time in the air towards the goal. This one's off the back wall. A demo is exactly what Kempsville needed in that moment. Otherwise, that offensive possession continues. And now, missed towards the net. And Muddy going to be able to put one on the board. 3-1, 2 minutes left.
I touched about this in the first game, but I'm pretty sure that now Moko switched to an Octane, so that means that Woodson's roster in the first series was Octane, Fennec, and now they're all three in Octane. I don't know if that has to do with them playing kind of more aggressive, because in my personal opinion and from what I've played with, the Octane is more an aggressive car. The Fennec is more of a all-round stability car. However, they do have the same hitbox, which means that they are the same height, same length. But usually the Fennec is used more because it is a better representation of said hitbox. So a lot of people will use that when they're trying to play more fundamental, but if you're trying to play aggressive like this Woodson offense is, they're going to play that Fennec, or that Octane, sorry.
Huh. That's great insight there. And wow, nice double tap from Mist. One goal, just clawing back this Kempsville squad towards Woodson. 3-2 the scoreline. A lot less offense from this Woodson team here in game number 3. Kempsville starting to put some things together, potentially a little bit of that physicality, some disrupting some of that timing. Now Cairo back on the assault. Mist has been a great player here in game number 3, keeping this Kempsville squad alive in the series. They're close to this Woodson team and potentially sending this to overtime or additional games.
Right, and one thing that, I mean, Kempsville is hoping for is that Woodson is going to get complacent, right? So hopefully they're going to get complacent. They're going to make a lot of mistakes, and I think we're seeing a lot more aggression coming out from Kempsville. We just saw that I think every member of Kempsville's roster was on the other half of the field, which is usually not good, but in this case, I think it's working out for them, right? You need to get up in Woodson's face. You need to not give them time to breathe. You need to kind of be on their heels at all times, right? Good fake coming out. Shot. Ooh, great save by Proto. Oh, no, he's got it in the air. Oh, no.
With
fake
plenty of boost.
Flick over.
Woo.
Oh, it's just, yeah. I mean, you can't give Proto the ball in the air with full boost. He's a scary dude.
And he did something different that he's been doing all game, going off that crossbar of the back wall. He brought it all the way down to the ground to play a little bit of 1v1 dribble and is able to put that off the left post to a teammate, sends it through. 4-2, 35 seconds left on the clock. A comfortable scoreline if you're Woodson. You've got that comfort goal. No longer in threat of going to overtime unless Kempsville can put one in here quickly.
Right. I mean, 20 seconds left on the clock. However, this game felt a lot more controlled from Kempsville. I feel like they weren't so outpaced and so out-possessed. Whereas, like, in the past games, I mean, we saw these huge deficits, 9-1, 9-2, 11-1, 11-2. We saw these insane goal differentials. This one's going to look to get buried. Moko going to jump up and tap that one in. One for the road, 3 seconds left. I mean, like I said, though, this game feels a lot more controlled and a lot more stable in terms of, I guess, like, attitude and positioning, which are two completely different things. I understand that. But, I mean, I think this was a way better game from Kempsville.
To me, what I'm seeing is it looks like Kempsville started to pick up their tempo a little bit. They were starting to control a little bit more of their pace in the game. Instead of reacting to Woodson, they started to make some plays themselves. And instead of just, it seemed like every time they were able to escape their side of the half in previous games, it was kind of just riding the ball along the wall and hoping that they were able to get a little bit of space for themselves. But this time there was measured passes. They were playing up to a lot of the players of Woodson, and it looked like they were a little bit faster.
Right. I 100% agree with you. I think the term that comes to my mind is before they were playing reactive, and now they're playing proactive, right? That's completely different, right? You have reactive, where you're playing based off of what your opponents are doing. Then you have proactive, which is you're kind of forcing your, I guess, like, situation on the other team, right? We're like, okay, we're gonna go on offense now. We're gonna put everything we have into this attack. If it goes over our heads, so what? You just got to score more goals than your opponents. When it all bears down to it, it's soccer, right? It's car soccer, right? I mean, the goal of the game: score more goals than your opponent. If you let in 1 or 2, but you're scoring 3 or 4, power to you, right? But I think that's definitely something that Kempsville did really well this game. I think they played a lot more proactive, a lot more aggressive. They controlled a little bit more of the field, right? They caught Woodson being a little bit complacent at times, allowed it to be a little bit of a closer game. I definitely think they can take a game from Woodson. I 100% think that as within their reach if they play fundamental enough and with that same aggression and that same proactivity. But yeah, I think overall that was a good game to watch. That was my favorite game so far in the series.
I mean, if you had said that through games 1 and 2 where Woodson was just putting up numbers, I would have said no. I don't think so. I think Woodson takes this 4-0. But now in game number 3, 5-2 the scoreline. Kempsville was within 1, very close. And the possession already going in favor of Woodson, a shot, and narrowly escaping an early goal as Kempsville as it goes off the crossbar. Now here, back the other way on the blue side of the pitch. Cairo getting bumped away, and Muddy here.
I mean, we're seeing it already. Woodson wants to get the ball in possession, right? They're trying to do kind of these fancy maneuvers, like, yes, have fun. I mean, but, like, yet again, like, it's not that just them trying to show off. It's the fact that they're acknowledging that Kempsville's defense on the ground is pretty decent, right? They're acknowledging that if we want to score against this team consistently, we need to take the ball in the air where their defense is maybe a little lackluster.
And it's a little bit more unpredictable, right? Trying to defend something that's coming from the sky because you've got the high attack off the back wall or that low attack letting it drop all over the ground. You've got options, and as soon as that ball starts bouncing around, you've got another plane to deal with as far as the trajectory of the ball. So really nice job from Kempsville. Already a minute in. The scoreline 0-0. And holding Woodson to no goals through minute 1 is definitely something that they need to be looking for. But now, Moko 1-0 with the first goal of the match.
Right there. That situation right there, they played reactive instead of proactive. No one challenged the ball. They kind of let Moko just kind of walk up to their front door and ding-dong ditch, right? I mean, they brought the ball to their doorstep, right? But no, you literally took the words right out of my mouth. I think that with the fact that Proto is bringing this ball in the air, reset, double taps off the back wall, then he's bringing it down, playing ground plays, dribbles, flicks. I mean, it's just he is such an offensive weapon that it's working out for this team. I think Cairo could have scored that. I think that one could have gone in.
I don't deny it. Now Cairo here in midfield. Proto helping out with the forward motion of the ball. Moko having to get back for this one as the counterattack from Kempsville begins. Seru, last man, trying to stop this ball from getting any closer to the net, but this is a nice lobbing shot from Cairo. The steal away 50-50 here at mid. Not even a 50-50, just a steal away and no defense from Kempsville back high enough that they're not able to get there in time. And 3 minutes left on the clock, 2-0.
Right, and one thing that we talk about so often, and especially like when you're taking this game seriously, you want to get better, you're playing at a high level like we are here or at collegiate or even the pro level, is you never want to just give the ball away, right? You want to hold that ball when you can, right? It doesn't always have to be a forward bang or passing to the midfield if you don't have a teammate, right? You need to hold the ball when you can. Keeping possession is 9 times out of 10 more useful than just banging the ball away, right? You want to give your teammates time to get in the proper kind of positioning. Whereas, look, right here, Cairo takes possession of the ball and forces the other team to do something, which then his teammates can play off of. If he would have just banged that, Kempsville could have just cleared that to the corner and kind of played a lot more, I guess, safe and played their own style, whereas Woodson, in that situation, forced them to kind of do what they wanted.
Not only that, you try and maintain possession through a little bit of dribbling up midfield, and you maintain possession of the ball. If you're just going to bang it over towards the opposing net, like Kempsville has kind of been clearing, then you're essentially giving away possession unless that ball goes errant. The collection from Kempsville isn't quite as effective as they should be trying to manage. And Woodson, another goal on the board. 2-0, or sorry, 2 minutes left on the clock.
Right, and one thing that comes to my mind is that is all fundamental, right? Ooh, Miss going to look to put this one on the far post, kind of catching the defenders off guard, kind of a miscommunication between Proto and Cairo leading to Miss being able to sneak that one past. But, yeah, no, I think it really just barrels down to the fundamentals. If you have the ability to catch the ball on your car exactly where you want it, then you can make a play on the ball, force it up the field, force your teammates to get in a good position. Whereas if you're just hitting the ball to hit the ball, there's really no point.
That was just a nice shot from Mist. I mean, no matter how you slice it. Proto opting not to send this one towards the net. Gonna collect this one, get a little bit fancy with it off the side wall, and have his teammates come in to help. Moko not able to get a goal there, but Cairo continuing the pressure. Now missed the other way. The person that's been keeping Kempsville alive in these series and in these games has got possession, but now Proto with the pinch. This one's going long. Moko looking for it. Nothing doing.
I mean, that's just Proto's insane mechanics, right? That coaster pinch. Oh my goodness! These pinches are absolutely flying. But no, these offensive pressures are kind of like a staple of Woodson's gameplay, I believe.
3-1 on the board. 1 minute left to go in game number 4. If Kempsville cannot tie this one up, Woodson will be walking away with the championship in a 4-0 Oh, sorry, no, we're in the semifinals.
This is semis. What are you doing?
I'm sorry, I've been casting so much League today. Oh, we're only in the semis.
Yeah, we got a whole nother game after this to cast, and this kind of feels like a victory lap for Woodson, right? I mean, a victory lap, minor victory lap.
Well, they'll walk away with the semi-championship.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, they're walking away with an entry ticket to the finals. I mean, we're just seeing such outstanding offensive pressure from Woodson. It's just forcing kind of Kempsville to be stuck in these situations. Squishy save coming out from Moko. Yeah, I mean, this game kind of felt extremely one-sided really early on. Later game, it kind of felt more controlled by Kempsville. I would have liked to see this coming out game 1, game 2 from Kempsville. Definitely something that they could have played better with, I think, is that they just played a little bit more proactive and controlled rather than reactive and hesitant.
Yep.
But that just barrels down to, like I said, this is your #1 team in the state right now. This is, I mean, that might be nerves. That might be, like, just lack of, like, I guess, what's the word I'm thinking of? Lack of experience at this level coming out. But, I mean, Woodson going to walk away here looking for a 4-0 in the semifinals versus Kempsville. #1 seed taking down the #4 seed, earning their spot in the grand finals, looking to get a three-peat. I mean, that felt extremely, extremely one-sided for me.
It was very controlled from Woodson, and they will move to 40-0 in the fall.
Holy crap.
Wow.
Wow.
Getting to that number without a single loss to their name is absolutely remarkable. And the fact that they were able to put up 29 goals in 4 games.
Yeah.
29 goals, 20 of them coming from the first 2 is... I mean, I don't know who they're going to be facing in the grand finals just yet, but boy, does that other team have their hands full with this squad.
I believe it's either going to be Lafayette or Osborne Park, the #2 seed or the #14 seed. Not sure if we have a word yet on that match, but no matter who they play, I'm sure it's going to be a great game to watch. This Woodson roster is super entertaining to cast, super entertaining to watch, right? You never really know what you're going to get, right? You can have triple resets, double taps, passing plays, dribbles, flicks. I mean, you can just have basically the entire arsenal of attacks coming out. I'm super excited to cast this grand finals with you.
It's exciting Rocket League we've gotten to watch, but we've got our analyst desk on standby to break it all down for us. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, there's a good amount to talk about this because we just saw a very dominating performance from Woodson High School. I know we talked about it a little bit, about the differing skill levels in high school and how there can be just truly drastic changes, but that is insanity. They hit double digits.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm being honest, I think I would take that team over probably 75% of the collegiate teams out there right now. They just look absolutely exceptional. Everything's calculated. I mean, to be honest, it kind of looked like they were just having fun with it at the end, you know. It is what it is, and they had just such a dominant performance. I mean, 40-0 throughout the season. I mean, that's just like, I mean, they're just having fun out there, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I wish that there was a stat in game of like time of, it would be hard to calculate a like time of possession, but they had so much control of the ball the entire game, and were doing all of those flips, resets, all of that stuff to just keep control and get weird angles for these shots.
Yeah, no, if I had to take a guess, that possession would have been 15-1 in Woodson's favor, minimum. You know, I was very surprised when we saw map 1 that, you know, Kempsville was up and they scored the first goal. I was like, all right, maybe there's something going on here, but I think they probably were winning for this entire series for less than a total of 30 seconds.
That is, that's so, it speaks to the skill of Woodson, right? The great Kempsville start for this, but man, it was one after another, intercepting just any sort of opportunity Kempsville had to sort of get it off of their own half of the field. I don't know. There's something about it that's almost magical, the way that they perform.
Yeah, I think in about probably 90-95% of these replays, they're all going to be in Kempsville's half of the field. They were just Woodson was so aggressive. Kempsville had no room to breathe ever. Woodson was kind of maximizing their value on every rotation. We did see a lot of demos. That did happen quite often there where, Woodson was, triple committing up because they're kind of just having fun when it's 9-2. You can go for flip resets like that. Proto's absolutely insane, filthy player. It's great to see, but at the same time, you do wish this game was a little bit closer.
Oh, absolutely. Everyone loves a close series, but it speaks to the skills of the players involved. Like, this roster at Woodson was coming up with so many different ways to try and get their goals, going for these crazy little setups, but also, I don't know, there's so much that can be taken into account, and this is not easy, mind you. Like, I promise you, this is not a game that you can pick up and learn in, like, an hour.
Oh, yeah, I'm aware. I got about 2,000 hours in this game, and even at my peak, I wouldn't even be able to compete with any of these players right now. So, it also kind of shows, and I think I talked about this a little bit before we went into the series, like the game has evolved so much. Back when I still played the game, Grand Champion was the highest rank in the game, and that was the end. And now there's so many different mechanics. Something I saw is them, canceling their flips on the wall to go, supersonic so fast. That wasn't even a thing when I was playing. And these young players are just inventing these new mechanics and learning them so fast. The game just evolves crazy, crazy fast. And when you see players of this caliber who are able to actually capitalize on those movements, it just can blow teams out of the water just like this.
Yeah, I feel as though if I'm on the other side of this, I don't know where your opportunity to get control lies. Because there were so many times where they were able to pass, like Woodson was passing between themselves, or just setting up the goal on their own. Like, I feel as though you have to be so incredibly precise and also have enough boost maybe to, like, tempo?
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, demos can be a part of an option, but the tough part is the biggest difference you see between those type of teams, especially when the skill gap is this wide, is the speed of play, right? Kempsville's decision-making is not even going to be anywhere close to Woodson. So Woodson's going to be way faster to every single decision. So it's going to be hard for Kempsville to play up to that level, up to that speed. And not only when they do that, they're forcing that kind of makes them uncomfortable. They're going to make more mistakes. We saw a couple times where they kind of just missed bad read. It happens. And when you're forced to play at the speed of what Woodson's playing at, that's going to happen quite a lot.
Yeah, and I feel like that carries over between all sorts of different esports. You see that in the fighting game community a lot, where generally whoever can come to a faster decision is going to win out. I'm positive that happens in Overwatch as well. Whoever makes the aggressive call to make a play, like, that's got to carry over as well. It's just a constant factor here in esports.
Absolutely, yeah.
Good stuff. I'm very excited to see how Woodson performs in these finals, because we may see a bit more back and forth, or it could just show that Woodson is the true ruler of Virginia. With all of that being said, I do think we are going to take a quick break to get everything ready for the side of Grand Finals. So do not go anywhere. We will be back in just a little bit.
9 hours of competition today and a whole semester's worth of competition over the last multiple months have led us to this moment. We are here with Rocket League Grand Finals at VHSL Fall Semester Championships. Chris Clayton joined once again by Avery Giesemann. For those of you who maybe watched our B-stream just moments ago, you watched us commentate over Lafayette beating Osborne in the Rocket League semifinals to get to this moment. But among other things, right, we do know that Woodson has also made their way back. So let's take a little peek back at how we got here over the course of today. We do have a bracket reminder. Look at this beauty. So much Rocket League competition that, right, we know that Woodson has not dropped a single game all year. Lafayette has dropped one game, and it is against Woodson. We had a bit of a Cinderella story today develop in the form of Osborne not only making it to the LAN today as the 14th seed, but winning a game, making it to semifinals, top 4, a great placement for them, but unfortunately falling just short, and that brings us here.
Yeah, I mean, what an exciting day of Rocket League, Chris. Really, all over the place this bracket is. On the top side, we see that the seeds really play out very well, and on the bottom side, they don't as much, and that's because Osborne is able to make that run that we were talking about. But when you watch them go up against Lafayette, they just looked outmatched, Chris. I mean, if you had both the Rocket League streams open on your computer and you're trying to flip back and forth between them, you might have seen the onslaught that was occurring, you know, wherever you would go. I mean, at least on the side of Lafayette versus Osborne, it was a bit closer, especially in that first half of the series. I mean, we were able to commentate ourselves, Chris. We were able to see a lot of great ideas from Osborne, but Lafayette able to make the adjustments that come from a best of 7, able to make it look worse over time, and that's what good teams do. They develop over time, and they, you know, kind of beat you worse the more you play against them. But if you look at the other side of the bracket, you go to the other tab on your computer and you follow Woodson, and you see if they only give up 2 goals in a whole best of 7 series, and they're just doing tricks off the ceiling on the other team. I mean, you have to be quite scared for Lafayette's chances.
Yeah, letting up 2 goals while scoring over like 20.
Yeah,
I think
well
is what
over
I
20.
heard. I mean, we were watching the other series, but hopefully you all on this stream were able to witness whatever just happened in the top half of semifinals. But no matter what happened, no matter whether you saw it or not, we have a massive game of Rocket League ahead of us. And again, this series has already been played, right? Woodson and Lafayette played each other earlier this year, and Woodson came out on top in that series, again, without dropping a game. So Lafayette, very hot right now, coming off a big win, defeating or taking out a very dangerous team in Osborne to get them to this point, but none of it matters if they can't take down their demons. So we have our guys ready, standing outside. Xander and Griffin back on the desk. These guys have been troopers out in the field. Guys, take it away.
Hey, Avery, before we go, I got one question for you. What was the seeds from the Smash? Did we have a number 1 versus number 2 seed in the grand finals there, too?
So we actually did not. I mean, excitingly enough, on the Smash side, Osborne actually showing up in the Smash side as well, but not in the grand finals. They were taken out by the 4 seed Frank W. Cox. So Osborne, you know, coming out in spades as the 1 seed in the Smash side and the 14 seed in the Rocket League side, but actually both Osborne teams falling out in the semifinals. The Frank W. Cox as the 4 seed took it in the finals over Galix High School, the 3 seed.
Whoa, huge upsets going on over there. Well, that's awesome. Thanks so much, Avery. I just had to know because we've got 1 and 2 seeds across the board making it to the grand finals, both in League of Legends and Rocket League. I was wondering if that was going to be the case in Smash, but boy, that's just all sorts of chaos going on over there. That sounds like it was exciting.
I mean, absolutely. That would definitely be something special if we had just like 1s versus 2s all the way across the board. I know we had it in League of Legends, we have it in Rocket League. I mean, but yet again, that makes for a good story, but not a great story. Yeah. I like it when there's an underdog and they go ahead and they take down maybe like a higher rated person. I mean, that's what happened with Osborne, actually. They came in earlier in the playoffs taking down the number 3 seed, Thomas Jefferson High School. I mean, that would have been a great run for them if they would have beaten the number 3 seed, beaten the number 2 seed, beaten the number 1 seed, like just in succession. Absolutely class. But we do have a number 1 versus number 2 seed. Like Lord Chris Clayton said, he made it so that way, or he said it just right. 3-0 in the way of in Woodson earlier in the season. I mean, maybe it'll be a repeat, but based off of how Lafayette was playing, I think this game could be an absolute howler.
Yeah, if you're watching us during the Woodson-Kempsville match and not over on the Lafayette Osborne side, Lafayette able to take that 4-0, 3-2 in game number 1, 4-3 in game number 2, 4-1 and 4-0. And already I'm reading off some statistics, and Proto putting the first goal on the board 5 seconds into game number 1. And here we go.
Right. I mean, you have our tyrants, Cairo, Proto, Moko, and these kind of, like, I guess, right-hand men of Lafayette, the Die For You, Pharaonic, and Hex, looking to come back here and take down the number 1 seed. I'm excited how these teams play, right? We've had Woodson. This is the 3rd time they've been on that we've casted a game of them tonight, and I mean, we saw they've been so offensively coordinated. I mean, we haven't seen too much of these Lafayette players, right? We haven't seen if they're more team-based, midfield, forward. Like, we don't know what is exactly going to happen here, and I think this first game is definitely going to be kind of them testing the waters a little bit. Moko going to sneak this one past right off the crossbar, bar down, off of, I believe, between 2 defenders. So,
yeah, right
I mean,
there.
Wow. That's just one of those situations I talked about in Woodson versus Kempville, being reactive versus proactive, right? You can't let the ball get that close in front of your net and not put up a hand.
And we were wondering how the skills would transfer over from facing the number 4 seed in the state up to the number 2 seed, and it seems as though the skills transfer just fine. 2 unresponded goals here for Woodson so far to start game number 1. Now for you back here to collect the ball and send it over to Hex. Hex going to be looking for a little bit pass over to For You, an opportunity, but well blocked by Proto.
I mean, this is something that we're kind of we've had a lot today, is we're going to have these really high-level teams. Woodson having that GC2, GC3, SSL players, whereas Lafayette, I believe, has an SSL and then I believe either a Grand Champ 1, Champ 3, and a Champ 1. So like, these teams are pretty diverse in skill level. Oh, Moko's going to own goal. Oh, we got a game. Oh, we got a game.
Certainly with the help of Hex here, but a nice 50-50 gets it over the head of Proto. And then, wow, Moko sending that one through. 2-1, Lafayette on the board. 3.5 minutes left to go. And as you said, Griff, we've got a game.
Right. I mean, these are basically your top 2 teams in the state, right? Clash of Titans. I mean, anything can happen, anything goes, but I mean, you never want to see something as simple as an own goal, as we're going to see an overextension coming out from Woodson. Lafayette looking to take this one back. Is Hex over the top of Proto, going to look bar down, Ski. That's 2-2 in the game.
Hey, I was talking about freebies that potential teams facing Woodson would be looking for, like Kempsville, except they kept going in favor of Woodson. Now Lafayette getting a freebie and building on top of that to tie this game up. And now all of a sudden, we're back to square one. It's a 3-minute game, folks, in game number 1. This is the grand finals of the VHSL Championships.
Something that we've seen so much from Woodson is that they are not scared to throw out these double commits because they know they can get back to it because they're faster than their opponents. Lafayette's like, whoa, don't underestimate us, man. You double commit, we're going to punish you for it. We've seen Hex before at VHSL be such an outstanding offensive pressure. Cairo's actually going to nail this one right down the center of the net, looking to take that lead back. Questionable decal choice from Proto, but we'll talk about it later.
And what a shot. Proto there just to help out just in case it didn't sink. But now the lead regained for Woodson as we near the halfway mark of this game. Now, Moko over to For You. Proto and Moko back to collect this one on defense. A nice little clear. Proto zipping around immediately. Going to put pressure on it, and Cairo collecting a second opportunity towards the net, forcing Hex to make a play, make the save. Now Hex going back the other way. Proto just interrupting a little bit of that tempo that Lafayette is now playing up. But we can already see the difference between Kempsville in our last series and Lafayette. Lafayette's not afraid to play a little faster.
Right, and not only is these your number 1 and number 2 teams in the state, my completely unbiased opinion, I believe this is not only your top 2 teams in the state, but your top 2 players in the state. I believe that Proto and Hex are the top 2 biggest talents within VHSL Rocket League currently. And I mean, these are 2 players that know Rocket League down to its fundamentals, right? They are extremely mechanical, extremely knowledgeable in exactly what Rocket League is and how they can succeed at it.
Time is ticking away. Lafayette looking for another goal to try and tie this one up. Moko back with Proto on defense. Veronic towards the blue side of the pitch. Hex going to get a nice touch off the wall. Sort of a gift wrap bag over to Proto as he collects it, but for you, challenging there in the midfield. Some challenging in midfield we haven't seen against this Woodson squad. And that is certainly going to make a difference in how these games start to play out. This is a much closer game than we've seen Woodson be challenged by thus far.
Absolutely. And one thing that we need to point out is, like you just said, these teams are fighting tooth and nail. They are not giving each other any room to breathe, right? Both of these teams are being extremely quick to get to the ball, play off the ball, get their boost, get back into position. There's so much that these guys got to remember to do, and it basically will come down to whatever team makes less mistakes is going to take this one home.
And it seems so far that Woodson doing a good job managing those mistakes. Lafayette, though, actually, I mean, if you think about it, Woodson did have an own goal so far that let Lafayette get back into this game with their first goal of the match. But Woodson going to put a 4th one, a comfort goal on the board as that 50-50 sends the ball essentially into the net. A little bit of misreaction, I'm sure, from what Hex intended.
Right. I mean, 4-2. Game 1. This is definitely not a blowout game by any means. We saw a 3-2 scoreline for quite a while. I believe 2.5, 3 minutes of this game were spent within a 1-goal deficit. And, I mean, now to the fact that the Woodson gets another one early, looks like they're going to try to take this one home and take Game 1 for the road. But, I mean, moving into Game 2, what can Lafayette build off of, right? They need to maybe control the midfield a little bit better. I've been saying it all night, and I'm going to continue to say it. Controlling the middle of the field will not only open up more options for attack, but it'll also make defense so much easier for whoever is able to capture it.
And that's going to be game number 1, going over to Woodson High School, 4-2. Honestly, I mean, the way that they've proven themselves to be scorers, that is a very manageable score line from that of Lafayette, right? They're within striking distance. As you were talking about the first half of the game, they were basically within 1 or tied up until those last 2 goals went in for Woodson. I mean, this is certainly Woodson's series to lose based on the track record of their entire season. But Lafayette is already looking like a team that could stand the test and potentially take this series based on how Game 1 went.
I 100% agree with you, Xander. And I'm a really big statistics guy, so we're going to dive back into that real quick or in between games. Lafayette, number 2 seed in the entirety of VHSL, right? Only losing 1 game in the regular season to Woodson. That's the only game they lost, right? They were 29-7 map-wise. I mean, this team was extremely dominant, not only in the preseason, but also postseason, right? They were able to take down the number 31 seed George C. Marshall in the first round, then moved to the second round, taking down the 15 seed Hendon High, right? And then we saw them today. They were able to take down William Byrd High School as well as Osborne Park High School. So, I mean, this team is no stranger to playing these tough matchups, right? So this is just kind of another one of those situations where they got to kind of dig down and decide, like, all right, how bad do we want it, right? Do we want to take this one? Do we just want to not have any options? Are we going to let Cairo score a goal when he's on offense every time? Or are we going to do some work?
I mean, these are early goals that Woodson seems to continually make happen. They always seem to be able to, within 30 seconds, start the game at an advantage score-wise. There's been very few times where a team has been able to hold them off for more than a minute. Kempsville was able to do it a number of times, but, you know, there was also games where they wound up 11-2, 9-0. So we know that this Woodson team can score. Lafayette relenting a goal early in game number 2.
Hex.
You got to
my goodness.
You got to see what they want here.
I mean, just like we said before, This is your 1 and 2 teams, your 1 and 2 players. An unfortunate miscommunication there coming out from defense. Veronic maybe not hearing his teammate, clearing it too high above the wall to the point where, oh, they collided. Whoa. Wow, too high off the back wall. Veronic unable to get down to it. Cairo going to bury a second one in the game. 37 seconds off the clock. Woodson is making their presence known early in game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Already, right, with that comfort goal just 4 minutes into the game. And now, I mean, you know they're not going to, but they could just try and let time elapse. But their defense is offense, and if their game plan that they've stuck with the entire season is any mark, they're just going to continue pressing the attack and trying to continue scoring goals. Once again, Proto with the flashy plays up on the ceiling, ran out of boost, wasn't able to continue that dribbling through the air, but now Veronic finally in this corner. Moko looking for a little bit of boost, going to make some room for Cairo and Proto. Proto putting the pressure on the right side of the post, and a nice bounce clear out of there. Veronic looking for a little bit of space, but back comes Moko. A good back pass to maintain possession. And off the ceiling, here comes Moko. Great individual skill from this player. Proto going to collect this one on the corner. A little bit of a fake there, leaving it for Cairo, and now for you. Coming back the other way.
I mean, let's just call it how it is, right? Woodson is that type of team that would rather win 8-6 than win 2-0, right? They want to be this offense. Is Hex going to clear that one off the goal line? I'm pretty sure that 98% of that ball was in the goal. Unable to get a good enough clear on it as Cairo is going to look to pass this one to Proto on the goal line. Proto going to make sure that this one is in. Looking to take a 3-goal lead, 3 minutes left on the clock within game 2. Lafayette needs to get something, and they need to get it fast, right? What can they do? Do they need to feed their best player a Hex? Do they need to highlight his individual capabilities? Or do they need to work as a team and kind of break down Woodson's errors to the point where maybe Woodson's offense crumbles down a little bit?
I mean, it's not often that you see the back pass, right? We just saw that from Woodson to create a little bit of space, take the ball opportunities away from Lafayette. And what I think needs to happen is Lafayette needs to take the opportunity, the other two players, create a little space through a little bit of a physical gameplay for Hex to be able to make plays on the ball.
I mean, Proto just going to absolutely lob this one up to Cairo, and Cairo thinks it's a dunk contest, putting up a 50-pointer right down into the top left corner. I mean, like we said, these players are yin and yang, right? They give and they get. One's up, one's down. They're both up, they're both down. I mean, these players really just know each other's capabilities. They know each other's talents so well. We're seeing kickoff plays coming out. I mean, there's nothing that this team can do against this Woodson roster in this current situation.
Yeah, 4-0. We've just crested halfway mark in game number 2, and it is a huge deficit for this Lafayette squad as Woodson has continued to fire on all offensive cylinders. Now the onslaught to the right corner. A nice little pass and a pinch, I think. That was a weird reaction, but potentially just incredibly well put. Yep, just taking it away. Good read from Woodson, and 5-0.
I mean, that's definitely one of those situations where you got to kind of be aware that, hey, I might have someone challenging me. Maybe I don't bring it down to the ground. Maybe I bring that up high to where the point of challenge is not as dangerous as it would be. Situations like that happen, but they could be better managed.
Now for you, looking to ride back on Proto just a little bit. This goes to the corner. A nice second touch. Cairo is an animal.
I mean, he is balling out. I believe he has 5 of Woodson's 6 goals and an assist. I mean, he's 100% goal participation right now. And he is just absolutely dominating the pitch right now. I mean, Cairo is here to play. He wants this 3rd championship. He wants it under his belt. He wants the title that comes with it, the bragging rights. He wants it all.
And now a little bit more from Woodson. 6-0, 92 seconds left on the clock. And I think Lafayette is looking probably just to look towards game number 3. This is, I think insurmountable at this point in game number 2. Unable to get a goal just yet, and especially if the demos are going to continue coming out from Woodson, keeping Lafayette down and out, and there's not many options for them to get back on the board.
Right. I mean, this offensive pressure coming out Moko going to look to get on the scoreboard as well. That means at least one goal to every member of Woodson. Proto able to find that lateral pass across. Moko able to pre-flip, get the double off the wall. I mean, this team looks so dominant in its current state. If I'm Lafayette, I'm like, okay, what are they doing so well, right? Their offensive pressure and their midfield capabilities. What do we need to change for Game 3 to even have a shot at taking down Woodson?
Well, not only that, Griff, what changed from Game 1 to Game 2?
I honestly couldn't tell you. I think maybe Woodson's playing with a little bit more confidence. We're seeing them dive for a lot more balls rather than kind of sitting back and waiting for Lafayette to dribble it up to them. We're seeing a lot more ferocity coming out, especially from Proto and Moko, to the point where these players are just up in, like this, Moko bringing down the field a 1v2, 1v3 situation. He's just getting in Lafayette's face.
Yeah, and any clear that comes off of that reaction, Proto and Cairo is certainly going to have a handle on putting that back towards the net.
Oh, passing play here. Moko going to look to demo, or 50 off the greatest savior in the game, the right post.
Those posts, I tell ya.
Sometimes they have more saves than the players do.
Pretty good. I do wish that they counted those up.
How many saves the post have?
Yeah.
That'd be cool. All right. Well, as the sun sets here on Game 2, Woodson looking to extend their lead 2-0 over Lafayette, right? Your number 1 versus your number 2. These teams, man, they've just had such dominant runs today. Not only today, but also in earlier playoffs and in the regular season, right? Both these teams have been so dominant, 8-0, 7-1. I mean, these are your 2 best teams in the state right now in this current standing. I mean, this game looked super one-sided to me. I saw a lot of individual skill coming out from Proto, Moko, and Cairo, especially getting 5 or 6 goals on the board. I mean, that felt extremely one-sided to me.
Yeah, it looked a little. You were talking about proactive versus reactive. That looked a little bit more reactive, a little slower on the side of Lafayette, whereas Woodson continuing to set the tempo. Where Lafayette felt like they were moving a little bit faster throughout the pitch on game number 1. Woodson seemed to control every aspect of where the ball was going this game.
Right. I could not agree with you more. I think that one thing that Woodson is doing super well is just making sure they usually always have someone on the ball at all times. I mean, we're going to sound like a broken record. Woodson is now 42-0 in maps, which I don't think it's ever been done, that the people that win, if they were to win, have not dropped a single map within the match.
Yeah.
I mean, that is almost unheard of.
That's remarkable. And you, a 4-time VHSL playoff
Careful what you say.
Attendee.
No, I attended more than 4 times. I just got second place 4 times. All right? I attended 5 times.
Okay, well.
All right, I'm just a second place warrior. What can I say? No stranger to the silver medal.
But did any of the first place players or champions in any of those 4 times, did they ever walk away with a perfect season? I mean, that is...
No, never.
Yeah.
Never. That's never been done. I mean, no one has ever in the history of VHSL kind of walked over every single person they've played. I mean, this team just looks so dumb. How is that not a reset? What? What the freak?
Well, something special cooking here for Woodson, but first they've got to get 2 more maps on Lafayette. The first goal for Woodson will do something towards that endeavor. Lafayette now once again starting a game at a 1-0 deficit, though this time pacing up a little bit, starting to take key cues from their game number 1, where they're picking up the pace and they're playing a little bit faster, taking 52 seconds for Woodson to score.
Certainly. Oh, as For You is going to instantly answer back, looking to take control of this, like we talked about, not banging the ball away, keeping possession when you can, catching Moko in an awkward situation where he's extremely perpendicular to exactly where the ball was. It just makes him so awkward that he can't put himself in a position to save that ball.
Yeah, that is a nice return goal, and that's certainly something for morale. But then look at Cairo almost single-handedly putting that one through, taking a lot of Lafayette members to try and put that one away from their net. Now they do a little bit of return damage as they try and get that one back down the other side of the pitch. Cairo with Proto, a nice defense there from Lafayette.
We've seen this combo all day. all season long. Cairo and Proto, I mean, I talked to Cairo a little bit before this match, and he said, yeah, my job is basically get the ball to Proto, be there for him, and clean up the scraps. I mean, these players have played together for so long now. I believe the entire Woodson roster is seniors, so they will be graduating hopefully this spring. I mean, this team just has looked so dominant all season long.
This defense from Lafayette is looking a lot stronger. They're, like you're saying, they're playing a little bit more proactive now on the pitch and making sure that the play doesn't have time to develop for Woodson. So because we're tied up, Lafayette looking for a little bit more. They're playing very, very strong defense in this moment so far, 2 minutes through this game, but they haven't been able to really have a sustained drive, so to speak, back the other way.
Yeah, we're seeing that Lafayette is kind of struggling to get the ball up the field, right? Their only time as they're really crossing the halfway line is when Woodson actually is leaving the play and they're able to get a clear over to the heads of Woodson. But, I mean, yeah, like you said, this Lafayette defense is looking way better, besides maybe the fact that they kind of don't have boost at times. But, I mean, this roster is looking a lot better than they did Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, and that might be something of note, right? They're expending a lot of their boost trying to play that defense, and by staying on their side and playing that strong bend don't break sort of turtling method, they're not really able to branch out into the rest of the boost pads and try and acquire something for their offensive side of stuff. But here again, once you have all three members of Lafayette pushing out around mid, Proto able to pop that ball away from them right over the heads of a lot of them. Moko back in at Proto off the crossbar. Cairo off the left side. And now Moko going to go up for this one, trying to get the waterfall down the backside, but Hex is there.
Yeah, we've seen this 1v1 tons of times, Proto and Hex. We're seeing a great job as Cairo's going to get his shot off, but Hex clears it off the goal line. We're seeing this come out time and time again where Lafayette is being absolutely suffocated by the offensive pressure. Proto double tap off the crossbar, can't finish it. Holy crap. I mean, I am stressing for both teams.
A minute left on the clock, tied 1-1. We have not seen a game yet where Woodson scores this little, and now Proto finally putting a second goal through for Woodson. Lafayette looking for a equalizer here, and that's just a really nice job getting right through the defense. A little bit on their heels is the Orange squad.
I mean, we saw that beautiful aerial play. Proto taking it up, actually faking for you, going back down. I believe Cairo actually bumped Hex on the back post, which opened up the bottom right corner for Proto to kind of sneak that one in there. I mean, these two players, they play together so often. They have the chemistry. They have the knowledge of what each other wants to do with the ball. I mean, I don't think there's a better duo in VHSL right now.
Oh, and a triple commit on defense. Lafayette, all members fly towards that ball. They're not quite punished for it just yet, but Cairo going off the crossbar again. Hex able to punch this one out. Can For You do anything with all this boost? No, Cairo going to be interrupting that one. Down back towards the corner.
We're seeing Woodson actually does not have a lot of boost right now. I mean, underneath, just off the right side, 10 seconds left, 1 goal game. Could Lafayette get something going here, taking down Woodson for 1 game, something no one else has been able to do? 0 seconds, and Proto puts the knife in the coffin. This game is going to Game 4. Woodson match point could be a sweep, could be an entire season clean sheet. This has never been done before. I'm excited. I'm ecstatic.
Wow.
I'm so many fancy words to describe like energized. I don't even know.
Amazing stuff from Lafayette there in game number 3. We saw a really, really close match all the way through, basically tied 1-1 to about a minute and change left in the game. And then 2 more goals eventually falling for Woodson to make it a 3-1 scoreline as we got that buzzer beater in just in time. But that's a game that has Woodson kind of thinking, scratching their heads a little bit. What went differently there that Lafayette was able to get such up-tempo on us?
I genuinely think it barrels down to Lafayette playing more proactive.
Yeah.
And we've said it all day. We're going to continue to say it. But these teams that are playing more proactive are putting themselves in a better situation to greater succeed in offense, in defense, in possessing the middle of the field. We saw multiple times that Woodson's roster maybe got a little too complacent, tried to go for maybe one too many freestyles, thinking that they had this in the bag. And then Hex was able to slow down and defend every play almost. We saw him clear the ball off the goal line 4 or 5 times. I mean, that's just something that, like, in the grand scheme of things, you have to be careful of. You can't get complacent, especially when you're match point 1 game away from an entire season clean sheet going, was it 42 or 44-0 in the entire season? That's never been done before, never been heard of.
5 minutes, 300 seconds. Woodson they're looking to make history here in the VHSL championships and in running the perfect season. Lafayette just needs 1 win to get this series going. They are currently down 3-0. Woodson just needs 1 more. Lafayette, if they're able to get an early goal here, as Woodson has been able to do in every single game up until this point, then there's hope, life in this orange team.
Oh,
that was an opportunity.
Holy crap, man. Oh, Custer coming out. Moko going to look to make a play on this for you, able to cut it. But no, you're absolutely right. If Lafayette could find something early, and I'm liking what I'm seeing, right? We're seeing a lot more kind of team play coming out from Lafayette, right? They're not trying to play individual so much like Woodson is, but they're trying to play as a team, right? They know that if they can pass in the midfield onto the sidewalls and maybe get some heater shots off, then maybe it could be easier for them to score past this Woodson offensive defense type thing.
Yeah, and if you're able to do that, you put Woodson in a position where it's the first time all series that they would be trailing. But the aggression from Woodson, all 3 of them going to collect that ball on around midfield, making sure they get possession of it. Hex taking that one away around midfield. Proto with a nice 50-50 steal as, wow, Pharaonic with a really nice save there. That was almost disaster for Lafayette. Minute and a half scoreless in game number 4.
I'm really happy that Pharaonic saved and not go in, because that would have been an absolute, like, howler dive for you over the top of the defender, able to get the reset. First time Woodson has been trailing all day, right? Nice, great reset over the top of Moko, looking to find the top right corner. Proto unable to get there with a limited amount of boost. This game just got interesting.
Lafayette putting the pressure on Woodson, and regardless of how things go, whether they win 1 game, win 4 games, Lafayette could put a spoiler on the Woodson perfect season if they're able to finish out this one. But 3 minutes is an eternity when it comes to Rocket League. Anything can happen second to second. Cairo coming back the other way. Little pass to Proto off the corner. This one to Moko, a nice angle. Gonna go a little bit wide thanks to Hex. Now to the corner for you, up the side of the wall. Running out of boost though. Gonna pass over to Hex. This one back the other way. If they're able to get there in time, they aren't.
Wow.
Moko gonna tie up the game.
Holy crap, I need to see what happened here. Great recovery by Moko. I think Hex got bumped, and then maybe for you thought that his teammate was actually able to get there, and then was it Pharaonic unable to get back to the 3rd man position? That's a long goal, man. That was just the entire length of the goal.
It just had a little bit too much zip.
A little bit too much oomph behind it, and then that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
You catch the defense a little bit out of position. You don't expect kind of a low worm burner there. And Hex back the other way. A nice response to regain the lead.
I mean, Hex immediately answers. Great sidewall read. Looking to make it up top past it for you, but that one he just left it go. I think Cairo might have given up on it because he thought it might bounce out, or the fact that for you almost had the goal himself. Accidentally bounces off the front of his nose right into the goal.
Those 2 shots are easily more than the length of the pitch when combined. That is remarkable from both squads. 2 minutes now. Lafayette still in the lead for you.
We just watched
on his own 18.
We watched Hex's positioning there for about 20 seconds, and his recovery is so fast.
Well, that's what you need against this Woodson team is the movement, right? Being able to get from point A to point B, either forward or backward.
Proto going to look to take this one up in the air. Cairo going up to support him, asking his teammate to leave it. Looking to get something going here. You got roughly a minute 45. All members of Woodson going back to their team. Going to look to Psycho. That one's going to go to the sidewall. Hex is already there on the ball. Proto going to look to make a play on it now. Woodson needs to figure out something. If they want to keep this undefeated season alive, right? They need to get something going here late, right? You have a minute 20 left on the board. Oh, it's for you's going to tap in another one. They got a 2-goal lead going into the minute left.
The start of something here for Lafayette. Just a minute and 22 seconds left on the clock when all things pointed to Woodson walking away. Now up 2 goals on this #1 seed.
Wow. Proto's going to have to dig deep in his bag to get this air dribble bump. Unable to get it. Woodson needs to go all-out offense if they want it that bad. Cairo on the top, crossbar down, top left corner. It's a 1-goal game now, right? I believe that was for you. Unable to quite get the ball as it just squeaks by him right into the top corner. This is a 1-goal game with a minute and 11 seconds left on the clock.
Took 17 seconds for Cairo to find something there. Now 2 50-50s kind of getting that ball in a standstill. An opportunity for Cairo, and we're tied!
Wow. I kind of had a feeling that one was going in. He set himself up perfectly. Perfect boost management. Unfortunately for Onyx, I believe Wheels grabbed the crossbar, forcing him to turn and not allowing him to jump and actually make a save. Suddenly, this might be the most interesting game of the entire night. Proto looking to take this boost up on the ceiling. Hex is up with him over the top, off the crossbar. Hex going to look to put this one high, looking to get back to it. He wants to clear that out of the middle before Woodson can actually get a play on it. I mean, this is a nail-biter.
It really feels like the next goal in this game is going to be one that is going to be remembered either for Woodson or Lafayette. It's going to be the one that breaks this tie with 40 seconds left on the clock. Game #4. Woodson 1 goal away and 30 seconds away from the championship. Lafayette looking to be the perfect season spoiler and send this to a game #5. Proto with one off the crossbar. This one's going back around midfield. Moko back the other way. The defense of Woodson needing to stand strong here as Pharaonic looking to waterfall this one, leaving for a teammate, but no. Proto collecting this. 10 seconds left on the clock.
It's do or die time here. It's either going to be... What a pass! No! He almost had it! That would have been crazy! Hex! Oh my gosh, the ball's still up. Oh no, they're going to look to put it down. He caught it! Oh my gosh, overtime.
We have overtime.
This could either be a fairy tale or a nightmare, right? Both teams looking to make a play on the ball. I mean, this is what it all comes down to.
Wow, Hex going up for this one. Somebody that you want the ball in the hands of in overtime for Lafayette, and certainly not if you're Woodson. And this ball might be dribbling. What a save! And that's going to be Proto. The perfect season from Woodson will be sealed with a 4-3 overtime victory over Lafayette in game #4 here in the grand finals.
I mean, that is an absolute historic run coming out from Woodson, right? I believe 44-0, not dropping a single map all year. 3-0 every single team in the regular season, 4-0 every single team in playoffs. That is just an absolute historic run. I believe that ties them now with Tab High School for the most wins in VHSL history at the state championship level. Not only does that, but it also secures them a spot in the national championship match. I mean, they get to now try to prove themselves against the best in the entire nation.
That was one of the greatest performances we've ever seen in VHSL, and they were able to secure the perfect season. I mean, Lafayette came alive there in game #4, but the resilience from Woodson to score 2 goals late to tie it up, send it to overtime, and then finally seal the deal in overtime. Wow, what an absolute battle. We've got our analyst desk coming here just to, wow. Come talk to us here, boys.
I mean, oh my lord. What a way to end the night. I mean, great job out there, guys. That was an exciting game, an exciting series, and a great job by Woodson to ultimately come out on top. And I mean, what a way to finish up VHSL 2024,
Yeah.
right? Fall semesters now behind us. Congratulations to Woodson on, I mean, wow, completing a perfect season, not dropping a single game all semester long. I'm speechless.
It sure was exciting, Chris. And I mean, able to finish it off there, able to secure those goals in the end there when they were down 3-1. I mean, that's the time you got to lock in if you want to secure that perfect season for yourself, and they were able to get it done. I mean, amazing statistic by Griffin on the desk there, saying that they're now tied with Tab High School for the most VHSL championships, and they're going to have a spot in the national running as well. I mean, that's so exciting for them. I mean, when you're playing these kind of Rocket League, I mean, you want to be able to compete on a greater stage because, I mean, you hate to say it, but the Virginia High School League, I mean, this team is just outgrown, it seems like.
Oh, absolutely. This team is going to go on. These players are going to go on to do big things, like to put it simply. But I mean, as we look through these replays and relive this series for one final time, you have to know, like, I'm going to get ahead of us just a little bit and take us to that Game 4. You have to know that that's eating away at the players in Game 4 when they're down 2 goals. They know they've had a perfect season up to that point. And with a minute left, down 2 goals, even while you're up 3-0 in the series is not exactly under any threat. But you know those players knew what was at stake, and they wanted it. They knew what it took to get it, and boy, I mean, did they find a way. But back to game number 2 here on your screen. I mean, this really was when it felt like the series blew open. I mean, putting up like 8 goals to 0 in game number 2. Game number 3 here, a little bit closer, or at least a little lower scoring, but still, I mean, just borderline perfection out of Woodson especially. I mean, this was high-level Rocket League from both of these squads. Such impressive stuff to see, but man, does Woodson know how to make it count.
Yeah, I mean, Lafayette was able to get some scores on the board here, especially in the latter half, as you said. But yeah, I mean, exactly, it's just really high-level Rocket League at this point. I mean, this is well beyond the Virginia High School League. I mean, these players all so highly ranked individually and then as a team as well, melding together as a true squad, really, both these teams are. I mean, when you see this Lafayette squad and you know see how strong they are, it's really hard to believe that this Woodson team can really put them away like this, but it just shows to the impressiveness of the Rocket League that we're watching, and it really just was incredible all day to witness these incredible players put up these kind of numbers.
Yeah, man, look at that shot. That blew me away when that happened. Avery, you and I were sitting back here in the back room watching all this go down, and I could not believe that goal number 2 from Cairo, and then to tie it up, take it to overtime. I mean, what a way to get it done. If you're going to get it done, boy, way to keep it entertaining.
Indeed.
But congratulations to Woodson. They are our VHSL fall semester Rocket League champions, but they didn't get here on an easy route. We do want to take a look back at how we got to this result and really shout out all the teams that put up such a strong showing here today. We had a lot of teams from all across the state of Virginia come out and try to prove themselves in the Rocket League space. A lot of exciting storylines we covered early before the series started, but truly Woodson and Lafayette were the stories to follow. The revenge opportunity for Lafayette, the opportunity for perfection from Woodson, and for their ability to go out and capitalize was mind-blowing. But congratulations to all of these teams on your screen, and Woodson especially. They walk away as Rocket League winner.
Yeah, there's nothing more to say on the Rocket League side. I believe all the storylines have concluded, but that's not the only game that we covered today, Chris. Let's head over to the League of Legends side of today. I mean, an absolute banger of a final, I may add, Chris. I mean, while this was going on, I mean, a lot of other matches were able to conclude, and that's just because of how close Chantilly and Rock Ridge were able to, you know, fight to the bitter end. And again, I mean, these teams didn't get here on a whim. Both had to defeat a 4 or a 5 and a 6 seed in order to make it to the final. And of course, many matches before this being played online as well. So, coming to the finals and going to that distance with the team, I mean, so exciting that Chantilly was able to come out on top here. I mean, Rockridge has done very well in the past as well. Just a very fun final to witness.
Absolutely. And I do want to take a moment to acknowledge that the level of League of Legends play, especially this year, I felt like increased pretty noticeably from years past. I thought the drafts were very impressive and very well thought out, whereas in previous years there was a lot more complacency in champions and familiarity. But this year, really pulling out all the stops, right? Trying to build every advantage that whatever team could against their opponent. Chantilly ultimately coming out on top off of a very dominant season, very similar to what we saw out of Rocket League. So exciting stuff for them. Congratulations to Chantilly, as well as every other League of Legends school you just saw. But that does leave us with one final title that I know you covered a lot closer than I did.
I did for sure, Chris. Let's move over to the Super Smash Bros. Side of the bracket. And I just want to elaborate a little bit more on the league strategy side that really moves over into the Smash Bros. Side. I would argue that both of these games, I mean, you could argue that Rocket League does this a little bit, but both these games have a much deeper strategy component in which you have to, select characters and select, different timings to do things. And the strategy that these coaches and these players have come up with has been quite impressive. And I might add, especially so on the Smash Bros. Side as it was on the League side. I mean, we saw Frank W. Cox in the winner's position here, taking it over both their own squad and Osborne, and then ultimately versus Galix in the final. I mean, this is a team that played very strategically, Chris. I would argue that this was perhaps not the best team coming into this bracket on paper, and that this team really had to hunker down, figure out what was the best strategy that they could bring into each individual match. Because I can say from experience, I mean, I was on the desk for nearly all of these matches, and I can say that their strategy changed quite drastically from one match to the next. So it was really great to see the minds as well as the mechanics come out from Frank W. Cox. Some really bright futures from the players there, but it really wasn't the only excitement of the day. I mean, Galix on an absolute Cinderella run themselves. I mean, you may think that they're the 3 seed, that's, expected, but really that's not a school that I've seen in the past make it to this kind of point in Super Smash Bros. And I've been doing VHSL for the past 2 years, so I really like to see these new schools come in and really make waves, and I believe that Galix, was really the unexpected one in this case. I mean, Frank Cox High School, sure, they're the 4 seeds, sure, they were, seeded to, bust around in the semis or what have you, but really they're a solid squad that's been in the space for quite a while. These new squads like Galix and like Forest Park, I really liked as well. Osborne, more notably known on the Rocket League side than the Super Smash Bros. Side in years past. I've seen a lot of great development from the Super Smash Bros. Side of things, and I would have to agree with you with the League of Legends side. In the Smash Bros. Realm, I feel like the level of play is also leveling up quite fast.
Yeah, I mean, that's very exciting to hear, both as Virginia students as well as just esports fans, right? This industry is growing at an incredible rate and an exciting pace, because that brings us the highest level of competition that we can ask for. So we had a lot of fun today. We certainly hope you did too, but that will do it for us here at Shenandoah University. We, again, had a blast, a very long day of esports, but we appreciate you all so much for following along for our Virginia High School League Fall Esports Championships. For myself, Avery Giesemann, Kevin Clayton, Xander Merle-Smith, Griffin Horacek, Kyle Dexter, anybody you saw on camera and everybody you didn't see that has put so much work into making this show happen, thank you so much for following along. Be sure to drop us a follow on whatever platform you're watching on right now so you don't miss out on any of our esports action here at Shenandoah. And with all that, hey, be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might just change their life, and we will see you next time.